Be 10 birds playing for 7 different teams. Gunnar Henderson headlines that group. He'll suit up for Team USA and primarily play third base, a spot on the diamond he hasn't patrolled since his rookie year with the O's. Here's Gunnar on playing in the WBC and the plan for how much he'll play.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to wear our country across our chest. But I was told we'll kind of rotate around. And then just whoever's swinging it the best at the time of whenever everything starts is who's going to start.
Some other Orioles playing in the WBC include Dean Kramer with Team Israel, Tyler O'Neill with Team Canada, and Enrique Bradfield Jr. with Team Panama. The tournament opens on March 5th and lasts through March 17th. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the big new Luck Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery with 50 chances to win on each ticket and a huge instant top prize of $5 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Woo, Jeremy. And we're going to talk about it later. And you missed it.
Oh,
that Kansas-Arizona game
I'm so mad.
was all that we thought it would be.
Well, there was more to it, too. There was a guy, from a gambling standpoint, there was a guy at halftime that was, I think, an official scorer, and he was texting somebody, and someone was recording behind him and got his text saying that, and I know some of it's leaked out that Peterson and Self got into it, and there was this big argument whether or not he was going to do this or that in the second half or play. Obviously, you saw what happened.
Sick.
Yeah. But there was a lot of that being, people said, well, is it disingenuous for someone to leak that out and send that? No, I mean, if you have information and you heard something, what's wrong with that?
And also, if you think that's the first time that a player and a coach got into it over them playing or not, stop it.
And by the way, if you think that's the first time that something, some sort of like collusion or whatever, things have gone on with people giving out information, we just had this just recently happen. You know, like there was, who was it? It was one of Cardi B's friends. God, I retweeted. I'll have to go back to it. But one of her friends retweeted or made a bet about halftime that she and someone else and Drake wouldn't perform. Mm-hmm. Made it on Kalshi or Polymarket, one of these goofy-ass sites that everybody's using now. And they made that bet. Well, Cardi B didn't do anything, but she was in the halftime show, which they considered a performance. So he lost his $150,000. So, yeah, again, like sometimes you think you're getting the right information. It doesn't work out.
Charles Bediako, the professional.
Yeah, the guy that should be.
Went to Alabama. What did he play, like 5 games?
Yeah.
Court system says nope. Tuscaloosa County Circuit Court Judge Daniel P. Pruitt, I guess the way you pronounce his name, halted the bid to regain eligibility after he left Alabama for the NBA draft in 2023. Signed a 2-way NBA contract and played the past 3 seasons in the G League, moves that disqualified him from collegiate competition according to the NCAA. Pruitt ruled that he did not have a reasonable expectation he would be allowed to return to college basketball when no other player has been granted eligibility under the same circumstances. Someone wrote, I think common sense prevailed today. Yeah. Common sense prevailed. I think Judge Pruitt, let me say this. Thank you for restoring order. There's some things that I'm willing to embrace about where college athletics is going right now. That's not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you had this, was it Amari Bailey that was trying to go to BYU and they were going to pay him to come back, and you got Bediako and all the, like even J.R. Smith going back to college. Now, he played golf, but people were going, hey, could he play for the basketball team if you're technically allowed to go back? There needs to be something there. You don't get to dabble and go become a pro and then an amateur and then a pro.
Well, that's not new, him playing golf, because Chris Winkie played professional baseball but used no college eligibility So he went back to play football. Did J.R. Smith, was he straight from high school?
Yeah.
But he played pro basketball.
And that's the thing. Like, again, I don't have a problem with him going back or going to for the first time to play golf. I'm just saying that I feel like some people saw that and go, I wonder if we could do this.
Yeah.
And then now we see former NBA players trying to go back to college. And that you can't tell me, you look at enough D3 games, you'll see some coaches out there and some D1 coaches started doing it where you're like, that dude's 29. Why is he out here? Because I'm trying to win a game. 29-year-old. Playing D3 basketball.
That was Winky, 27, playing D1. Then he got drafted, and people realized, you're too old to be a rookie, man.
That dream, it's over. Like The Sopranos. It's over.
It's over. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. David Njoku is gone. Is Browns cutting ties with him?
I mean, it made sense. You got Harold Fannin Jr. now, and he's going to be the guy. And if you guys didn't watch Harold Fannin Jr. last year,
he's good.
He's really good. They got something special there.
Lindsey Vonn confirmed that she had a complex tibia fracture. That's painful. I heard that's one of the more painful injuries to have.
Mm-hmm.
I never had any. I don't know how to knock on wood. I don't do anything athletic, but run now.
Don't fall on the ice today.
I never had injuries like that. I never had a broken bone. Everything that I had was like a fracture. You know, I banged it on something. I never had a broken.
What was her name?
Yeah.
Hey, oh, sorry.
I never had to have surgery to repair a break.
I've had
or surgery to repair anything but a appendectomy when I was 6.
Yeah, I had dislocated fingers. I mean, you're going to get a ton of that playing basketball. Sometimes pop it back in socket, and then all of a sudden it swells up, and you can tape it to another finger. I broke 2 bones in my foot. Like if you looked at your hand and looked at your pinky and your ring finger and the bones down, I broke those metatarsals. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And my foot landed into like the wall where the wall meets the floor, and it just snapped. I got pushed in the back playing basketball. And my dumb ass 3 weeks later was I was in a walking boot, and I ended up going to Hoop It Up and playing, just running on my heel.
Oh, I love Hoop It Up.
That's what
they don't do that anymore, do they?
Not really. I mean, I don't know if there's anything going on elsewhere. I remember when it started to die down, I eventually was driving to Philly to play.
I was playing Charlotte all the time. This slipped past me. I don't know if you and Joe heard about this. San Francisco defensive lineman Keon White shot in the ankle at a Super Bowl event in San Francisco.
He deserved it. I don't know about it. What happened?
Early Monday morning. He's shot. He underwent surgery Monday afternoon. Keon was a victim of a shooting and sustained a bullet wound to his ankle in San Francisco. He is currently undergoing surgery. This was yesterday. At a local hospital. We will provide further updates with when appropriate. A preliminary investigation revealed a verbal altercation occurred between 2 groups inside a business. The victim was injured when shots were fired by an unknown suspect.
Well, did you hear the other stuff that went on with? I thought it was fake, and I thought it was AI. And Joe, I'm sure you can probably chime in on this. The Cardi B, Stephon Diggs stuff.
No, what happened?
Well, they broke up during the Super Bowl.
During the game?
They unfollowed each other. Yeah, she was pissed off.
That they didn't throw to him?
Yeah. No, she was pissed off that he had one of his side chicks, baby mamas, sitting in the front row with his family. She was up in a suite. And again, like, surprise! He's got so many different kids.
In a related story,
moms.
a dog owner is upset with his dog for barking.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Let me heal you. How? He's banging everybody else and getting them pregnant. That dude's a loser, man. Like, it's so unbelievable. He's going to be on trial for hitting another one. Like, come on. You can have the Diggs. Have them all. But she was taking shots at him. Like, I thought it was fake on social media. She's like, yeah, I didn't catch any passes, didn't win the Super. Like, I'm like, is this fake? And then all of a sudden the story comes out today. No.
They broke up.
She
ain't had the baby yet. And she like 10 months pregnant?
Yeah. See, here it is. Cardi B and Stephon Diggs broke up in the middle of the Super Bowl. She reportedly left early after spending $1.2 million on a Super Bowl after party that neither of them attended. Diggs' other baby mama had front row tickets with her son, and I think she was with Diggs' mom, too.
Damn. Diggs' mom in on it.
Well, I'm saying she was in the front row. The woman that was sitting in the front row sitting with his family.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so I don't know.
His mama in on it.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold recorded a spot that says, I'm going to Disneyland. Florida, California job tax, you may not be able to afford to. We're going to talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, the Birds pitchers and catchers report today. Are you ready for some baseball? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show
Traffic is
and
brought to you
never
by
miss
PNC
what
Bank.
you-
Nominate a PNC Achiever today at PNCAchieversBaltimore.com.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Hey guys, Redfin is giving away $1 million home in an epic, never been done before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search. It's presented by Rocket, and it kicked off today. The house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely. Download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern to find your new home. Mandatory. Here we go. No purchase necessary. 50 USDC must be age of majority. Visit GreatAmericanHomeSearch.com for official rules.
Traffic is brought to you by Dover International Speedway. Go to DoverMotorspeedway.com for tickets. Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
Hey there, Jason Lockenfor here. If you've been thinking about upgrading your home, Town Appliance makes it so easy with a knowledgeable team and real savings. Don't miss the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event happening right now. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Bosch and many more. With nationwide delivery, you can shop at their modern showroom or browse online anytime. Ask for my guys, Mayor and Mayor, for service you can trust. Visit that showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online now at townappliance.com.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery that you definitely need to know about. It's called Lux, as in deluxe or luxury. Or, hey, are you feeling luxy today? So what exactly makes this Lux scratch-off so luxurious? It has a top prize of $5 million instantly. Yep, you heard that right. You could win $5 million just by playing a scratch-off. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. Please play responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Contractors, tired of insurance premiums eating into your profits? Most contractors stick with one carrier and overpay year after year. Gray Insurance Group searches the entire market to help you cut costs on your liability, workers' comp, and commercial auto insurance without sacrificing protection. Why let another month slip by when you could be saving right now? Call Joe at 410-879-6383. Stop overpaying and keep more money in your business. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning. As you're headed out the door this morning, the Beltway looks pretty good. The inner loop, no problems. The outer loop, no accidents either. A little bit slow in the city, southbound 95 through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 895, no problems at all through the Harbor Tunnel. And BW Parkway, super slow southbound between 195 and Route 100. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I mean, I haven't seen these guys up close, just being in the other dugout, so I'm excited to see all of them. It's especially even the guys that we brought in, like Pete and Taylor. You want to see how they mesh with the group. I'm just as giddy as anyone just to see all our boys play out there.
That's Oriole manager Craig Albertaz as pitchers and catchers report today. Jeremy, you pumped?
Yeah. Look, man, I was saying to somebody else, a buddy of mine, said, man, I can't wait for baseball. He goes, hold on, it's my time to shine. Basketball's the centerpiece right now. But, yeah, man, I can't wait to see this season. I think the AL East is going to be the toughest division in all of baseball. I think they're back to getting to that point again. Still some free agents out there if something's going to happen, but I like the lineup. I like the rotation. I think you can get better in some areas, but yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, you can get better. I like what you said about a week ago, after it was obvious, maybe less than a week ago, we weren't getting Framber Valdez. All right, now let's go with what you got and use the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Let's see where you are at the trade deadline. If you're in shouting distance and you have some pieces to move your pieces.
Like, if they want to go get, like, I worry about the Verlander thing or the Max Scherzer thing, as people are pointing out, because those are names that they know, because you just tried this with Charlie Morton last year and you settled for it and it didn't work out. If the Verlander thing blows up in your face, the only other thing I'm thinking is that maybe you grab one of these vets like Chris Bassett and bring.
I would rather have him
and bring him in, a guy that's going to be fine with his role, that's going to work with younger pitchers. And oh, by the way, if you miss the 4-hour baseball games, he's the best thing you got to getting back to it. He calls his own pitches, and the damn monitor, the earpiece, it goes out about 7 times a game. I can't hear what's going on. The clock's winding down. You know what? I don't.
Which gets me with this: you're calling your own pitches, so why do you need to hear? Why? In the World Series, I'm like, dude, the announcer just made this 2-minute point, elaborate point on him calling his own pitches, and now he's on the mound telling the umpire he can't hear. What are you listening for?
Oh, my God, man.
I don't get that. By the way, Orioles pitchers and catchers must report today, by today, with the first workout scheduled tomorrow. I'm pumped, man.
Yeah.
I'm pumped. First full squad workout will be on the 16th.
I mean, the thing that I keep saying is I don't need any of these pitchers coming in the middle of training camp, joining the team, and all of a sudden expected to be in the rotation.
Why are you here late?
Yeah.
Well, you're late. You know you're late, right? If you were down there tomorrow for the first workout, what are you getting your eyes fixated on first?
I mean, I got to be honest. Like, I want to see the new pieces. Like, I want to see Pete Alonso in orange and black.
Well, that's pitchers and catchers tomorrow.
But again, like, when we get everything going, like, I want to see all those new pieces, and I think that would include Shane Baz. So, because I do think they gave up a ton to get him, which means I think, and understanding he's under control for a while, but he has that high upside.
Isn't that uncharacteristic of this regime?
Yeah.
To give up that much?
Yeah. Because somebody pointed out they traded away the equivalent of, what was it, like first round picks or something? Or like, I mean, they had some compensation picks and the things at the back end as they worked out. But they've had some of those 1A, 1B picks, and they've moved a couple of them. Even some of the ones that they traded for. I mean, they traded for Arizona last year and they moved him. But if you go back and look at what they gave up to the Rays, I thought it was quite a bit. And Shane Baz is a former top 10 pitcher, drafted. Mm-hmm. He has huge upside. He's got multiple pitches, and he's coming off of Tommy John, which you're hoping what you saw at the end of last year, that it just gets better.
Yeah, see, that's Tommy John surgery, other than maybe another injury like we saw with the Mountain. Normally, it's not often you have more than one Tommy John surgery. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, once you get it more often than not, I'm not saying never, and I know you can name a couple right now who did, but for the most part, you get one, you're done. Now, other injuries could occur, but those aren't always necessarily related to the Tommy John surgery. Those are just other injuries that occur. So I say that to say, I think Baz and guys like him and Bradish, I'm not worried about their health this year. That's already in the rearview mirror. I'm not worried about unless something else happens. I don't think it's fair to say Bradish. Well, that's what I would have my eyes fixed on if I was there tomorrow.
Well, injury related of the top 5, I'd be worried about Zach Eflin's back.
Yeah.
More than anything. And I don't think you probably need to be worried about that. But if anything of the 5, that's what I would be concerned of.
I want to see what kind of shape Adley Rutschman is in. I saw Samuel Basayo at the Caravan, and he looked like, and I even asked him, I said, you lose weight? He said, yeah, about 20. He looked good.
But you know when those guys lose weight and they talk about it, they're still adding lean muscle, so it's not even like...
he's baby.
Yeah.
He lost baby fat.
Yep.
I want to see what kind of shape, because Adley looked to be in better shape last year than he was the year before, physically. I don't know what kind of injuries he had. I don't know what he was battling. Maybe it was mental. I personally think last year most of Adley's problems were mental. I thought Gunner's problem, I didn't know what it was, but I thought his problems were physical. It turns out that it was. Adley's got to get over himself.
That's tough, though. You've had 2 seasons back-to-back. You went to an all-star game, people are telling you might be the best catcher in baseball, and then you have 2 down seasons, and you got a lot of people going, well, get rid of him for something now.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not in that.
I'm not either.
I want to see Adley hang around. Let it play out. Let's see how far he goes, if he can turn it around.
I would rather ride this until the wheels fall off and get nothing for him than to sell him short and get
He's
something.
too young for that.
Yeah.
He doesn't go in the category, in my opinion, Jeremy, of don't hold on him too long. He's not in that category. He's too young for that, number one. Number two, I think he's too good for that. Sometimes players need to turn a season around or need to turn their careers around. I think he falls in that category more than anything else. 410-583-1057. There's excitement in the air for sports in this area again for me, and I think largely because of the newness. You got a new head coach, new coaching staff with the Baltimore Ravens. I saw that they were the 4th highest in terms of winning the Super Bowl for next year. Biggest odds.
I think they're depending on where you look, they were either 3rd or 4th or tied.
So they're top 5, and he hadn't even coached the game yet. Orioles have a manager that other teams coveted, and he didn't want to go. They offer him the job. He comes here.
I think they're the favorites to go to the Super Bowl in the AFC, right?
Because tied with Buffalo.
Well, the one I saw, they were ahead of Buffalo.
Okay.
So again, that's fine.
But I think the one I saw,
the favorites.
yeah.
They're tied for it. That's fine. I saw the Rams and the Seahawks ahead of them.
You got the Orioles. I'm sure many people are going to project them to win somewhere around high 80, 90 wins. Do you know the projection on that? Have they put that out yet?
What, for wins for the Orioles?
Wins for the Orioles?
Which one do you want, though? Do you want because you have, who is it, Fangraphs? You have, what's the other one that we always use, and I can't think of the name
I know what you're talking
now.
about. I use Fangraphs, though.
Oh, God, what is it? Because we always talked about, is it Savant? What was it? God, I got to find it.
410-583-1057 is the number, but I think most people would agree there's a newness in the air about Baltimore sports right now. If we can get that same newness for Maryland basketball, we'll be good to go. BetMGM has the Orioles finishing in 4th place in the American League East. Let's go out to the phone lines. Manny in Essex. What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
The Orioles, a lot of excitement in Baltimore. Our sports thing is doing really good. Let me ask you a question. If Adley Rutschman struggles and we're almost there, do you trade him to get 2 good players or a player for him to make the push in the playoffs? And give me your best lineup that we have.
Well, I can't. I don't have time to give you a lineup right now, but I'll answer the Adley Rutschman question. If Adley Rutschman is struggling, who's going to give you something good for him?
Yeah, I mean, but somebody might like him. Do you trade him? What would you do?
I understand. I mean, I could easily say yes, but if he's struggling, I'm not getting anything of serious value.
It always depends what someone's offering.
Yeah.
Again, that goes for anybody. You're going to sit here and say, "Hey, I'm never trading Gunnar Henderson." But if somebody came in and offered you something that was so ridiculous, you'd have to consider it. But again, looking at the lineup, I think it's going to be different lefty-righty.
Yeah.
And again, if you were going to ask me their better lineup, I still think it's the left-handed lineup going up against right-handed pitching.
Yeah, but I mean, if Adley Rutschman is struggling, would you trade him? For who if he's struggling?
By the way, what we were trying to think of was Pacoda. They had the Orioles getting 87, 88 wins last year.
I figured 88 last year?
Yeah, last year before. Remember, they fell apart.
Right.
This was a team that was coming off of going to the playoffs. It's 84, 85 this year for them.
Okay. The job tax. California is ripping pro football players off and pro baseball. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, which O's player has the most to prove over the next 6-ish weeks? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it, we're talking about it. 105.7 The Fan.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Nighttime temps are frigid, and Farnan & Dermer's, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years to keep your home warm during these winter months. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details on this special offer, call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Check out some of these opportunities to keep your home warm and your energy costs down. They're your rapid response heating repairs and replacement specialists. Call the Comfort Guys for immediate same-day heating, repairs, and installation at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advance tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
Save 30% on chicken wings with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for weeknight dinners or meal prepping. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Hey, hey. Hey. Thanks for listening. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. No problems. The outer loop, no accidents either. And in the city, 895 southbound, not so bad through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, a bit slow through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And BW Parkway southbound is slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The 2026 baseball season unofficially begins today as players start reporting to their respective spring training sites. As for your Orioles, today will hopefully be the start of a resurgence as the Birds look to bounce back from a down 2025. First-year skipper Craig Albernaz is tasked with resurrecting a talented but sometimes underachieving squad. Here's Albie sharing some thoughts on the excitement around his first season as a big league manager.
That's the beauty of me coming in year one, fresh eyes, and something I always say, our guys have put in a ton of work in the offseason and they've made changes. They're trying to get better. So want to see where they're at and kind of go from there. Hopefully we have competition all over the field. That's a good thing. It means our guys are competing and getting better.
In other O's news, yesterday the team officially opened a brand new player development center right next to Ed Smith Stadium. The roughly $21 million complex houses nearly 16,000 square feet of covered batting cages, as well as 10,000 square feet of covered bullpen mounds and a state-of-the-art biomechanics lab. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
You have six senses. Why not use at least two of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Okay, Manny in Essex, you asked for it. This is not my projected lineup. He asked for my best lineup, right? Mm-hmm. Meaning my best lineup. The lineup that I want, leading off playing shortstop, Gunnar Henderson. Batting second, playing second base, Jackson Holliday. Batting third, playing third base, Jordan Westberg. Clean up first baseman, Pete Alonso. Batting fifth in left field, Tito Ward. Batting sixth behind the plate, Adley Rushman. Seven in the center field, Colton Cowser. Batting eighth at DH, Samuel Basayo. Batting ninth in right field, either Dylan Beaver or Tyler O'Neill.
All right, so
that's my favorite lineup.
Okay, can I poke one hole in it and see if it matters to you?
Poke the hole.
Do you care about the lefty-righty?
Nope.
Okay, because if you're looking for platoon switches and you have a guy coming in to where he's not going to face three right-handers, it's hard to argue when the right-handers you have in a row are those guys. Yeah. But that would be the one thing I think people would poke holes in.
They'll poke hole in it because you have, Westberg, Alonso, Ward.
Yeah, because I think you could move Ward up to that second spot and drop Jackson a little bit.
To where you drop him? Who's going to protect Alonso?
You're probably dropping him. Well, you got plenty in there to protect him.
Who? Rushman?
And yeah, I mean, you got to switch it, but I would bring Cowser up towards the middle lineup because what do we know about him? He hits fastballs and nothing else. I want him to see fastballs.
But if Basayo's who we think he is,
then move him up. Just keep moving guys up until we figure out somebody got to be ninth.
We're going to have five people batting fifth.
Keep moving them up.
Batting fifth will be Rushman, Cowser, and Basayo. They're going to race to the batter's box. Whoever gets there first will get the at-bat. 410-583-1057. Well, Manny, I didn't have time. Manny asked me to give him something. I had 30 seconds left in the segment.
But again, I think if there was nothing wrong with your lineup, but I think if somebody wanted to poke holes, it's a lefty-righty switch.
No doubt.
That's it. It's a matter of how you want to stack it. And I also think depending on who's on the mound and what arm they throw with, I don't think we're going to have the same lineup. And I wouldn't be shocked if Ward ends up being the leadoff guy.
About six weeks of spring training. Who has the most to prove, in your opinion, Jeremy?
With the Orioles?
Yes.
Oh, man. I think Adley's one of them.
I think Adley's the one.
Who else would I put in that grouping? And I'll say this. I think Trevor Rogers has to show us that he can repeat what he did last year.
Yeah. But that's going to come in the regular season.
But Adley's the one to me that has the most pressure on him to revert back to being a top 5 catcher. Shredder just had their top 10 catcher list. He didn't make it.
I think, and when it comes to hitters, you want to see some signs of life in spring training. Not meaning that you want him to bat 400 in spring training. You know when a hitter is on one.
Mm-hmm.
Even when he gets outs, you know he's on one. Pitchers, you can think, this guy has no control. He's searching for pitches. He's trying this. He's trying that. See that pitch carries over to the regular season. Hitters don't do that. Hitters grip and rip.
Yeah.
Preseason, regular season, I should say spring training, regular season, they grip and rip. So I want to see Adley Rutschman just grip and rip in the preseason. Well, spring training. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we all know what it means. Somebody wants to correct you. Like I hope my buddy's listening. He texted me yesterday when I said the streaker at the football game at the Super Bowl, and he goes, it wasn't a streaker. He was just running with his shirt off. The guy that jumped over the wall and ran without some clothes on that we didn't see on television.
Did you see the video of him?
I did eventually, yeah.
That guy did. I think the security guy did tear his knee up.
Yeah,
because he fell and got back up and then clutched his leg.
There's a new video that I think he took or one of his friends took when he leapt over the wall. So it has a totally different viewpoint than maybe some of the other ones you've seen.
Mark in Baltimore. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning to you.
I agree. Not too bad. I agree with Rutschman. The thing I'm looking for the most in spring training is if his pitch recognition, improves. Because the last 2 years, his on-base percentage has been absolutely horrible. And, that's always been the thing with him. It's like even when he wasn't hitting well, he was seeing the ball well. And,
Mark, let me ask you a question with pitch recognition, Mark. 2 years ago, he was
the best.
And also, he saw more balls that were called strikes than any other hitter in baseball. Do you think that disrupted his pitch recognition a little bit, Mark?
It could have. He takes. I've never really seen him swinging at the first or second pitch for that matter.
That bothers me.
And yeah, and in the last couple of years, pitchers are not afraid of him. So he's going down 0-2 or 1-2 most of the time before he takes the bat off his shoulder, and then he's under pressure, and he just hasn't responded. I'd like to see him be a bit more aggressive if they come in the zone on the first or second pitch of the at-bat. Go for it because I just find it very hard to believe, he went from being one of the best to now one of the worst. It's something, I think his on-base percentage last year was under 320, and the year before it wasn't much better than that. And, prior to that, it was 350 to 400.
We all dumped him. It is. I do like when the guys catch themselves and they say it, and then they go, "Oh, yeah, we're too late at that point."
That word confuses me on why you can't say it when you can say some of the other things.
Well, there's a bunch of them that confuse.
Yeah, that confuses me.
How come you can't say the whole, but you can say every other part of it?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
That wasn't his word. His word was what comes out of that hole.
His on-base percentage last year was 307. Abysmal.
Yeah.
Absolutely abysmal.
Going back to what you talking about, I think he had, it was the best percentage, as you pointed out, of strike threes looking that were supposed to be balls. Mm-hmm. And wondering if we get we were saying it before, is Adley going to be the one going, I challenge that, I challenge that, I challenge that. He'll be challenging everything at the plate.
How much the caller talked about religiously taking the first pitch. I have a problem with that. Did you?
Yes, because you know what happens is that now what do pitchers come up? They're going to throw you a strike on the first one if you're going to take it. And then, again, if you start ambushing them after they're doing that, then they adjust.
Your boy Gunnar Henderson has no problem ambushing you.
Sometimes the first pitch you get is going to be the best one. The only problem is when everybody starts swinging at it and you're pounding it in the dirt or popping it up.
Yeah.
Now we've got a pitcher he threw 5 pitches and he's out of the damn inning.
The Adley will ambush your ass. I'm telling you. If he's batting leadoff, you throw him a first pitch strike, you're down 1-0 before you throw your second pitch. I've seen it happen a couple of times. That's why I want him to bat leadoff on my team. We can't take a call yet, can we?
Can I say something totally off? I was just reading this. What the Jazz did last night?
No, they do.
They benched Laurie Markkinen, Jaren Jackson Jr., Yusuf Nurkic in the fourth quarter. The entire fourth quarter. 3 of their starters don't play in the fourth quarter. And you can't tell me it's not obvious.
Were they winning?
They ended up winning the game because Sensabaugh went off. Somebody should have told Bryce we're trying to lose. They won 115 to 111, and they were intentionally trying to lose. This wasn't, hey, we're riding the hot hand. Nothing like that.
So the coach said, dang gummit. Dang gummit.
But nothing will happen to them, but it'll happen to someone when they say, yeah, we want to lose games. It's a better draft pick. You can't say that out loud. It's unbelievable.
We'll take a look at college basketball's top 25 at 7:15. But on the other side, Adam Schefter is reporting that there's a push from some teams for the ability to trade draft picks, up to 5 years out. Speaking of the NBA, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens offseason with Kevin Ostreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lad start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division, and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This was flying in Charlotte on Monday night. 4 players got ejected from the contest with the Hornets and the Pistons, including Isaiah Stewart. Now, we know Big Stu likes to throw some hands, but last night he took it to another level, coming running off the bench like Stone Cold Steve Austin in 1999. Thankfully, no glass shattered, but he can watch all the Stone Cold highlights he desires, because he's going to get suspended for a little bit. I'm dead and dead.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Get a jump on your spring to-dos at Lowe's. Right now, get 4 bags of Stay Green 2 cubic foot mulch for just $10. And that's not all. Grab 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil for just $10 too. Kick off spring with fresh savings. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/18. Excludes Hawaii. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Low 20s this morning. Today, cloudy, high of 38. This weekend, mid-40s with chances of rain.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning. Traffic is building 895 southbound from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. And southbound 95, you're on the brakes, Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, no accidents. The Outer Loop, super slow, Hartford Road to Providence. And then again, heavy volume, Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I think very deeply. I think very deeply. I think very deeply.
No, you didn't, Joe. No, you didn't play KRS-One, Joe. Adam Schefter is reporting that there's a push from NFL teams for the ability to trade draft picks up to 5 years out. You think that's a bad move, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Why?
To allow it to happen?
Yeah.
Because these teams are terrible already. Like, the NBA was trying to get in the way of teams drafting high school players because they couldn't stop themselves from just going after these kids and not helping them along the way. Figured out, you take an 18-year-old kid out of high school and throw him in here. And see what happens. Yeah, there's plenty of them. There was
No. 5 years out, meaning a trade my draft pick, my first round pick 5 years from now.
I know. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you allow teams to start trading picks 5 years from now, there's going to be some dumbass team that goes, here's our next 5 first-round picks, and then they're going to be at the bottom of the league for 5 years in a row. And I think that's where the NFL is trying to protect them. 3 years out, yeah, you could still F things up.
Oh, okay. I got your explanation now. I got your explanation. So if I'm bad and I'm trading these draft picks 5 years from now, I got you now.
That's why, in my opinion, that's why the NBA stopped the high school kids from coming in initially, because they were realizing it was setting these franchises back, and they all kept grabbing high school players. Because what do you want? You got to find a stud. And I'll take my chance on a high school player that's been amazing, especially if, drafting at the top. Because what do we said? In the NBA, it's the lottery picks. Now, with the NFL, it's valuable to be the 31st pick in the first round. There's plenty of talent still there.
Right. I'm on the other side. I don't think it's a bad idea.
I think it's terrible.
Because I think, it allows for more moving around in the National Football League. I think teams are more willing to give you a draft pick 4 years from now than they are 2 years from now. I don't know what's coming out of the draft 4 years from now, but I know I need this man now. So let me trade that pick. I think I like it for that reason.
And trade next year's or this year's.
I know what's coming out next year. I know what's coming out this year. I need that guy and your guy. So let me give you a draft pick 4 years.
See,
4 years from now.
I don't like it, man. I just don't. I feel like we've already talked about the bad front offices, and people keep hiring those guys and giving them jobs again and again. Like, people are praising, oh God, what's his name? Is it, the GM with the Bears that used to be with the Colts, Pace? Like, not good. But because they get Ben Johnson, they've had a couple of players come in. Remember they made the trade for Sweat and gave up a second-round pick when you could have signed him as a free agent the next year? Like, there's some things to look at there. Now, it's turned them into a better team here recently, so he's getting praised.
Maybe their philosophy, maybe their thought process, based on the information they heard, was Sweat wouldn't have come to them.
That's possible. I'm just saying, like, these guys keep getting the same opportunities, and it's like, you've been a GM before, we want to give you a chance to do it again. I think even more so than head coaches. I mean, look at what happened in Buffalo when it's clear who should have been fired. I mean, you should have cleaned house if you were going to do that. You tell us that you're bringing back Bean and you're firing McDermott. Bean, we have video of him saying he wanted Keon Coleman, and then the guy you hired as the head coach is the guy that wanted him the most. And the owner's trashing the dude after a year or two in front of the public. What is that?
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What if you're this person, Jeremy? What if you're this team? We have a number one. We have the top 7 pick this year. We don't know we're going to be very good next year, but that team has a player they're looking to get rid of. They can't re-sign him. We don't want to give you our pick this year, next year, but you're willing to take a draft pick from 4 years from now. So I still have my draft picks this year. May not be that good next year too, but 4 years from now, I don't care about that pick.
No, trade that one 3 years from now. You still got that one? Trade the one 3 years from now. That's in the letter of the law. That's in the rules.
Budget, folks. Again, not budget.
I think these teams are too stupid that they'll do this stuff. Like, what the Rams did to me was insane, and it worked out, and everybody praises them. You traded away all your picks, and it worked out because you made your run to the Super Bowl.
And also, they're back in the NFC Championship game this year. It worked out longer than that.
Yeah. Well, again, they're favored to get back again. Matthew Stafford stayed healthy, still playing. I think some of us thought he might retire after last year.
They said he wasn't going to be ready at the beginning of the season because of the back issue.
And he played the whole year and won the damn MVP.
Not only am I ready, I'm tearing you up. 410-583-1057. Y'all weren't ready. I was ready. You weren't. I like it. I think it's a good move for the National Football League. It opens up some doors, makes draft picks and that much more important.
If they can tell me I have to wear a seatbelt for my safety, then I'm telling the NFL, you guys can't trade any picks after the third year for your safety because you guys are stupid. They do dumb things. Like, how many trades do we need to have, like the one we had for Ricky Williams or Herschel Walker? Those are crazy ones. But once you start getting rid of picks down the line, all of a sudden these teams, and then you have a new GM coming in, it's like, man, I ain't got any damn picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does happen.
The hell happened?
That happens a lot. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. So I don't think the Ravens will be a team that took advantage of that either way.
They would take advantage of the other teams. So if you're a Ravens fan, you'd probably say, hell yeah.
And maybe that's why I'm looking at it from their perspective.
I get it. I'm just looking at it from the league's perspective because I can't, man.
Maybe I'm looking at it like Eric DeCosta would be wringing his hands. Yeah, let me find one. There's always a sucker.
Yeah,
it's always. Do you want my pick 5 years from now?
Yeah.
Let me get 2 of yours this year. Yeah, there's always a sucker. I'll give you my first and second 5 years from now for your first and second this year.
How desperate are you?
you know there's some out there.
By the way, you brought up why can't I even think of his name? Njoku?
Yeah.
If you're not bringing back Likely, that's an interesting fit here too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Oh yeah. You think Likely comes back?
No.
Under any circumstances?
No.
Can't afford him?
Nope. I think you have too many other pressing needs.
Because Lamar reworking his contract is for other people, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if they kept Likely, but like you just signed Andrews, and I didn't get that during the regular season. That was the only one where I'm going, well, did Likely say something to him, or did he make it known that he was going to be priced out, and they just said, hey, let's keep Andrews and make sure? Because there was somebody that was interviewing Likely, was it at the Super Bowl? It was somewhere, and then they were saying he made it sound like that he wasn't going to be back.
Okay.
Now, take that for what it's worth. It's just that's coming from a different source.
At Jimmy's, it may sound like he thinks he could come back, but he could just have been pandering.
We'll see. I mean, I just think it's a luxury to be paying 2 tight ends like that.
What are you looking forward to most for the baseball season? We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock, but on the other side, Sam Darnold ended up paying to play in Sunday's Super Bowl. We'll tell you why and how up next on The Fan.
Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
All right, guys, when you're watching the Caps game, pay attention to the McNugget Minute. That's the last minute of any regulation period, and McDonald's will hook you up if the Caps score there. When they score in the McNugget Minute, you get a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets next day with a $1 purchase in the McDonald's app. And when the Wizards win, you win too. You get a $2.50 Big Mac the next day in the app. All you have to do is watch when the Wizards win. Take advantage of it. Download the McDonald's app to redeem this deal. Offer valid at participating McDonald's. It's valid 1 time per day. So visit the McDonald's app for details. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
With us today is Dr. Scott Adams from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. And Dr. Adams, as our in-house game day injury expert, we were wondering if you could help our parents with their young future sports stars. Now, soreness is normal, but is there a way to explain how to know when that pain is something more?
Sure, bumps and bruises are clearly not a serious injury in sports, but something like swelling in the joint. I often tell patients that's the equivalent of the check engine light being on in the joint. This can sometimes mean that there's something more serious, such as a ligament injury, a bone injury in the knee, a meniscus injury. Oftentimes, this is more indicative of some kind of more structural problem. This is when you really should consider seeking out evaluation by an orthopedic doctor or primary care doctor to see if it is something more serious.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with a suspected orthopedic injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. We're ready to help.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Godsmack and Stone Temple Pilots bring the Rise of Rock World Tour 2026 with special guest Dorothy to Jiffy Lube Live on May 10th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 106.5 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will start reporting to Sarasota today, marking the unofficial start of the 2026 baseball season. Technically, the only ones that need to show today are those participating in the World Baseball Classic, of which there will be 10 birds playing for 7 different teams. Gunnar Henderson headlines that group. He'll suit up for Team USA and primarily play third base, a spot on the diamond he hasn't patrolled since his rookie year with the O's. Here's Gunnar on playing in the WBC and the plan for how much he'll play.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to be able to wear our country across our chest. But I was told we'll kind of rotate around, and then just whoever's swinging it the best at the time of whenever everything starts is who's going to start.
Some other Orioles playing in the WBC include Dean Kramer with Team Israel, Tyler O'Neill with Team Canada, and Enrique Bradfield Jr. with Team Panama. The tournament opens on March 5th and lasts through March 17th. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
What's poppin'? What's big, bad, and trending?
Sponsored by Jerry's Chevrolet and their exclusive benefits, including free service maintenance for 4 years or 48,000 miles. Visit Jerry's Chevrolet at the corner of Paring Parkway and Joppa Road or online at jerryschevrolet.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Some of you say, I would pay to play in a football game. Well, some people have to when they play in the state of California. Years ago, it may have been, 20-something years ago now, a friend of mine, Adisa Bakari, he's an agent to a lot of NFL players, big-time agent. I went on a recruiting trip to him, to the state of South Carolina, trying to recruit some players for basically his first class, Jeremy. And he was teaching me some of the rules of being an agent. And one of the things he mentioned to me was the jock tax. The jock tax, for those of you who are not familiar with that, is I play in Baltimore.
Oh, it's something totally different. I thought I would get
taxed for your job.
It.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have to pay it
for size.
Yeah,
no. I live in Baltimore. I have to pay Maryland state tax along with federal taxes, and I have to pay the taxes of each state that I play in for the amount of time that I'm in that state. It could be for training. You get to the Super Bowl early. All of that time is taxed. Yeah, so you get taxed more, not only the state that you live in or play in, but also the state that you are playing in at the time.
That's a weird thing about that, yeah.
Now, let's say I play for the Ravens. I live in Florida. Well, not Florida, that would be bad. A bad example. I live in Pennsylvania, but we played in New York. So I'm getting taxed 3 times. Well, Sam Darnold is a man who is going to pay for playing in the Super Bowl. According to Sportico reporter Kurt Badenhauser, the Golden State's notorious jock tax means Darnold will fork over more in taxes than he received in the Super Bowl bonus. California has the highest income tax of any state, and the Super Bowl means 8 duty days in California, which I was telling you. That's how long he was in California. Taxes hit your annual income comp, Badenhauser says. Super Bowl winners bonus $178,000 per player. Sam Darnold's estimated California taxes, $249K. That means he owes $71,000 to play in a Super Bowl game in California. Jeremy Kahn, before you tell me, not you, but people out there tell me, doesn't matter. They make a lot of money. That's ridiculous. You have to pay to play in a game.
It's silly. Like, even, again, it's about the money that people look at as, like, oh, you got plenty of money to burn. You look at what should happen accordingly and how you get taxed. Like, he should not lose money for playing in the Super Bowl.
Right.
You should. It's just like, that's ridiculous. And I know there's some weird things along the line that's going to come in. I still think taxes are the dumbest thing. Like, you sit here and they go, hey, go ahead and do all your work at home and tell us what you owe.
Right.
And then you do it and they go, no, that's wrong. Well, why didn't you just send me the damn bill?
Yeah.
Like,
You
tell me what
I owe.
Like, for the people that have to write stuff off, it's the most ridiculous thing that we go through on year to year. And he's going to get hit 3 different times. I mean, how pissed do you guys get when you go to an ATM and then you get charged from that ATM?
I'm so glad you did that.
The other one.
I'm so glad you did that because I wanted to relate it to people who make a regular income. You know what I mean? Let's say you make $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
All right. And you go someplace and you had to pay, I don't know, $40 for a meal. But the taxes, you got taxed for, you complain about it here. You got taxed for the liquor taxes, you got state taxes, you got Baltimore City taxes, you got all these taxes. Now, I could easily say you can afford it, but it's not about affordability. It's about principle. It's about being taken advantage of.
Yeah.
And this is being taken advantage of.
Like, I'm not trying to listen to these billionaires and millionaires that are in a different tax bracket, and you get hit if you get hit harder. Like, nowadays people are getting more breaks, but like you get hit harder. I don't have an issue with that. Like, again, I don't think everything's equal on that level, but right from wrong. He shouldn't be taxed 3 different times on the same damn thing.
He shouldn't be taxed so much where he owes more than he made.
Yeah.
That's what this is. Let's go. Let's take it. You made $70,000 last year, but your taxes are more than $70,000.
How about the dude that gets the $40,000 fine for an illegal hit in preseason football and doesn't make the team? Does he still have to pay that back? Like, I'm talking. Like, we see weird stuff all the time, and that's one of them. Like, we all can acknowledge price gouging in serious situations. Like you had the hurricane, and people are trying to sell bottles of water for $10 a pop and take advantage of people.
That's ridiculous.
This is taking advantage of a situation. It just doesn't make any sense.
And there's nothing you can do about it. You was in California 8 days. Why? Because that was the requirement.
Yeah, and then if you try to take money out of an ATM at a strip club, it's like $12, $13, or somebody told me that. Right, Joe? Oh, never mind. Maybe it wasn't Joe.
Well, people, the pushback is a lot of NFL players are saying, let's stop having the Super Bowl in California. No, really. That's what, and it's going to be in LA next year.
They've talked about doing neutral site AFC and NFC championships too.
Really?
Which I think is stupid. That's been brought up. I don't know that that's going to happen. It has been brought up and floated out there.
That's stupid. Why do you want a home field advantage? To have the AFC, NFC championship game in your state.
But I think they like the idea of making white collar money off of this and having people come here and doing that and selling these suites and trying to turn it into the event is the Super Bowl. The AFC and NFC championship, that's great. I love the fact that it's on a neutral field in the Super Bowl, but this shouldn't be. This is what you've earned all season long.
Isn't the Super Bowl the only one the championship is played on a neutral site?
I can't speak to soccer. I don't know about that. Basketball, no.
Hockey,
baseball, no. It's the only, but again,
colleges,
when you only have one game though that decides whether or not you're going home instead of a series, I think a neutral site is the best way to do it, though.
I'm not saying it's not the best way. I'm just acknowledging it's the only one that does it. I think because they want to make it a destination. You buy your Super Bowl tickets now for Los Angeles. I think that's why they do it. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Let's go to Ridgely. Get Ron. What's up, Ron?
Hey, so, I got your guys' thing with the taxes. I travel the country doing monster truck shows, and we have the same concept, right? I get taxed here in Maryland. The shows and the company's in Florida, so I don't get income tax there, but you get the concept. Mm-hmm. That $250 is on his annual salary. So the guy that wrote that article is being a little creative. $250K at a 12.3 tax rate's on $2 million, like $2 million. So It's 178 at 12%. They're like California's 3% higher than Maryland. It's still too much money.
Wait a minute. It's on his annual salary. His annual salary, he signed a $100 million contract.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. There's some creative financing with that because it's 12.3 is the highest income tax rate in California for income tax.
So I'm wondering how that works then. I feel stupid for saying this. In the postseason, how does your salary work then?
Yeah, see, this says specifically, Ron, is on his Super Bowl bonus.
Make any sense because you can't tax at a higher rate than whatever it is. I mean, and here's the thing. The bonus is going to get taxed in all the states. And I don't know what Seattle's tax rate is, but I'm assuming he's from California. He still lives in California. I don't know that.
Sam Darnold. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying if you are right, then that means the writer is lying because he specifically says that's on his bonus, not on his income.
Yeah, but I think maybe I'm getting the caller wrong. Is he saying he's getting taxed on all of that, and that ends up being more than what the bonus is because of the millions? I don't know how it works in the postseason. I feel stupid for saying this, but like, never even brought it up. Like, how does the pay structure work for guys in the postseason? If you're paid your money for the regular season, what's prorated in the postseason? What do you get paid for each game?
They have it. Is
it just a bonus?
Yeah, it's a bonus. It's a set fee.
Okay.
It's a set, like he knew what he was going to get for the Super. This is per player. There's a pot. This is what you get per round.
You know, it just seems like, like I always talk to Rob when games go into extra innings and he gets that bonus where he gets paid per inning afterwards.
No, I don't.
It adds up.
No, I don't.
And it really helps put him over the top. It actually puts him in another tax bracket when he works
extra innings.
Yeah, you told me guys.
I never told you I got paid extra innings.
You told me Kevin, Ben, Jim, Brett, they all got paid extra when you went to extra. No?
No, only time we get paid extra is traveling. You get a per diem.
You guys work for free? You just don't hang it up at the end of the ninth? Y'all paid me from the first to the ninth.
You see how he just like, folks, we're on camera. He makes stuff up.
I do not.
He makes things up.
I heard that somewhere.
This is king of embellishment. That's he is. No, it's not embellishing because I never said anything close.
He told me.
Anything that he said right now.
I heard it and I seen it.
What are you looking forward to most for the baseball season? That's at 7:30. And I want to do some more investigating on this article because if he said it's on the bonus, if it ain't on the bonus, you lied, dude. But on the other side, top 25 in college basketball. Big games last night, big games for the rest of the week. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens off-season with Kevin Ostreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lads start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advance tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp.
With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
It's the President's Month sale event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director at Hyundai, for a great sales experience. Celebrate with 0%, 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's, and make no payment until May 2026 on every new Hyundai. Banks are on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too will be a satisfied customer. Jones Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. They're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, so pop up and see old Kevin and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning. Heavy traffic in the city southbound 895. You're on the brakes, Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, super slow from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, no accidents. The Outer Loop, super slow from Bel Air Road to Providence. And then again, heavy traffic from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike. 295 southbound is slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
What's up, Joe? Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Uh-oh. Oh, I know what happened. The bathroom happened to Rob. We're going to talk about the top 25 in college basketball. And if you guys hadn't paid attention tonight, there's a couple of just phenomenal games. And I think there's even some games that people aren't going to look at. And I was telling Rob, I know I was out with a bunch of North Carolina fans on Saturday as they upset Duke. This is the spot where UNC gets got. I think Miami beats them today.
You know you mean business when you got to take your jacket off, bro.
Oh. You don't get totally undressed like I do? That's why I'm late coming back sometimes. I take everything off.
Take the jacket off, man.
And I leave the door open. I make new friends that way.
I listen matches. Top 25 matchups, man. Last night, you missed it. At Arizona-Kansas game, top 10 matchup. Kansas won because they were at home. Home field advantage, home court advantage meant everything last night. I don't know if you talked about that in the 2 minutes.
Yeah, they were 23. No, I was making fun of you most of the time and then talking about how I think Miami's going to lose. But
you know they're undefeated on Big Monday at home?
Who, Kansas?
Kansas.
Doesn't surprise me.
Undefeated at home on Big Monday.
I think you got to throw away last year when you look at Kansas because, if you're like me and you followed college basketball, especially if you're betting on it, you were like, Kansas at home is a lock for so long. And in the past 2 years, you're going, God, they suck on the road. And then they started losing at home, and you're going, well, wait a minute. Does Bill Self want to do this anymore? And then all of a sudden they come back this year, and I thought the writing was on the wall last night. That was my top play, seeing Arizona go down. But Arizona's loaded, man. They were 23-0 coming in this game. They beat a lot of good teams.
Most underrated team in the country right now, St. John's.
You think so?
Most underrated team in the country. They were 22nd when they beat UConn. They're now 17th. They should have been higher than 17th when they beat UConn, in my opinion. I think this is a team, at least an Elite 8 team. It's a top 10 team in the country. I understand why they're not in the rankings top 10 in the country, don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. But if you watch them, there aren't 10 teams better than them in the country. I think they're better than Nebraska. They're better than Illinois. They might be better than Michigan State.
Okay. I'm glad you stopped there. Because I think when you start getting
I don't know about Kansas and Iowa State.
Going to get Kansas.
I know they beat UConn.
But UConn
I would love to see them play UConn at UConn.
Yeah. I mean, that was at MSG, though. So, like, again,
that's why I said I'd love to see them play UConn at UConn.
Yeah, so, like, playing in Madison Square Garden, I don't know how much advantage there is to either team because UConn makes it feel like that's a home game for them.
They do, don't they? My gosh, they got a lot of fans there.
You know who I think is undervalued?
Ooh.
It's the number 2 team in the country, Michigan. Michigan, if you play them and you aren't good, they let you know how not good you are.
But let me ask you this then. Are they better than Arizona?
I would like to find out.
You might.
I would like to.
You might.
Yeah.
Can I tell you who I think one of the most overrated teams in the country, but I don't know where I'd put them?
Is it Houston?
Yes.
Houston.
Why did you think Houston?
Because you heard Kelvin Sampson come out and he was like, well, we can't afford the way that things are going in college is we don't have the same amount of.
Stop poor mouthing.
Yeah. Get out of here, man. You're going to cheat anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're going to cheat when you're allowed to cheat. This is a situation though where now I'm blanking on the kid's name. They have a top 5 draft pick on their team, the shooting guard there, but they need him to just go off in each game. They need him to be that guy every single week. Their defense is going to be there.
Fleming's?
Yes.
Okay.
The defense is going to be there. But they have, it's funny to me because each week you see him show up defensively, and then if you look at the numbers throughout the year, you'll see how great they are.
I like Emmanuel Sharp too, though.
But look at where they rank as far as offensively. We've talked about there's 365 teams in college hoops, and they're in the 300s or the high 200s now as far as offense goes. When you play a specific style like that, you run into the wrong matchup in the wrong place, and all of a sudden, before you know it, like we've seen before, Houston's going home.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. It's going to be really, really good. Give me a team who, other than Duke, who scares you in the ACC?
In the ACC, yes. I don't think people are talking enough about Miami. They're not ranked right now, but they're 18-5. Whereas North Carolina is what? I think is it 19-4 or 19-5 or something like that?
19-4. They moved up 3 spots after beating Duke.
Yeah. So I think too, like when you're looking at the teams up top, and I don't know about Iowa State because I think they're another one of those teams that's built for the regular season.
I think Texas Tech is too.
Yeah. And you know what? I hope Nebraska's for real because I like watching them play. And you got a big one tonight. They play Purdue. That's like a pick'em game or 1.5 points. But in that grouping there, I want to see St. Louis keep going. Like I love watching them play. I just don't know if they're on the level of some of these other teams. But in the ACC, I'm not buying Clemson. I think North Carolina's good. They also have a top 5 pick, maybe even the number 1 overall pick when all's said and done on their team.
I think Virginia's getting too much love. And I know my boy Terrence is listening right now. They've won 9 out of the last 10, and they do have that win against North Carolina. But other than that, they've beaten NC State, who last night they answered the question why they're not top 25 of me. They beat Cal. Cal is 17-7, but they're 5-6 in the conference. They beat Stanford. Stanford's a bad team. They beat SMU, who's a 500 team. They beat Notre Dame, who's horrible. They beat BC, who's horrible. They beat Pitt, who's horrible. They beat Syracuse. Syracuse is not horrible, but they're not great. They're 4-7 in the conference. And I mean, they're not beating anybody. They're getting that love for winning 9 out of 10, but who'd you beat other than North Carolina?
Exactly. And again, like going back to this, when you brought up, it was Kingston Flemings. You said Flemings. He's their point guard. Kid's outrageous. He's going to be a top 5 pick, along with the likes of, we talked about Caleb Wilson. I just think looking at it the way that it sets up now, it's going to be, and we keep saying this year after year, there's like, maybe we're giving too much love to some of these other teams. Maybe it is just Arizona, UConn, and who else were we just talking about up top? Who's the other team? I'm just blanking on. Anyway, if
Arizona,
you're talking
UConn.
Who are we just talking about?
Michigan.
Michigan. Yeah, Michigan's the team I've heard. Maybe it is just a group like that that's going to eventually get there, but I think it's wider. I think in any given day,
think Duke's there.
You can go, you can go like 12 or 13 deep. So if the Sweet 16, if things match up the way that they should at the end of the year and we see the right teams winning, I think this could be one of those Sweet 16s where we're going, damn, there's a lot of high seeds here, or low seeds, depending on how you look at it.
Ken McCusick joins us in studio at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, baseball season is around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report today. What are you looking forward to the most from baseball? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
We're talking baseball on the Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles' 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on the Fan's YouTube channel.
Redfin is giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-been-done-before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search, presented by Rocket, and it kicked off today. The house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely, download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th. Let me check. What's today's date? Oh, it's February 10th at 8 p.m. tonight. To find your new home. No purchase necessary. 50 USDC. Must be age of majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service for a full synthetic oil change for just $74.99. Plus, earn $7 toward your next service with Duramax dollars. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer ends February 28th. See store for details.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Love behind the wheel at Bob Bell Kia. Valentine's Day savings all month long. Get a sweet deal on one of 6 amazing models priced under $30K. No credit or challenge credit? No problem. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. Valentine's Day is coming up, of course. So make your reservations now at the Mount Washington Tavern. It's a great place to spend that holiday. You won't regret it. But if it's not that, it doesn't matter. Whether you're catching the big game, which is coming up, enjoying happy hour, grabbing lunch, whatever, the Tavern's got you covered. And of course, at the end of the month on the 25th, don't miss Kentucky Nights Bourbon Tasting. Again, that's February 25th, and it benefits the Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. And you still can't beat the Monte Cristo waffle sandwich. Honey smoked ham, bacon, fried egg on a waffle, dipped in French toast batter. And of course, if you like seafood, you like oysters in particular, they're flown in daily from Prince Edward Island and Cape Cod. I'm a big fan. They have a great selection always. Just a lot of great things on the menu. Great cocktails and an outstanding staff, which is really the reason I go there. They're just really good people. Been going to the tavern for 25 years. Continue to do so. I recommend you do the same. And when you're there, please say hello to Rob, Dave, and Buck. The Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning. Heavy traffic in the city southbound 895. You're on the brakes, Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, super slow from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, no accidents. The Outer Loop, super slow from Bel Air Road to Providence. And then again, heavy traffic from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike. 295 southbound is slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The 2026 baseball season unofficially begins today as players start reporting to their respective spring training sites. As for your Orioles, today will hopefully be the start of a resurgence as the Birds look to bounce back from a down 2025. First-year skipper Craig Albernaz is tasked with resurrecting a talented but sometimes underachieving squad. Here's Albie sharing some thoughts on the excitement around his first season as a big league manager.
That's the beauty of me coming in year one, fresh eyes, and something I always say, our guys have put in a ton of work in the offseason and they've made changes. They're trying to get better, so I want to see where they're at and kind of go from there. Hopefully we have competition all over the field. That's a good thing. It means our guys are competing and getting better.
In other O's news, yesterday the team officially opened a brand new player development center right next to Ed Smith Stadium. The roughly $21 million complex houses nearly 16,000 square feet of covered batting cages, as well as 10,000 square feet of covered bullpen mounds and a state-of-the-art biomechanics lab. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the big new Lux Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery with 50 chances to win on each ticket and a huge instant top prize of $5 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I was a fool to ever leave your side.
It's about Peaches and Herb on. I called 92Q, had them play this song and dedicate to Jeremy when 105.7 The Fan hired me.
Yeah. Jamming B Moore's best hits in the community.
That's right.
Now we are. What do you got to say about that? I mean, we got to cut it off or else we got to pay them. Oh, man.
In the community. What are you looking forward to the most with baseball this season, Jeremy?
I mean, from a local perspective, it's I want to see Trevor Rogers again. I think if he looks anything like last year, I don't think people realize how much of a bolt that is to them. Like, he was the best pitcher in baseball when he pitched last year. Didn't give up more than 2 runs. Somebody said if his ERA doubles this year, he's still in the mid-3s, which is amazing. So, like, from a local standpoint, I want to see that, and I'll just be brutally honest. I want to see Basayo for a full season, man. I want to see if everything I've heard about him, read about him, talking to people that have watched him play, the type of player he can be, if he amounts to what everyone's saying. On a national level, what I want to see, I just want to see anyone and everyone beat the Dodgers. That's all I want to see. I hate that team now.
Really?
I hate them with a passion. I hate that they found a loophole. They're spending all this money. And then it's funny that other fans are going to go, oh, you guys could spend the same. No, they can't. It's different. There are levels to this. If you have $3 billion, you are very wealthy. If you have $40 billion, that guy don't mean crap to you. You know what I mean? Like, again, there's different levels of this, of how much money you can put in escrow. And the fact that the Dodgers were able to do what they are paying Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani a combined $3 million this year.
And that's the key. It's escrow. For those of you that are thinking, well, they only paid them $2 million this year, that mean they're saving money. No, they're not. It's all about the luxury taxes. They're trying to avoid that. Whatever that contract is for, that's how much money has to go in escrow. Mm-hmm. If I sign you for $400 million, then I have X amount of time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's 48 hours. Don't quote me on that.
I'm not sure.
To put that money in escrow. That's why sometimes when you hear the deal is pending or they're working on a deal, that money has to be in escrow before that deal is finalized. So the Dodgers aren't paying them a little bit of money the first and second year to save money on the contract. They're doing it to save money on the luxury taxes. What am I looking forward to the most in baseball this year? I can't lie to you, man. Kyle Bradish. Kyle Bradish is going to be a top 5 Cy Young candidate for the American League this year.
That's a bad man.
Top 5. My buddy Zach will tell you this. When Kyle Bradish first came up to the Orioles, I remember walking around the clubhouse, and Zach would always ask me, this back when they were struggling badly, who you like? said, man, it's hard to say. You know, I like my boy Kramer. Yeah, I know you like Kramer. I said, yeah, but it's just one dude. He walks around, a little weird walk, kind of all shoulders, and he got this John Wayne look about him. He said, who? I said, his name is Bradish. I think the dude is the real deal. I like his stuff. I like his attitude. He just has that John Wayne, I'm here, Mary Franklin walk about him. He was traded for a man and became the man that we thought the man would be.
Fair.
He was traded for Dylan Bundy. And he became what we thought Dylan Bundy would be. His first year, he had an ERA of 4.90 and 23 starts, but I didn't care. I thought he was the business, Jeremy. I thought the man was the business. And all he did after that was come back and every year have just as many, if not more, strikeouts than innings pitched. I think he is going to be a top 5 Cy Young Award candidate in 2026.
I've already made up my mind. If we get a game where the Blue Jays are playing the Orioles in Camden Yards and it's Kyle Bradish versus Dylan Cease, I'm going out there to judge who has the best slider in baseball because I think it's down to those two cats.
It might be. I tell you the story about the spin, about the grip. Okay. True story.
True story.
We're at the Trop. This was right before we went on the DL with the Tommy John surgery, 24. I'm in a camera well. And naturally, it's not packed. I'm not lying to you. I could hear the yeah.
Does it make you worry about blisters, though?
It made me worry about everything.
Yeah. Whew.
That's what you heard when he threw the ball. I kind of looked at the dugout. I can't remember what player I made eye contact with. And he just looked at me like this, Jeremy. No, this is here, yes. Yeah, That's what you're hearing.
That's that business.
You heard every time he threw the ball.
Just crazy, man, how good he is.
And I'm like, what kind of torque is on your arm? 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
And listen, for those of you to think you're going to tell these guys to outlaw that and don't do the spin velocity, I want you to go outside, throw a baseball, and make it do crazy things and tell me that's not addictive. You remember the first time you threw your curveball?
No, well,
I do.
I never got into curveball because I stopped pitching like once I got into high school.
I remember the first time I threw a curveball. I mean, you weren't telling me I wasn't throwing another curveball because it would hurt my arm. Screw you. Did you see what that ball just did? That's the equalizer. I'm throwing it. You're not telling me. If you tell Kyle Bradish, Kyle, look, man, you better save your arm. Don't throw it with that much torque. What are you kidding? What? That's the difference of me being another pitcher and me making ridiculous money in a couple of years when I become a free agent. You don't tell me that I'm not throwing that pitch. You can't save me from myself. Kyle Bradish becomes a free agent in 2029. He's going to keep throwing that pitch.
Yeah, again, like going back to it, it's funny because when you asked me that question, I'm like, oh, when did I stop playing? I was a basketball player. I'm the black sheep of my family, so everybody wanted me to play baseball. I think that's why I stopped playing because everybody was like, oh, why don't you play baseball? Nah, I got my own thing.
Man, I remember making that thing jump. I'm like, hey, man, I'm going to throw this. You might hurt your arm. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, and
I'm going to get you out.
That pitch is, I mean, it's nasty. And again, if the arm holds up, which I think some people have more concerns than I do. I think it's just because it's happened so soon, you're worried about it. I always bring up Manny Machado where people are like, oh my God, he gets hurt all the time. Is he ever going to be able to, play a full season? And all he's done since people said that is play a full season every year.
He's one of the most reliable players in the game over the last decade almost. Let's go to Mike in Baltimore. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Man, why you selling it all down?
Oh, I'm all right,
ain't got time for your bad moods, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, just to
let's
let you know, we went down to Mount Zion last night and bounced back.
Oh, yeah, great. That's all right, man. Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to the warm weather, basically. I can't wait. But, I'm looking forward to seeing this lineup, seeing how they're going to mesh offensively. And like I said, and seeing Basayo for a whole season.
Yeah, me too.
I'm more intrigued by our offensive lineup than the pitching.
Yeah, I'm intrigued too by the offensive lineup just because of the amount of things that they can do with the lineup. I said almost a decade. Jeremy Kahn, Manny Machado has played 150 or more games every year except 9 out of the last 11 years. You can't count 2020 because that was the year they only played 60. So can you actually count that? He played in every game.
Yeah.
Okay. So, 2023, he played in 138. That's the only time he played in less than 90% of the games?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, that's
because, again, the 2 years are he played in 2023, he played 138. He played 162 that year, so that's a low amount for him. And then in 2020, he played in 60. They only played in 60 that year. He played in all of them. So he's been one of the most reliable players in the game for over a decade, even after, 2 knee surgeries in 3 years?
I mean, that's why, again, you can't overlook it or ignore it, the injuries, but sometimes I think we get caught up in it. Adley's had back-to-back subpar years. Some of it's injury-related. Maybe you're pressing, who knows? But there are people that just wanted to get rid of him for anything last year.
Yeah.
What happens if he comes back and puts up an all-star type performance or anything even close to that?
Y'all must have forgot.
Yeah.
Daryl in Baltimore.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, just got one question, and then I got something to ask Rob something. Zach Gillen.
Mm-hmm.
You think the Orioles are going to sign him, or are they close to trying to make a deal with him?
I don't know. I mean, he was the next guy on the list. Look, you can look at it in a bunch of different ways. He had been one of the best pitchers in baseball for about 7 years, I think, including finishing in the top 5 in some Cy Young voting. Last year was, and again, his numbers look bad because he had some really bad starts, but everything was inflated. The ERA, the WHIP, and still, if you look at him as a whole over the past, 6 years, 7 years, whatever it was, his numbers are still better than Framber's. He has a better WHIP, but if you sign him, you're giving up your 3rd-round draft pick, so I would assume if you're signing him, you want him for more than a year.
Yeah.
But I think some of us would prefer him for a year, right, to see if he can do it.
Right. Hey, Rob.
Sure.
Hey, man, look, you're killing me, man. You're killing me, dog. I went to Rosedale last night because the schedule said you had a home game.
The snow, man, is tearing us up. We are home tonight at 6 and Thursday at 7. We had to move some things around because of the snow. We switched home and homes with Mount Zion because we could get on our campus last week, but they couldn't. So we played at our place last week and their place last night.
Oh, okay.
Home
Home
tonight at 6, Thursday at 7.
Okay. Hey, look. Oh, yeah, and look, don't send Big Red out for me. I haven't forgot about your lunch.
I got it. Hey, we're all going together, so we got to plan it out. Because I think I'm buying him lunch, and you're just coming along.
410-583-1057. Kim McCusick at 8. World of Stupid up next.
Yeah, we're going to get into an interesting, this is like straight out of the movie Heat. Armed robbers attack cash and transit van on a highway in southern Italy. Just broke down with automatic weapons out there. It's a crazy scene. We're going to talk about that. There's video of it. We're also going to get into, what some people are giving out for Valentine's Day to get revenge on their exes. And it's not what you think. And we always talk about this. Dangerous animals out there. Yeah, man, don't be messing with kangaroos. They're nothing to play with. They're nothing to play with.
They're boxers.
And I'm going to tell you exactly what happened to someone that got close to one. And no bueno. We do that next in the World of Stupid.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens off-season with Kevin Oestreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lads start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. All right, well, the Seahawks and Patriots were long shots before the season to get to the Super Bowl, and yet that's where they ended up. In the NFL, though, we all know how this works. Each season is different, and it's all about fixing those issues, especially New England, if they want to get back to the same place next year. I'm Nick Ashew.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
The law offices of Michael A. Friedman. Visit maflaw.com.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman from my law firm and friends at the winning team at the law offices of Michael A. Friedman. They've been serving the community for over 40 years. Give them a call today, 410-363-6848, or visit maflaw.com for a free consultation, and make sure to tell them Ken Wyman sent you.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
Want a great deal to upgrade your heating system? Go with Petro for the latest energy-efficient technology, plus easy financing, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life. We were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow from past the 895 split through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound just past exit 52, that's 295. An accident has the left shoulder blocked, backing you up there. The inner loop of the Beltway, just before exit 18, that's Liberty Road. An accident has 2 left lanes and the left shoulder block, backs you up to Baltimore National Pike. Also, the inner loop slow Greenspring to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, pretty solid from Bel Air Road to Providence, and then again from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 295 southbound, slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's start it off with a very beautiful animal, kangaroos.
Yes,
the roos.
they are.
By the way, everything in Australia is dangerous.
I used to wear their sneakers.
Roos?
Kangaroos, yeah.
We couldn't afford them. Here we go. A retiree is lucky to be alive after a terrifying encounter with a kangaroo while trying to rescue his dog. Look, I give him points for trying to rescue the dog, first off, because the kangaroo's got my dog. I'm getting messed up. But he's going to eat at least a 1-2. Maybe I'm coming in and just drop kicking him like I'm the Rock and Roll Express or something.
Oh, man. I haven't heard that reference in a long time, bro.
Lost my long hair. He suffered horrific injuries, including deep stomach and back wounds, a hole in his ass, they said, when he was pinned to the ground and viciously mauled at a property near Yaya in Victoria's northeast. He and a mate had been enjoying a few beers in the shed when they heard a commotion, which turned out to be a kangaroo trying to drown his 7-year-old dog in a nearby dam. I changed my mind on this. Hats off to this dude for getting messed up trying to save his dog, because I'd be the same dumbass. It goes in order. Like my kids, my wife, my pets. Those are the ones. That's what I'm protecting at all costs. It doesn't matter. And here's what he said happened and how it all went down. The massive marsupial turned on him when he intervened by hitting it with a stick. He's come out of the water like a bloody rocket. He headbutted me in the face. Then he punched the crap out of me. We hit heads when I stood up to run away. He's given me what I would describe as a flying roundhouse kick to the back. He jumped on me, and his gremlin hands have grabbed my head and booted the crap out of me. That's what he called him. He was growling the whole time. You want to see a picture of... Here, I don't know if that plays. Can you see it? Oh, yeah, he's all cut up and busted up.
He was growling?
Yeah. He said this is the second best... Came off second best in his frightening encounter with the kangaroo. The relentless attack finally ended when his friend hit the kangaroo in the head with a shovel. What is going on here? Is this Kangaroo Jack 2? Are they filming it? What the hell? It was really quick, a lot of injuries. It probably went on for about 25 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. If I hadn't rolled onto my stomach, I felt like it would have been way worse and died. I've talked about this. Look, people want to look at the different crocodiles and bats and snakes and all the things that you have. Everything will kill you. The damn koala bears have chlamydia. That's true, too. You can look that stuff up. They have chlamydia? Yeah, they pass it on to each other. But no, like I talked about cassowaries, the bird that if you get near them, I mean, these are damn dinosaurs, man. They have these talons that will slice open your stomach, and they will attack you. Australia is dangerous as hell. Yeah, people go there all the time. How about this? Armed robbers in Italy attempted to pull off an insane daytime heist on an armored vehicle in the middle of the highway. The video of this is just insane, watching these guys pull up. We get movies about this all the time, and you always wonder how often it happens. But they basically blocked down the road. Imagine 4 cars turning around on 95 and just stopped, slowing down all the traffic. There's nowhere to get by, and masked gunmen come out and just start going nuts. It looked like, what was it, the scene in Sicario where they're going through, passing the border, and you got all those cars there, and the guys get out and just start gunning everyone down. This looked like some advanced level heist at first. It turns out they're just average Joes. These were just normal guys that got their hands on explosives and assault rifles. They thought they were going to have like a heist like the Louvre did, but they were wildly amateur. And of course, 40 seconds in, you can watch the whole thing. It's online. I retweeted it if you want to see it at JCon Sports. Let me get to this last story because we are running out of time. I think this is kind of interesting. Roaches, rat, and cat poop. That's how singles are getting savage revenge on their exes for Valentine's Day.
Whoa.
Love may be in the air this Valentine's Day, but across New York City and beyond, so is revenge. Fed up with ghosters, cheaters, and situationships that went nowhere fast, scorned singles are swapping roses for roaches, candlelit dinners for spiritual cleanses, and sweet nothings for some seriously savage payback. From naming insects after their exes to cutting cords, heartbreak has officially gone feral and oddly charitable. This is another one of those things where I've seen people, like, you realize somebody else has access to something you have, whether it's a shared account or something, and then you break up and you delete that stuff. I mean, that's pretty basic.
Right.
I don't know that I'm sending anyone poo or dead rats or whatever. I mean, hats off to you. I don't want to waste my money and my time on anyone else.
My hat off to you.
Yeah.
That's insane. Just move on.
Feeling extra dramatic? The zoo ups the ante with a $35 Valentine's virtual encounter where donors can meet a roach and a surprise animal guest live with zoo experts. So you can name roaches or name your exes or name roaches after your exes, if I could say it right. And there's all kinds of stuff going on. You can go online and see it. I'll retweet this in case anybody wants to send a rat or something to an ex. That's your world of stupid.
Thank you very much. 410-583-1057. Shovels at 8:30. But on the other side, Kim Cusick joins us in studio on The Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Raised with the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser Demolition Derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work.
For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey guys, it's Brew, and last year was a big year for me. Ran my first marathon. Well, we're not stopping there. I'm doing my first Ironman later this year with the help from Factor Meals. Factor Meals helps you eat like a pro so you can perform at your best every day. Well, Factor makes it easy for you to stay on track. Their chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals can be ordered right now from your phone and are ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Factor's high-protein, nutrient-packed meals make it easy to stay on your game every day. Because remember, what you put in shapes what you get out. Unlock nutrition that powers your ambition at factormeals.com. Get Factor and eat like a pro.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
Comedian Stavros Halkias brings the Dreamboat Tour to the Lyric Baltimore on April 25th for 2 shows, 7 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. A Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at lyricbaltimore.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will start reporting to Sarasota today, marking the unofficial start of the 2026 baseball season. Technically, the only ones that need to show today are those participating in the World Baseball Classic, of which there will be 10 birds playing for 7 different teams. Gunnar Henderson headlines that group. He'll suit up for Team USA and primarily play third base, a spot on the diamond he hasn't patrolled since his rookie year with the O's. Here's Gunnar on playing in the WBC and the plan for how much he'll play.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to wear our country across our chest. But I was told we'll kind of rotate around, and then just whoever's swinging it the best at the time of whenever everything starts is who's going to start.
Some other Orioles playing in the WBC include Dean Kramer with Team Israel, Tyler O'Neill with Team Canada, and Enrique Bradfield Jr. with Team Panama. The tournament opens on March 5th and lasts through March 17th. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It's Tuesday, in case you didn't know it. And you know what Tuesday means. It means Ken McCusick joins us from FilmStudyBaltimore.com. What's up, Ken?
Hey, Rob. How's it going?
Doing well. How's life, man?
Couldn't be better.
Couldn't be better. I think he's lying, Jeremy. It could be better.
Yeah.
Just don't want to say it could be better.
Didn't want to tell you the reasons why it could be better.
Ken, let me ask you this. How much of the Super Bowl did you fall asleep on?
It was an entertaining game there into the second half. I thought that we had something to look at, but boy, the offensive frustration of that game for the New England Patriots was really something to either enjoy and revel in the fact that they didn't win another Super Bowl, or really be despondent about it being a bad football game.
Maybe Jeremy would tell you I am. Maybe I'm a bad person for this.
Yes.
But I don't get all warm and fuzzy because Mike McDonald won the Super Bowl. I don't care.
Here's what I care about.
Ken, I'm in the same boat as you. He's just being weird. I want him to win. So.
I care to the extent it affects the Ravens. And if the Ravens are known as a team that can groom and make other coaches hireable and win Super Bowls, that's great. That's a good thing for the Ravens. And the people who are using this as an extra opportunity to put their cleat into the departed John Harbaugh's face or other body part, I mean, it's just not necessary. It's what you aspire to as a head coach.
Why would this be a cleat in John Harbaugh?
Because they again made the mistake. We go back to 2 years ago.
Stop it.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I said this. There's nobody that wanted Harbaugh gone more than me. I was not a fan of his the entire time here. But after you get to the AFC Championship, you can't fire your coach and go with a defensive coordinator that's never been a head coach in the league. And again, you don't know what he's going to be. And I wanted Mike McDonald to stay, but there was no way to do it.
Right. There's also a lot of revisionism about, and I've just read some online this morning again about people saying, he hasn't had anything to do with the 2019 to 25 greatness of the teams. Now, 25 wasn't a great team, obviously, but 2019 to 24, I mean, they were the dominant team in football despite not having playoff success. And he deserves some of the credit for that. And Lamar certainly deserves more credit for it, but it's still it'd be foolish to say he deserved no credit.
So, Ken, to look at it, I know one of the things that we need to talk about are the 2026 needs for this Ravens team in the draft, something clearly to focus in on. Where do you stand? I've seen a lot of mocks, and it's the way it's going to be is you're going to see them taking a lot of pass rushers, and you might even see them taking some linemen where they're drafting. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think one thing with the Ravens that you always have to look for is when a great player falls into their lap at a position that is not of need, and they take him anyway. That's the Ravens doing their damn best. The draft is not just for next year. The draft is for the next 5 years, basically, for your number one pick. And when they drafted Kyle Hamilton, they didn't need a safety. But yeah, they need a safety now. They need that safety now.
Again, I go back to best player available where people argue it. Yeah. When you're doing that, I think you're setting yourself up for success in the future.
Yep.
Ken McCusick joins us, filmstudybaltimore.com. We don't expect them to draft a quarterback this year, but will Tyler Huntley be back as the backup quarterback to Lamar Jackson next year?
I think that would be probably the team's first choice, and he may price himself out of Baltimore with the 2 games he won last year. So, that's exactly what you want for your backup quarterback is come in, go 2-0. Cooper Rush is exactly the antithesis of that, unfortunately. He won't be back, but Tyler, I think they'll try. If it's $2 or $3 million, then it makes sense. If it's more than that, then I think they go ahead and they go cheap in the draft.
And looking at the draft as well, we've talked about this earlier where the NFL's talking about expanding to where you can trade picks 5 years down the line, which I said they need to protect teams from it. I don't think the Ravens have anything to worry about there. But would this be one of those years where maybe they would move up, or do you think they just covet draft picks too much that they stay where they're at?
I think they're more likely to move down. I think the possibilities, they won't move up for anybody. I don't believe it's first of all, it's too damn expensive. Mm-hmm. It's if you look at how much of their remaining draft capital they'd have to trade to move up like 4 picks or something like that. It's a enormous percentage of what they have. So I don't see them doing that kind of thing. I don't see them trading for a future pick to get it. I do see them like doing something that would be completely unexpected, like drafting yet another safety if Caleb Downs were to drop to them, for example. I think that's possible. I think that there's be certain players in the top 10 that I'll root for. I think this could be a year where they surprise people and draft a guard/tackle at 14. They could even draft a pure guard at 14, but more likely a guard tackle.
So obviously, if Linderbaum doesn't come back, I don't know what your feelings are on that one way or the other. The draft, something where they address that as far as grabbing a center to start, or do you think they need to go find a vet somewhere?
I don't think they'll go center in the first round because they've learned their lesson, I hope, from this last time that you lose a lot of the market frictions 5 years later that are considerable. And they're going to lose Linderbaum over the fact that the salary cap and the franchise tag and the 5th-year option work the way they do. And I don't really see a lot of hope that they'll sign Linderbaum, honestly. And if they did, they'd probably have to overpay to do it because Linderbaum and his agent are perfectly aware that there is a market for him. And I think outside of Baltimore, it's probably going to be a less efficient market about understanding what his limitations are as a pass rusher.
Yeah, Ken McCusick joins us, filmstudybaltimore.com. Ken, I may be in the minority on this, but I don't feel like you have another bell cow running back outside of 30-plus-year-old Derrick Henry. I don't see Keaton Mitchell as being that guy. I don't think anybody sees Hill as being that guy. What are the Ravens going to do with that situation?
Yeah, so it'd been interesting if it had happened this last year. If Derrick got hurt, who would have done it? And I think that Rasheen Ali probably might have had the most carries on the team during the games where Henry was out. It's a weird situation, but I do agree. I think it's getting younger at running back is probably a good idea right now. The Keaton Mitchell situation is a difficult one because they have to tender him, and that might be too much for them to really want to do it. But the tender is non-guaranteed, so they can back out on it later. So they have some options. I think they're going to try and get Keaton Mitchell back, but I think Hill is cut for cap space. And then probably it'll be a day 3 running back. But again, it'll be a case of if there's a value guy who drops, then maybe you take him.
Do you like the youth movement with the coaching staff, or do you feel like they need to bring in some older guys?
Yeah, no, I love it. First of all, youth and players, you know how much I'm on that.
Yeah.
Your organization is in the hands of your young players. But in terms of coaching, I think it's the way you build a quality coaching staff is you build coaching trees by having younger guys who then go on to other jobs, and that's a good thing. I think the fact that Harbaugh was able to do that is one of the things that allowed him to continually hire good people. And then they had the big exodus of 3 defensive coaches who left after the 23 season who all went on to DC or HC jobs.
Yeah, I mean, it's I like the youth movement personally in coaching. With the Ravens, I like not so much as a blanket, but I like it what they're doing because it seems like he's doing it with a purpose. And the purpose not just to get younger, but the purpose is to fulfill his philosophy. Now, what I don't know what they're going to do is at the tight end position. I have no idea where they're going with that. Jeremy and I were just talking about likely. Yeah. I'll have you bring that conversation to the air for all the Ravens fans out there who have the same question as me. Kim McCusick, Film Study Baltimore, right here on the Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens off-season with Kevin Ostreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lad start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advance tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and get your first month free. Just $1 down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, February 13th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027. Do you know a Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is slow from past the 895 split through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound just past exit 52, that's 295. An accident has the left shoulder blocked, backing you up there. The inner loop of the Beltway, just before exit 18, that's Liberty Road. An accident has 2 left lanes and the left shoulder block, backs you up to Baltimore National Pike. Also, the inner loop slow Greenspring to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes, pretty solid from Bel Air Road to Providence. And then again from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 295 southbound, slow 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see the Big Bad Morning Show on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, in with us from FilmStudyBaltimore.com. He is Ken McCusick. Ken, what are we going to do at this tight end position, man?
So, going back, they allowed all the tight end contracts to expire at one time. Mark Andrews, they signed during the season, so they got one piece of it done. Mark is coming off his worst year as a pro with 6.0 yards per target. Abysmal fall off in production that kind of has gone under the radar. And you know, Kolar people would like back. Likely people would like back. I think they probably lose both of them. Maybe they keep Kolar. I don't see room for Likely as well on the roster. And then we don't really know with the coaching staff yet whether they're going to really embrace having a fullback, but I think it's likely Patrick Ricard will be back as an inline tight end to replace some of the blocking that Kolar did, even if he's not back as a fullback. So I think Ricard is a guy who's easy to keep and not too expensive. The problem would be there's maybe now with Harbaugh out there, there's a little bit more competition for his services.
Okay. It's interesting, though, like to think, because we were talking about tight ends before you even walked in, Rob, about, you know, can they keep Likely? Which direction would they go in? But one of the things that you and I talked about, they're so good in the draft. Like, do you really worry about that? I mean, they have drafted some of the best tight ends in this league.
I'm not worried about it. On the 3 occasions where actually I think there's 4 occasions where they drafted 2 tight ends, but on 3 of them at least, with Hurst and then Andrews, Kolar and then Likely, and Dixon and then Pitta, the second pick at tight end was the really big one that hit. And so I think that, you know, they could draft 2 tight ends again this year. I wouldn't have a problem with it, especially given the number of picks they have. But there is a lot of competition for that total draft capital, so I'd expect them to be later picks.
410-583-1057. You want to get in and talk to Ken McCusick. Cornerback position. Humphrey, a little long in the tooth. Still productive at times, but you need to make a change there. Am I right?
I agree. I mean, I think that Marlon, the best chance for him to stay a Raven is basically to take an incentive-laden pay cut, which they may or may not have approached him about already. They told him, he asked Eric DeCosta what's his chance of being back, and DeCosta gave him a percentage, and he said, I like my chances kind of thing. Oh, that's good. But I think that the ideal situation would be move him to safety, gives the team a lot of flexibility. And by the way, I think there's more than a 50% chance Humphrey starts camp at least expecting to be a safety this next year. And I think there's also more than a 50% chance, given that happens, that he goes back and plays cornerback at some point for the Ravens this next year. Because it's going to be like the Jimmy Smith situation where, you know, you exhaust other options because of injury, and you all of a sudden then have Marlon Humphrey as your starting corner on one side or another.
What's the wide receiver core going to look like next year?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, they got guys right now who presumably could be good enough to do the job. Walker, I think, could have a bigger role. You've got Bateman, who could come back to have a season. He's a very dyadic career, up and down, 1 year up, 1 year down kind of thing. So he's due for an up year after this last year. But 2 years ago, you know, he had 10.5 yards per target, which is the all-time record for a Ravens receiver. He had the highest percentage of touchdown catches by any receiver in team history. So, you know, I would think he has a chance to be back. Certainly has a great contract. And Flowers, they have to decide on the 5th-year option. It's very expensive at $28 million. And I think the alternative to that would be they draft a wide receiver probably in round 1 this year. So it'd be one of the dark horse positions where they might take someone at 14 or take someone after a trade back.
Ken McCusick, Film Study Baltimore. Ken, right now, just based on what you know, forget about the draft, forget about projecting what may happen. Who are the top 2 teams in the NFC for you going into the 2026 season? Top 2 teams in the AFC?
Top 2 teams in the
based
NFC.
On what we know right now.
I'll go with the Eagles and probably the Seahawks still, not the 49ers.
Yeah, I think the Rams were up there too.
I go with Rams, Seahawks.
I think those are the 3, unless you want to get cute with like Chicago or Green Bay or someone else if you see something different.
What about AFC?
In the AFC, I'd say
say Ravens. Say it.
Yeah, I probably would say it's the Patriots and it's not Buffalo, so it probably is the Ravens in terms of their current chances. There are people I know who would say San Diego at this point. I'm not a buyer in Denver.
Those people would be outdated because they're actually in Los Angeles.
Oh, there you go.
Stop it.
I gotta get Ken once. Come on, man.
There you go. Take a shot.
I gotta get him once. Hey, last week what was it about? I forget what it was about last week. A couple of weeks was about you clowning.
You got to write them down, man, because they only happen so often.
You were giving him a hard time about the snow and not coming.
That's what
in.
it was. That's what it was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So we talked about Declan Doyle a little bit. The addition of Lombardi. Give me your thoughts on that.
It's a good insurance move, I think. Lombardi is the oldest coach on the staff, I believe, now at 54, and he's a guy who will be an offensive assistant. But what he really is a offensive coordinator in waiting if anything goes really wrong with Declan Doyle, in my opinion. He's another set of eyes. You could look at it as Dean Pease and Zach Orr kind of thing, but he's ready to take over the offensive OC role. I'm a little concerned because the 2 of those guys both come from Peyton Tree, and the Peyton Tree is one that has a lot of quick on-target, on-time passing. It's a little bit different from what Lamar is naturally. Now, it's okay to have a few more on-schedule throws, but if they totally try and change Lamar, I think that'd be a big mistake.
So a couple other things here, just looking at it as well. I mean, we talked about how this offense can take a different look. The other guy that you were very bullish on was the guy coming from Atlanta, right?
Yep.
Tell me why, what you like about him.
I love the complementary skill sets that will help the run game, I believe. So Ledford had schemed for Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson in 2024 had the highest success rate ever for a running back with 300-plus carries at 60.2%. At the same time, Lamar Jackson has been a quarterback who's increased every running back success rate that he's played with. Then you have Eddie Faulkner, poached from the Steelers. Great poaching there, by the way. He's known for having great missed tackle forced rates among his running backs. And that's an area where Henry, if the one thing that you could say he's been a little bit deficient in his time with the Ravens is missed tackle forced in 25 anyway was the second lowest of his career at 14%. So, I think there's a good chance that the pieces are falling in place both from a scheme perspective and how they emphasize the run game in terms of missed tackles and having a high success rate, keeping up with the sticks, that will lead the Ravens back towards a grinding offense which has more sustained drives. And that was the frustrating thing, I think, about the 25 offense.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, Trippy.
Hey, what's going on, Ken? I was ready to make a joke on Jeremy, but I was trying to be Jeremy's favorite caller, so I'm going to just chill on that, man. I'm still waiting for him to get the ball here, you feel me? But, hey, I had a question for y'all this morning, but I'm glad Ken on here because, shout out my guy Ken, man. I was going through it with this Twitter guy when I was saying, Anthony Weaver, I think he'd be a good DC. And remember what he said, Ken, and look, a week later, you saw what happened. But my question for y'all is, right, because we know how these Raven fans is, they cry about everything. You feel me? I guess I can include myself, too, but not like that, though. But question, right, because I got Giants fans, they keep saying, oh, Harbaugh going to do this and that. Brown fans, they keep hitting me up. Hey, man, Trippy, what your guy Todd going to do? But I got a question for y'all. If Todd Monken, right, and John Harbaugh, for some reason, if both of them have a better record than the Ravens, even if they make the playoffs, and for some reason the Ravens don't have a better record than them two teams that don't make the playoffs, who will the Ravens fan base blame now. All right. Hey, man, y'all have a great Tuesday, man. I talked to y'all. Hey, Rob, you looking sharp in that suit, too, my guy, man.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hey,
You ain't saying nothing about my hoodie, just my bald head. Well, I mean, Ken, so what he's talking about the blame game is, first off, I don't see a way, unless it's just injuries and something weird happens, that those two teams specifically, the Browns and the Giants, end up having a better record than the Ravens.
That's what makes this question relevant.
Yes.
Because if it's not injuries, then there would be a blame game. That's what normally a question like that, I'm like, I don't care about that question. Yeah. But it makes it relevant because there's no reason other than injuries that either one of those teams should have better records than the Ravens.
That's probably true. I would be more concerned about the Browns doing it since they already have the defensive side of the ball largely in order there. But they've got so far to go on offense.
Joe, are you quarterbacking for the Browns? Because that's the only. I mean, that's probably a viable option for them right now.
He's a camp arm right now. Yeah, I just heard it.
Better than Shedeur.
Probably.
Jeremy,
what?
Better than Shedeur Sanders.
Who's better than Shedeur?
Me.
At what?
At riding the bench.
Joe. Ken, tell us all about Film Study Baltimore.
Sure. I want to publicize the podcast a little bit because it's a lot of content there. And look on filmstudybaltimore.com or your favorite podcast platform for it. But there's currently out there a very long form of the Ravens draft priorities. It's 2 hours of discussion with an English draft expert we really appreciate, James Ogden, who announced the Ravens' 4th-round pick of Teddy Buchanan last year. I will be forever jealous of him for that.
That's awesome, man. But real quick, to answer Trippy's question, if it's injuries, the strength and conditioning coach will be blamed. If it's not injuries, Steve Bisciotti will be blamed because he's the one that hired the coach. And if it's not injuries, it's just pure failure. So those are your people who will get blamed. Thank you very much, Ken. Always a pleasure having you in, my man. Ryan Ripken joins us at 9 o'clock, but on the other side, Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah.
We're giving out shovels.
Yeah, and my shovel's a good one today, man. As we were talking about it earlier, I told you about some stupid things that had happened. What had happened was, and we had one of those yesterday, I'm going to give you the reason why John Rocker might be the biggest idiot in the world. He's going to get my shovel.
You got my shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Yeah! Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Jeremy Kahn here today. I'm talking with PNC's Territory Operations Manager, John Massey, about this year's 2026 PNC Achievers Program. John, thanks for joining.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm excited to be joining the team again this year as we recognize 12 of the best lacrosse student athletes in the state of Maryland.
John, can you tell us a little bit about these PNC Achievers in the program?
Absolutely. We all know Maryland has some of the best, if not the best, lacrosse players in the country. The PNC Achievers program recognizes outstanding student lacrosse players in Maryland and celebrates their success and leadership both on and off the field. One thing that continues to astound us is the character of the kids we honor and their commitment to making a difference in our communities.
And why is this important to PNC Bank?
Well, Jeremy, when students bring their best to their education and to their sport, the entire community is strengthened. PNC Bank feels strongly that recognizing today's achievements of tomorrow's future leaders will strengthen our communities and Maryland as a whole.
And as a parent and a coach, I couldn't agree more. How can a player be recognized as a PNC Achiever?
Well, it's easy, Jeremy. Just go to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com. Fill out the nomination form and hit submit. PNC Bank will unveil a new honoree every week for 12 weeks starting March 3rd. Now, parents, coaches, or anyone in the community can nominate now for a chance for your student athlete to be a PNC Achiever and conduct an interview with 105.7 The Fan's very own Jeremy Kahn.
Thanks, John, and thank you, PNC Bank, for recognizing these great student athletes from across the great state of Maryland.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
Play Keno from the Maryland Lottery and enter your tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No training required. Please play responsibly.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning, 895 southbound in the city, crawling from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from past the 895 split through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, you're on the brakes from Wilkins Avenue all the way to Liberty Road, and then again from Green Spring Avenue to the 83s. The Outer Loop is stop and go from Bel Air Road to Delaney Valley, and then super heavy from Reisterstown Road all the way to Baltimore National Pike on and off. And in the city, 83 southbound, the JFX slow Old Pimlico Road to past Northern Parkway. 97 southbound, super slow from Benfield Boulevard to Route 32. And the Harrisburg Expressway, 83 southbound, just past exit 27, that's Mount Carmel Road. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The 2026 baseball season unofficially begins today as players start reporting to their respective spring training sites. As for your Orioles, today will hopefully be the start of a resurgence as the Birds look to bounce back from a down 2025. First-year skipper Craig Albernaz is tasked with resurrecting a talented but sometimes underachieving squad. Here's Albie sharing some thoughts on the excitement around his first season as a big league manager.
That's the beauty of me coming in year one, fresh eyes, and something I always say, our guys have put in a ton of work in the offseason and they've made changes. They're trying to get better, so want to see where they're at and kind of go from there. Hopefully we have competition all over the field. That's a good thing. It means our guys are competing and getting better.
In other O's news, yesterday the team officially opened a brand new player development center right next to Ed Smith Stadium. The roughly $21 million complex houses nearly 16,000 square feet of covered batting cages, as well as 10,000 square feet of covered bullpen mounds and a state-of-the-art biomechanics lab. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom is brought to you by Jerry's Chevrolet. Shop for your next new or used Chevrolet right now at jerryschevrolet.com.
Time to give out shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter, at BBMS1057 The Fan. We'll get your shovel this morning, Jeremy.
John Rocker. And I should give it to the douchebags that were tweeting after me after calling people out about the Super Bowl halftime show, saying that the ratings were terrible and that this was a movement and all this stuff. It's the highest rated Super Bowl halftime show ever. You stupid people. Some guys, I can't believe you'd be talking about the halftime show on Tuesday. The Super Bowl was on Sunday. Do you mean the biggest sporting event we had here? Doing a sports talk show? You freaking idiots, man. So many stupid people. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because
Jeremy, angry white man.
Well, I mean, John Rocker was tweeting about all this stuff.
It's my job.
Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
my fault.
Here, John Rocker was tweeting about worst Super Bowl in history. However, light will always prevail over darkness. And then he tweets, after tweeting about learn English, speak this, speak that, all the nonsense that he was spewing. NFL spitting in face of Americans. Go back to your home country, right? All the things. Remember what he said when he was on the subway in New York?
Yeah.
You know what John Rocker's doing today? He's flying to Colombia to get stem cells. Really? Really, John? I thought, aren't you supposed to be pro-life too? Aren't you supposed to be against doing stem cells because of what that means? Oh, no, it doesn't. Wait a minute. It doesn't add up, Johnny. This loser douchebag who runs his mouth. And again, I wish people would start looking at the people you've aligned yourself with and you're talking like. Listen to it. Like there's so many, and I don't care if you're left or right, whatever. There are plenty of people looking at the situation that we've been going through going, yeah, this ain't right, man. What are we doing? But there's not enough of you doing it to understand that things aren't right here. It just drives me nuts. And we got this, I almost said something I shouldn't have. This cat spewing nonsense all over social media. All he's ever spewed is hate and racism. And here he is. The light will always win. Whose light? Your light? Like I had a dude tweet at me and say, why are you doing this? You shouldn't be tweeting about politics. No, say what you mean. Why didn't you tweet about the politics that I like and agree with? I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and defend pedos. I'm not going to sit here and listen to people bash people over and over again. Go home, do this. That's not for me. Rob, if black people would have started a halftime show saying we want our own music when we had about 6 consecutive rock artists, what would have happened?
They'd call the police.
I mean, come on, guys.
They would call it a riot.
You're being divisive. I'm not the one that started a halftime show with a white trash dude lip syncing the whole time.
They call that a riot. My shovel, 2 days in a row, goes to me. Listen, we had a road game yesterday, Joe. My team likes to play this game where they hide people's phones. And I have one player in particular on my team that knows how to block the Find My Phone mode on your phone. So they hide one of those phones, and you can be taking a ride for 2 hours. That wasn't the case yesterday, and not know where your phone is. So yesterday, Jeremy, you know how I am in on game day. I'm fidgety at 9 a.m. on game day, so you know how I am 2 hours before game for tip-off. So I got on the van. I'm looking for my phone. So where's my phone? Everybody's like, I don't have your phone. Where's my phone? I don't have your phone. I just had my phone.
I know where it's at.
Where is my phone? Kiki said, Coach.
It's in your hand?
Hiding your phone would not be funny. No one has your phone. I don't believe them. I don't believe. So you know what I did? Hopped in the van, took off without my phone. Said, Robbie, can I borrow your phone for the GPS? Yes. I'm riding down here. I'm thinking to myself, these people, I'm going to go with that word. That's not what I was thinking at the top. Have my phone. If I don't get my phone by the time I get to Mount Zion, there's going to be consequences and repercussions. I didn't say anything to him. I'm just driving down the road. Where's my phone? So my assistant coach went in the locker room and asked him, listen, guys, if you got his phone, give him his phone, please, for the game. But we don't have this phone. So Stephanie said, Dad, just go and check in every corner of the van because maybe it's there. So I'm going to go back out before I lose daylight, but I know they have my phone. My mind was made up that they're hiding my phone because they always make fun of me. All right? The old man. So I go in the van. There's a compartment up front that sits below the dashboard. There's my phone. So, you know, I didn't say anything after the game. I said, update, ladies. What? I found my phone. Where? None of your business. Yeah.
That's the best way to do it, man.
No, Kiki, like, no, Coach, where was the phone? None of your business. It was on the van, wasn't it? So it's to me. Listen, I'm that guy that we could play a team that Jeremy could have the point spread, us winning 20. And I'm still sweating bullets and nervous. That's just how I am. We won, yesterday by 13. We were actually down 12, won by 13. And that's me. I'm just out of my mind before a game. I'm really nervous. I'm fidgety. I'm all over the place. So the phone was sitting there and I didn't see it. I was nervous. I'll admit it. I was nervous. 410-583-1057 is the number. Jeremy, I did not know Adolis Garcia signed with Philly.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
It was a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah, $10 million. But that's like under the radar.
Well, because he fell apart this past season after, being a hero in the World Series or the playoffs?
It happened February. No, it's December the 16th.
That's when it went down. I don't know if it was, did he officially sign then, or was that the agreement?
He signed as a free agent December the 16th. That's crazy. Baseball Reference has that date. Normally they have the date of the signing. I did not know. I saw Philadelphia Phillies additions, Adolis Garcia. I'm like, is that Adolis Garcia? Well, now, Define fall apart because he batted .227. Last year, he batted .224 and hit 25 bombs.
Well, you got to go back to their World Series year. That's what I was saying.
2023?
Yeah.
245, 39 home runs, 107.
Yeah.
So he's no longer that guy. So
and he had a good postseason. Remember, everybody was talking about how big he got. His head got big. Now he was on something.
So,
allegedly.
Post 30. Because since 31, he hasn't been as good. You better get a new chemist, man. Stay ahead of that stuff, man. Everybody does it. Ryan Ripken at 9 o'clock, but on the other side, if you look at Pete Alonso, what does he bring to the table? 30, 40 bombs, all those things. But will he be the clubhouse leader, or will someone else emerge? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens off-season with Kevin Ostreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lads start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division, and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Redfin is giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-been-done-before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search, presented by Rocket, and it kicked off a few days ago. The house is hidden in the Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely. Download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until, check the date, February 10th, that's today at 8 p.m. Eastern, to find your new home. No purchase necessary, 50 USDC, must be age of majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Even though the NBA stole a little bit of attention from the NFL with that chaotic trade deadline, with the Super Bowl done, now comes their chance to actually take some of that spotlight with their All-Star weekend coming up. The issue, though, is it's lost a lot of its luster over the years. It starts on Friday, and it's going to take some seriously competitive events to really show people that it can still be the big deal that it used to be. I'm Nick Ashton.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Get a jump on your spring to-dos at Lowe's. Right now, get 4 bags of Stay Green 2 cubic foot mulch for just $10. And that's not all. Grab 3 bags of Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot garden soil for just $10 too. Kick off spring with fresh savings. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/18. Excludes Hawaii. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advanced tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
President's Day weekend savings are happening all month at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home a new Kia Soul for as low as $19,970. Credit challenges? We've got options. Up to $2,000 more for your car than CarMax. Visit BobBellKia.com.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Good morning in the city. 895 crawling southbound from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from past the 895 split through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop is slow from Frederick Road to about Security Boulevard. And then again, you're on the brakes Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The Outer Loop, stop and go from past Bel Air Road all the way to Providence, pretty solid. And then you're on the brakes from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike. In the city, 83, the JFX southbound, slow at Northern Parkway, and 83 southbound at exit 3, that's Guilford Avenue. An accident has you backed up there. The Harrisburg Expressway, there was an accident southbound in Hereford. It's cleared up now, but you're still backed up from Middletown Road. And 97 southbound is slow from Benfield Boulevard to Route 32. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Pete's been great. You know, it's been a blast kind of getting to know him and kind of getting to know his personality a little bit. And I think that it's going to be a big help for us this year. I think he's very energetic, and I think he's very intentful on kind of what he wants for us as a team as a whole. And, I mean, when you got a veteran guy like that who's going to be here for a good while, come in and really establish that right out of the gate, I think is very important. I think it's going to be very huge for the club.
That was Tyler Wells talking about his new teammate, the polar bear. Let me say this. I think Pete Alonso will be a clubhouse presence for the Baltimore Orioles. But I think, you know what I think Pete Alonso does more than anything? I've said this before. Hear me on this. Gunnar Henderson is that dude. Make no mistake about it. Gunnar Henderson is that dude, folks. Don't be fooled. Don't think Gunnar Henderson is anybody's number 2. He's not. He is a number 1. He is that dude. But it's hard being that dude when you've never... Everybody who is that dude now played with that dude before. At 24, he tried to be that guy. It's tough.
Yeah.
He never played with a dude. You know why Manny Machado could be that dude? He played with Adam Jones. You know why Adam Jones could be that dude? He had to quiet that dude in Nick Markakis, who played with, you know what I mean? These guys played with a dude to become that dude.
I'm the guy that's playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Exactly. What Pete Alonso allows Gunnar Henderson to do is to quietly become that guy. He stands in front while Gunnar becomes Gunnar. And you'll see maybe by the end of 26 and definitely by 27, this becomes Gunnar Henderson's team.
I mean, I think you're kind of alluding to it already just because he's a voice that's been in the league longer and can be a leader. He's been there. He's coming in. But all along, I think everybody knows this is Gunnar's team.
Yeah.
And by the way, it doesn't matter whose voice it ends up being. As you pointed out, Nick Markakis behind the scenes, I mean, you would say, very quiet guy, had his issues sometimes talking to the media. Adam Jones, fun, outgoing. I think the mixture of those two worked so well here in Baltimore. But again, like...
Remember when Nick Markakis would deserve the pie at the end of the game? Adam Jones would come up to him, just hold the pie in front of him.
Yeah.
Nick would put his finger in it and say, "That's good." You know, that was it. That was that thing.
Yeah.
That was the. I mean, it was Nick Markakis's. Adam Jones was the guy, but Adam Jones respected the hell out of Nick Markakis.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we're going to see moving forward. Maybe towards the end of 26, 27. It'll become Gunnar Henderson's team, who, by the way, respects the hell out of Pete Alonso. I think that's what we're going to see.
I think this is going to be one of the best clubhouses we've seen. And again, that doesn't necessarily equate to wins, but it doesn't hurt. I'd rather have that than the other way.
And for the record, for those of you who were hell-bent on something being wrong in this clubhouse last year, it was not. So I'm going to tell you this. If you can improve on the clubhouse that I've seen over the last 3 years, then these guys are never going to want to go home. Because the clubhouse was, for the last 3 years, since Rougned Odor, that's when the clubhouse started changing. Robinson Chirinos, these guys start changing the clubhouse. And it's never turned back. They got rid of guys they didn't want in the clubhouse. While I kept telling you, Jack Flaherty's never coming back here. I'm telling you, he's not coming back. See, you guys want to believe what you want to believe. You don't believe people who are there. And when I tell you something, oh, you just work for them. Well, how many times have I told you something and it didn't happen? It ain't often. It's not often. You know, and I'm telling you, they cherish the good people in that clubhouse. They want talent, but they also cherish the good people. And Jack Flaherty, for some of the things he did and said in that clubhouse, he was never coming back here. I guarantee you that. He was never coming back here.
Where's Framber Valdez?
I was wrong on that one. I was wrong on that one.
What?
He said, "Where's Framber Valdez?" I said, "I was wrong on that one."
Oh, about getting him?
Yeah, I was.
Well, that was. I mean, there's also a bunch of other teams going, like, to tell people there's something going on behind the scenes that you're seeing.
Yeah.
And it also say, I think this is who we're getting, and that's who I want. It's a little bit different.
He knew what I meant.
And you're making me defend Rob.
He just messing with me. It's no big deal. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. You know, I think this is a team that is going to, and it's hard to say this for a team that's 3 years removed from 100 wins, 2 years removed from going to the playoffs. I think this team's going to surprise some people this year.
I do too. Again, like, you know, I think people are down on them because they didn't get Framber. They had an amazing offseason. People wanted another starting pitcher, a frontline pitcher. Like, this isn't going to be good enough. And maybe that eventually comes, but you've got a team, again, I'll say it, that's built for the regular season. And if Bradish ends up being what you and I, Rob, think Bradish can be, and if Trevor Rogers is half as good as he was last year, you have a 1-2 punch headed into the postseason without even knowing that they're making any other moves, that, you know, whether or not Zach Eflin stays healthy, or if Dean Kramer can pitch one of these games, or did they make a mistake in what they gave up for Shane Baz? They got a lot of time to learn all this stuff. I don't think that's the case. And the way that Pacoda's picking them, they would be in the playoffs. So for anybody that's saying, oh, you're just making a guess that they're going to get in. Yeah, I do believe they're going to get in. I think Toronto is going to be good, but I think they're going to have a little bit of that World Series hangover. They're going to have a Super Bowl hangover. They hated the halftime show.
They
up
woke
in
up
Canada.
Monday with a Super Bowl hangover.
The Canada said, we're America too. Speak French. Oh, sorry. They didn't say that, did they? Casse bleu.
Oh, man. Let it go.
It's just funny to me, man.
Let it go. Jeremy's going to be angry for a while, I think.
Fine.
I don't think he's getting over it for a while. Jeremy Carr's very angry daily line at 9:30. He'll tell you who to pick for tonight, and if you don't, he'll punch you.
I'm not that angry. I picked Kansas to upset Arizona yesterday. Told you it was my favorite play, and it hit. So I feel good.
You know why I feel good?
Why?
Because I believed you.
Good. You sat here when I said, dude, I'm telling you this is going to happen.
That's why I'm happy, because I believed you. So you and me good. Ryan Ripken joins us right here up next on The Fan.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Gator Chalk. Florida is rounding into form as we barrel toward March. Featuring the best front court in college hoops, Todd Golden's group are number one on Bart Torvik in games played over the last 30 days. If Boogie Flan and or Xavier Lee can steadily score the dance, the Gators could repeat. Give me Florida on a national title ticket at plus 1,600. Bet smarter read the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet Store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet Store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet Store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet Store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will start reporting to Sarasota today, marking the unofficial start of the 2026 baseball season. Technically, the only ones that need to show today are those participating in the World Baseball Classic, which there will be 10 birds playing for 7 different teams. Gunnar Henderson headlines that group. He'll suit up for Team USA and primarily play third base, a spot on the diamond he hasn't patrolled since his rookie year with the O's. Here's Gunnar on playing in the WBC and the plan for how much he'll play.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to be able to wear our country across our chest. But I was told we'll kind of rotate around, and then just whoever's swinging it the best at the time of whenever everything starts is who's going to start.
Some other Orioles playing in the WBC include Dean Kramer with Team Israel, Tyler O'Neill with Team Canada, and Enrique Bradfield Jr. with Team Panama. The tournament opens on March 5th and lasts through March 17th. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
.902 in the AM. Joining us right now on the Ryan Ripken Show. He is the man, Ryan Ripken. What's going on, man?
What's going on? It's Tuesday, right? Yeah, happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Hey, Ryan, first off, man, congrats. You guys knocked it out of the park at the Super Bowl, man. That was awesome. A lot of great interviews, some really cool stuff coming out of there.
Hey, Ryan, that's not what he said before you came on. He saed, screw that guy. He didn't take me to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I thought that was the ladder right there. That checks out. No, Jeremy. But no, I appreciate it. Honestly, we still got 85% of content still coming out, so that would be great. But, I guess I'm still technically a baseball guy, and I guess it's baseball season now, right? So it was a heck of a week, and I'll be honest, man, I want some baseball weather.
Yeah.
Not the -6 wind chill coming back. What the heck is this about? 65 in San Fran, And, whammy, I wasn't ready for that.
As a man said once, and I'm not going to say a wise man because Rob said it, ain't no degrees outside.
I love that.
Ryan, pitchers and catchers report today. Technically speaking, only those who are playing in the World Baseball Classic have to report. But from my understanding, the Orioles might have a full house today.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with spring training, a lot of guys, and I was definitely one of them. I like getting down early if you had the option. And also, I saw Mike Elias and the Orioles announcing just a lot of exciting things. There's a lot of exciting energy around this organization, and guys want to get to work. And to be honest, especially with the new coaching staff. And some new players that are, first-time Orioles, I think it's great to get down there early, but it's just about getting acclimated, right? And you hit a point in the off season too, where initially you go, wow, I'm really enjoying my time, get to be home with friends and family, and then you get that itch, and then you can't wait to get back down there and get going. So I'm excited for the Birds, and the work starts now to try to get this team back on track.
Now, Jeremy, real quick, I'm watching curling, and I'm looking at this sport. I think you would be great at that with the way they have to move their hands up.
The sweeping part?
Yeah, you would be great at that.
Oh, I'd sweep the hell out of that. Yeah, anyway.
Got a lot of practice at it.
Ryan, what about starting pitching? Because they miss out on Framber, and everybody's like, oh, Zach Gallen's numbers last year, not it. Or would you be okay with kicking the tires on a vet? The only thing, when people bring up Verlander, my issue is if he looks anything like Charlie Morton looked at the beginning of last year, I think it's a terrible look for the team and Mike Elias, but I had one player tell me that Chris Bassett would be a perfect fit for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of, Gallen, Bassett, Verlander, Giolito's still out there, right? I didn't lose him in the shuffle here when I was in San Fran. So, I mean, Gio, with his age, and I think Gio's got a weird misperception on, he can't stay healthy. He missed 2024, but then over the last six years for full seasons, he's averaged like 28 starts, or it's like 30 starts a year, and he's had 4 or 6 years of an ERA under 3.5. So I'm intrigued with that, but regardless of what happens, whether it's Gallen, Gio, Verlander, Bassett, the Orioles need depth. And if you don't want to go and sign Gallen and overpay for Gallen, I wouldn't blame anybody because unlike Framber, Gallen, he has to kind of get back on that horse. I think he could be a top 2 pitcher in a rotation, but do you want to give $30+ million to a guy? And especially for me, the other part, and it's different with arbitration, obviously, but seeing that the best pitcher, arguably, if you're not saying it's Skubal, it's Paul Skeens, that man just got $32 million in arbitration, which was a record. It's hard for me to justify giving someone like Gallen or even Framber, who got $38 million a year. It's really hard for me to justify. So above all, they need depth because what killed them last year was their depth was exposed when the starting pitching didn't get off to a good start and then it got injured. They couldn't recover. And so the two things, depth, and they got to learn a way that's going to be the Oriole way in 2026. And then if you're competing and things are going well, then during the season, go get that guy. But it's not the end of the world now for the Orioles of going to get the stud. It's making sure you have enough in the stable to get you out the gate and get through some of the growing pains of a season.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Ryan Ripken joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ryan, there's one position other than pitcher that's lurking with me that I'm really not sure about. I don't know what I'm getting either offensively or defensively this year from Colton Cowser. That's center field.
Yeah, so for Cowser, it's kind of a mixed feeling for certain fans with him, and I understand why. It's because of, you saw a lot of the strikeouts last year. You're not exactly sure if he's going to be the center field type, which is kind of what he's projected to be. But one thing I'll say with this that I would hope would lean in Colton's favor is when you are really banged up in a year and things aren't going right, you feel like you're behind the 8 ball from the get-go, and he got hurt in the first week of the season last year, and you're trying to get healthy. And even when you're healthy, you're trying to not just get back on the field. You're trying to figure out how to adjust to year two, because he did have a really solid year one and had some growing pains. But then the part that happened last year was him still trying to go through, and I think this is a lot of players too. Not that he thinks this, but from the outside of a little imposter syndrome. How do I prove that I'm a big leaguer? How do I prove that I can build off of almost being the rookie of the year? And that comes with a lot of expectations. So I think for Cowser, I have faith in him, but what he has to do is, obviously, can you cut down on some strikeouts? And can you get comfortable when you know there's going to be a lot of uncomfortable moments? And those are the things. He's a great guy.
Yes, he
but
is.
sometimes I think, with that being so great, I know he sometimes can think too much. So how do we turn that brain off a little bit? How do we try to get you comfortable? And that's what Albernaz and this staff is going to have to focus on. How do we get him back on track? Because you have to have him get ready for year three and also get ready to play a position that, quite frankly, he hasn't been asked to really take the lead on. So it's definitely a storyline to watch. But if you're looking on just talent for Colton Cowser, talent alone, it's there. It's in there. It's just how do we be able to silence some of those doubts inside, and how do we get back to getting him to the point where people might forget this, Rob? Colton Cowser, when he got drafted, had, I think, the third or fourth lowest strikeout rate in all of the draft prospects. How do you get back to a little bit more of that? If you can unlock that with Colton, I think he's going to have a really solid 2026. And
I think, too, if you protect him somewhere in the middle of that lineup, he might end up seeing more fastballs just because you got to worry about the other guys. But I'm curious about the lineup because I don't know that there's going to be a wrong answer what Albie does or how he works it, but depending on lefty, righty, who would lead off for you?
Oh, man. I know they're going to have this debate with, say, Jackson. If he's going to play every day, I really like Dylan Beavers. I know that's a lot to ask for a rookie out the gate, but I like what I want at the top of the order to have this thought. I want the guys that can be that scratch and claw, get this thing going. Personally, even though I know Gunnar can be in the leadoff spot, if that's the other one you want to go to, I like Gunnar in the middle of the lineup. I would love to see, some form of Gunnar, Pete Alonso, Westberg, whether that's 3-4-5 or 2-3-4, and then you figure out, does Jackson slide up there, or do you put more of a scratch and claw guy, a Dylan Beavers? Right now, I know it's crazy to think, and you wouldn't put a guy like Adley up there, but you want some guy that you feel like can get on base. And the one thing with Jackson, and I really like Jackson, the biggest thing for him is, can he get comfortable with just being the starter? And I think at times I really liked what he could do, but that's something I'm still trying to put my finger on it. And there's a style of Dylan Beavers' game that just is really appealing to me. His at-bats, it's this not giving in. I liked what he did at the end of last year. So those are just some thoughts off the get-go. But above all, if you decide that Gunnar is not going to be the leadoff guy, and I think he shouldn't be the leadoff guy to start, just because you identify your RBI guys. You know where Polar Bear Pete's going to be. Westberg can drive guys in. I would love to see Gunnar in the heart of the lineup and be right there, because I think that he can take off that way. But if that's not how Albie sees it, then hey, move Gunnar to one, and that guy is going to be pissed off when he walks and throws his bat into the dugout.
There he is, Ryan Ripken. Ryan, tell us where we can hear you this week.
I got my show, The Ryan Ripken Show, Monday through Friday, 3 to 5 on YouTube, X, and Facebook. And then I'll be on 105.7 from 6 to 7. It's hot stove season, so call in, and I'll see you guys tonight.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, guys.
Jeremy Collins, Daily Line at 9:30, but on the other side, ESPN's way too early power rankings for 2026. Where the Ravens rank, we'll tell you where. Up next on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens off-season with Kevin Ostreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lads start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings of up to 40% off. Take advantage of huge savings on GE Profile and Cafe Energy Star refrigeration, plus no sales tax. Or save on GE Profile Energy Star washers and dryers with no sales tax and the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering new appliances in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local and save at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Getting this song always makes me go think about the adult film industry.
Hey, who ordered the 16-inch sausage? All right.
It does, doesn't it, a little bit?
Oh, I left one of your breadsticks in my pants. Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
The Ravens, actually, the ESPN's
shaking his head.
way too early power rankings came out. Let me give you the top 10 teams. Number 10, Green Bay Packers. Number 9, Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 8, Philadelphia Eagles. Number 7, Detroit Lions. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Now, for all of you rubbing your hands right now, we're in the top 5. Number 5, Buffalo Bills. Number 4, Denver Broncos. Number 3, Los Angeles Rams. ESPN showing us some love. Number 2, New England Patriots. Number 1, Seattle Seahawks. Ain't in the top 10, bruh. Baltimore Ravens.
See,
number 14 in the power rankings. Between number 14 and number 10 would be number 13, Texans, number 12, Chiefs, and number 11, Bears.
Before Patriot fans come for me, like, why on earth would they be number 2 right now? Understanding they had the easiest schedule in NFL history. And I'm not knocking you for getting to the Super Bowl. I'm not bashing you for that. The run through the playoffs and how everything went. Why on earth are we having them number 2? Just because they played in the Super Bowl? Like, if you're doing next year, then that means some of these teams are going to be healthy. You know, you could look at Cincinnati and say, well, they're at least to start the season, looks like they're going to have a full season of Joe Burrow. Doesn't that automatically move them up the list?
If you're doing the list, if it's called not too early, then why are you basing it on where they are now?
Yeah.
The not too early part means you should be ranking them based on where you think. So Vegas has the Ravens either number 3 or 4 highest odds to win the Super Bowl, but you and your infinite wisdom think they're the number 14 teams in your power rankings? Yeah. That doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're just basing it on, just write, hey, here's how the teams finished last year. Okay, because nobody wants to read that article. How do they stack up for next year? And you just give me the list on how everyone did last year? Come on, man.
Yeah.
This is, it's just silly.
So, if you did your top 10, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, who is your top 10?
Where are you putting the Chiefs right now? Because they have 2. Okay.
No. I got to hear some word on when Patrick Mahomes is returning. He got hurt awful late in the season. Wasn't it the last week of the season? Or next to the last week of the season?
Maybe it was 3 weeks. Because Gardner Minshew came in and he got hurt, and then they went with that backup.
Yeah, I don't. Tell me when Mahomes is returning, then I'll let you know.
Do you want me to give you my 5? Because I think that'll make it easier. I do think you put the Seahawks up top. I don't see any reason for change there. They're going to have a target on their back this year, so I don't know that they get back to the Super Bowl, but that's a really good team, and I trust that coaching staff, even though they're getting picked apart right now. I would put the Rams up there just because of what they've done.
I think the Rams are legit.
People are going to say I put the Ravens in next. I'm sorry. I'm putting the Ravens in there. I'm going Eagles. And then I think I'm going Bills. I'm going back to these teams that had a down year, or what we believe to be a down year. They all have what we would deem to be also marquee quarterbacks, and I'll give you the Jalen Hurts thing could be questionable, even though the overnight guy said after he won the Super Bowl, he became a top 5 quarterback. It's not how that works. And honestly, instead of having the Bills, I might put the Chiefs in there. But I want to see more from them and what this team looks like. We haven't heard Kelsey retiring. We haven't heard what they're doing to fix some of their issues they had. And again, do I think New England belongs in the top 10? Yes. The Packers, the Bears, the Broncos. Do you believe in them? There's all these teams that we have questions about. And I didn't believe in the 49ers all year long, but I got to say, Kyle Shanahan.
He's a beast.
God, he's
one of the
good.
best coaches in the National Football League.
He's so good. And I'd like to see him win a Super Bowl at some time so it doesn't come down to the 28-3 comeback with the Falcons.
I could never want the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. It's funny because Joe Montana was my favorite quarterback, and I hated his team. But he was my favorite quarterback.
I get it.
I remember this year, I believed in the Patriots more so than the Broncos. I never believed in the Broncos, man.
Look, people were killing me.
And they were the number 1 seed. I know that, but I just didn't believe in them.
That's what I mean. I just feel like in the NFL this year, and not totally on the NFC side, I feel like we were in the upside down. Some things just didn't make sense. You're like, this team is what? Even how everything unfolded. The Texans, oh my God, they're so terrible. What's that? They won they didn't win the division. They're making the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with C.J. Stroud? He hadn't looked good. Oh, my God. What's going on with C.J. Stroud? Are you going to give him his 5th-year option? We went from there. Guy had one of the best rookie seasons ever, and this is what we get. And then all the injuries to marquee players. It's just unreal.
Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn? You want to know what the Cowboys are, Rashawn? Is that what you calling for?
No.
But I do want to know when they playing in Rio, what date they going to be on, and if it's going to be against the Ravens, though, because that's going to make it down to Brazil. But hey, falls as power.
Wrap it up, B.
Yeah.
Hey, listen,
no, really, when you go there,
when you go there, wrap it up,
B.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't care if they got the Ravens ranked, because if you think about it, the 2025 power rankings had the Seattle Seahawks as 19th, and I believe the Patriots was 22nd or something like that. So, I mean, all that stuff, it don't really matter. I'd rather for us to have us ranked 15th or 16th, because don't put all these high expectations on us for us to just, let the fans down.
Why are you afraid of high expectations?
Because
I want high expectations for me.
No, it's too much pressure on us, man. We don't want that pressure.
My pressure ain't your pressure.
Well, pressure busts pipes, man.
Yeah, well, makes diamonds.
Yeah, well, diamonds are forever.
There you go.
What are you guys doing? You're going to finish each other's sentence? Go get lunch.
We might do that.
Yeah, man. Meet me at the Atlanta strip, Rob.
I got you. I'll be there.
All right.
Take it easy, man. You jealous?
No. Just let me know when the landing strip puts in hardwood floors. Sorry, Joe.
Joe LaCroix's Hardcore Out Black History Moment at 9:45. On the other side, Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Yeah, so hit with Kansas last night. Have another big game tonight. My Tar Heel fans are going to be, or friends, I guess I should say, are going to be angry at me and tell me why I'm wrong. And they're going to wait to call in tomorrow. But in the end, Miami's going to beat them, and we'll talk about that next. It's a light night. With no hockey going on, there's only 3 NBA games. I had one site that listed 4. I got to double check to see if the one game's even happening tonight, if it's a kind of a, a makeup game for something that happened with the Clippers in Houston. But I got 5 college hoops games, and I like all of them tonight, with my favorite being that Miami game. We'll get in depth and talk about that coming up next here on The Fan.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see Vinny and Haynie on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Redfin is giving away $1 million home in an epic never been done before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search. It's presented by Rocket, and it kicked off this past week. So the house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial. So you go back and watch it closely. You can download it or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th to just check the schedule. That's today at 8 p.m. Eastern to find your new home. No purchase necessary, 50 USDC. Must be age of majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
For all 1057 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery that you definitely need to know about. It's called Lux, as in deluxe or luxury. Or, hey, are you feeling luxy today? So what exactly makes this Lux scratch-off so luxurious? It has a top prize of $5 million instantly. Yep, you heard that right. You could win $5 million just by playing a scratch-off. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. Please play responsibly.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
Hey there, Jason Lockenfora here. When it's time to upgrade your home, Town Appliance makes the process simple with a knowledgeable team and great savings. Take advantage of the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event happening right now. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. With nationwide delivery, you can visit their modern showroom or shop online anytime. Ask for my guys, Mayor and Mayor, for service you can trust. Stop by that showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call them, text them, or shop online at townappliance.com.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at boilingbay.com. That's boilingbay.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it. And now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The 2026 baseball season unofficially begins today as players start reporting to their respective spring training sites. As for your Orioles, today will hopefully be the start of a resurgence as the Birds look to bounce back from a down 2025. First-year skipper Craig Albernaz is tasked with resurrecting a talented but sometimes underachieving squad. Here's Albie sharing some thoughts on the excitement around his first season as a big league manager.
That's the beauty of me coming in year one, fresh eyes, and something I always say, our guys have put in a ton of work in the offseason, and they've made changes. They're trying to get better, so want to see where they're at and kind of go from there. Hopefully we have competition all over the field. That's a good thing. It means our guys are competing and getting better.
In other O's news, yesterday the team officially opened a brand new player development center right next to Ed Smith Stadium. The roughly $21 million complex houses nearly 16,000 square feet of covered batting cages, as well as 10,000 square feet of covered bullpen mounds and a state-of-the-art biomechanics lab. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
Council grabs it, and that'll do it. Kansas has knocked off unbeaten Arizona. Number one goes down inside Allen Fieldhouse.
Yeah, look at that.
I love Bill Self, but still not more than myself.
Yes, that was my favorite line I said about Rob. By the way, it's courtesy ESPN. Told Rob he does love Bill Self, but not as much as he loves himself. Yeah. Right. So last night, that hit on that, and I have another play like that tonight, which we'll get into in just a second. But as far as last night's plays went, Kansas hitting was great. I mean, that's the nightcap. It was one of the latest games, so if you stayed up and watched it, hats off to you. It was a great game. But we had a couple other plays yesterday that kind of stood out to me. I missed on my total when it came down to the UNC Wilmington College of Charleston game. It fell under. I hit the Wolves Hawks over. I hit Louisville. God, they won by like 40 or something. They just beat their brains in. Remember we were talking about NC State yesterday? Yeah. Louisville said, hey, how you doing?
Rob,
yeah.
This is why.
I hit on Bradley. I missed on the Hornets, and I'm still pissed, and I think more people should be pissed off about this. The Jazz Heat game. I'm not saying the game goes over because it was a lower scoring game, but why on earth can the Jazz bench all of their starters in the fourth quarter, not bring them back, and that's okay? Why is it okay? Why is that any different than these guys sitting because of load management, which you're telling them it's load management, but realistically, you're not trying to win? Why is, like, if you're going to play the guys and they're healthy, play them. And I'm one of these guys, too, that's like,
you play to win the game.
There are other ways to do this than shutting down the entire fourth quarter and sitting down your three best players. But nothing happens to them about it because it's expected. Why didn't somebody go look into it? Why didn't they play? Did they all get the flu in the fourth quarter?
The whole team got the flu.
It's stupid. That was one of the things that really upset me last night. But overall, it's a winning night. Where are we going tonight? So I didn't put this in my plays, but I do like the Clippers and the Rockets to go under the total. It's like a 208 for the NBA. There's 4 NBA games tonight, and the Clippers and Rockets are playing one of those back-to-backs. where you go play somebody and you play them. This is something they started during COVID to save on travel expenses and the guys moving around. It's like, hey, if we're worried about spreading COVID, why don't we just go to that city and play all the games we can there? And then, if you have to play them twice, you play them twice there and then twice back at home. So that's what's happening with the Clippers and the Rockets tonight. As far as college hoops, really big night. My favorite plays, I like Utah State to blow out Fresno State. That's an 18.5-point spread. Got another big spread that I like tonight. That's Illinois. I think they handle business at home, minus the 11.5 against Wisconsin. I like Baylor in an upset. Baylor plus 3.5.
Yeah.
Look, Baylor's playing BYU, and they're 3.5-point dogs. BYU's played a bunch of really good teams. I could see a letdown spot. They don't play great defense, speaking of BYU. Baylor has not been fantastic this year, but that point spread is barking at me. I think Baylor could win this one outright, but I'll gladly take the 3.5. One of my favorite plays tonight would be Vanderbilt and Auburn over the 162. I wanted to go back to Vanderbilt because I had them on Saturday when they were 12.5-point favorites and lost outright to Oklahoma, who has one SEC win. But what happened was they got up and down the floor. They just fell behind and tried to battle back. It's a close game, but they ended up losing. I don't care if they won. I want them to cover the damn 12.5. But in this game, I see points. I think these two teams get up and down the floor and score on each other. And my favorite play today, the Miami Hurricanes. They're 1.5-point dogs. If you're looking at records, they're 18-5, and I think Miami's 19-4. They're at home, and UNC is coming off of a big, big win against Duke. If anybody watched it, you saw the way it played out. That's a huge win. It's a perfect type of letdown spot to go on the road after that. Give me Miami. I think they win, knock off UNC, and I think next week they show up in the top 25.
Oh, okay.
My top 5? Yeah, the 5 plays I gave out. Those would be the top 5. Outside of the NBA game, which I gave out first, but 5 college plays, those are my favorites. So there you go.
There you go. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I got to grill you on some games for the night, my man.
A lot of good stuff.
A lot of good stuff. I got a game myself, but we'll be all right. So you think Miami could beat UNC?
Yeah, I mean, I think the spread's telling you that much as well. It's a 1.5-point spread.
All right, is there any way that Florida State beats Virginia?
I think that ends up being a higher scoring game. I would say, obviously there is a way, but I would take Virginia in this spot.
Are you surprised that Auburn at 5-5 is favored over Vanderbilt at home at 4.5?
You sure? You sure about that?
Auburn's favorite on this.
Wow, yeah, they are. 4.5, yeah. Vandy just stunk up the joint so bad this weekend that nobody's believing him. I like the over there. I think we see points. I thought they were favored coming into this. What was I looking at? Maybe it was a different game. Anyway, but I just think that looking at the matchup there, again, you're going to see points. You're going to see these. If you watch Vanderbilt at home against Oklahoma, they played 0 defense. They play fast. Auburn's going to do the same thing and get up and down the floor. I think we see points. And Auburn's coming off a game with Bama where that's all they did. It's a track meet.
Now I'm going to go off the grid out of the top 25. Notre Dame, horrible this year, 2-9. They travel to Dallas to take on SMU, 11.5-point favorites. Can Notre Dame cover?
I guess they can. This is a game that I didn't even give a second look to.
Really?
Yeah, because again, it's an 11.5-point spread with a team that probably doesn't deserve to be favored by 12 over anyone, or you need them to win by 12. But I can't tell you that the line's wrong because Notre Dame's not having the type of season that you'd expect them to. I'm not telling you they got to be a great basketball team. They're usually kind of middle of the pack. I ain't seen that in recent years. No, I think the other big game to look at would be Arkansas at LSU. Arkansas has been playing some good basketball. They're at LSU, tough spot to play. And then you also have Iowa State on the road at TCU. Those are other good ones tonight.
Let's go to Crofton and get Keith. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Well, how are you?
Good, thanks. I had a question, not to change the subject, but about the WBC. It's a two-part question. The first is, how do owners, GMs, and managers feel about their players playing in it because of what happened to Edwin Diaz last time?
Oh yeah.
And then also, how does it affect the team chemistry when a player is missing so much of spring training?
Well, number one, let's go to the key. Let me go team chemistry first. These players are happy for the teammates, man. These, honestly, Keith, this is not, please don't take this the wrong way, but these are fan questions. These aren't questions in the clubhouse. Honestly, no one on the Orioles is questioning why Gunnar Henderson is going to the World Baseball Classic, number one, and the amount of time he spends away from them isn't significant enough for it to affect team chemistry. Gunnar Henderson is a staple in that clubhouse. It's not same thing with Dean Kramer. Those guys do enough in the clubhouse with this time that doesn't impact them at all. They're happy for them. Now, the owners and GMs, I'm sure there's always some
they would prefer
anxiety,
it if you didn't go. Yeah.
some anxiety about it, but by no means, even with the player's agent, or the league, will they say anything to try to discourage them from playing.
I don't think
Okay.
so.
Right. I mean, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense.
I'm sure there'll be, if I'm a GM or owner, I would be anxious about Gunnar Henderson playing in the World Baseball Classic. But do you imagine what kind of villain you would be if you try to tell him not to?
Do you know how many Orioles in their system are playing?
I think 12.
I got 10.
You got 10? Okay.
Maybe there's some. Micah Ashman from Canada, Enrique Bradfield Jr. is playing with Panama, Nakel Cruz at Cuba, Jose Espada, Puerto Rico, same thing with Rico Garcia, Gunnar Henderson, U.S., Kramer, Israel, Ryan Long, Great Britain, Tyler O'Neill, Canada, and Luis Vasquez, Puerto Rico.
And when I say fan questions, I'm not trying to insult anyone.
It's just
who asked
something
that
they're not
question.
talking about.
Exactly.
They're not worried about it.
That's a conversation, man, that will never be had, because those guys are going to work and they'll be back. They're still in contact with their teammates. I remember the celebration when Team USA won. Adam Jones was on that team. You would think those guys played on the USA team with him. So it doesn't impact team chemistry. It's almost like,
and all their games are played in Miami. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Let me go to first responders. I remember when I was a first responder.
Joe said somewhere in Houston, by the way.
We got dressed. We had a locker room, just like athletes. If you're away on a 1 week or 2 week vacation, you came back, chemistry wasn't impacted. You were away on a vacation. Good to see you. How'd you do? How was it? Yada, yada. It creates conversation, if anything. Kai in Ricestown. What's up, Kai?
Real quick, Jeremy. What's up, Rob? BYU and Baylor, man. What do you think on that game? I put it in my parlay. I took BYU to be upset. Even
Man,
though
you weren't listening.
Going to be a great March Madness team.
No, I like Baylor. I like Baylor tonight. I think they can win outright, but I'll take those 3.5. And by the way, you don't have to bring them up today, Kai. Leslie Frazier, Super Bowl champ, man.
Yeah, well, according to Jason Lockefour, go back and listen. I'm going to send you the clip. What he said yesterday. Since you brought up Leslie Frazier, I don't want Rob to hang up on me.
What do you mean? Why would I hang up on you? Kai, what?
Oh, man, he might have had another question.
Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Black History moment. Rob, next.
Come on.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, we're going to talk about the Ravens off-season with Kevin Oestreicher from USA Today. John Cooper from Our Lads start previewing the 2026 NFL Draft. Pitchers and catchers down in Sarasota start previewing the Orioles and the American League's Eastern Division, and talk about everything else happening in our sports day.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With the Super Bowl wrapped, the NFL offseason's here, and it starts in free agency, which officially opens on March 11th. But let's be honest, teams have been prepping for this for a while. Now, teams do have until March 3rd at 4 p.m. Eastern to designate a franchise tag or transition tag on players, which actually really matters because then the calendar gives us a little bit more in terms of which impact players are actually going to be open on the market. I'm Nick Ashew.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Hey, it's Rob here with Brandon, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Brandon, why did you enter the program?
I knew it was going to be good and beneficial for me, and it was something that I'd enjoy.
How are you doing now?
Oh, I'm doing great. Now that I went through the trade school, I'm making more money than I've ever made, probably would have ever made with any degree that I would have got from universities.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
Absolutely. I would definitely recommend it. Work with your hands is always good. At the end of the day, you feel good about yourself. You get to see your work that you did, and it does pay.
To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see it for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
What on the countdown to core failure?
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
I worry about the Verlander thing or the Max Scherzer thing, as people are pointing out, because those are names that they know. Because you just tried this with Charlie Morton last year and you settled for it and it didn't work out. If the Verlander thing blows up in your face, the only other thing I'm thinking is that maybe you grab one of these vets like Chris Bassett and
I would rather have him
and bring him in, a guy that's going to be fine with his role, that's going to work with younger pitchers. And oh, by the way, if you miss the 4-hour baseball games, he's the best thing you got to getting back to it. He calls his own pitches, and the damn monitor, the earpiece that goes out about 7 times a game, I can't hear what's going on. The clock's winding down. You know what? I don't.
Which gets me with this. You're calling your own pitches. So why do you need to hear? Why? In the World Series, I'm like, dude, the announcer just made this 2-minute point, elaborate point on him calling his own pitches, and now he's on the mound telling the umpire he can't hear. What are you listening for?
Oh, my God, man. A few minutes later.
And that's the encore for the day. And now time for our daily Black History moment.
Black History Month isn't just history. It's innovation, culture, and excellence. The Fan's Rob Long with another Black History moment on 105.7 The Fan.
Boys and girls, today we learn about Mary Church Terrell. She was an American civil rights activist, journalist, teacher, and one of the first African-American women to earn a college degree. She taught in the Latin department at the M Street School. You know what that school is now, Jeremy?
What?
Paul Lawrence Dunbar School, the first African-American public school in the nation in Washington, D.C. In 1895, she was the first African-American woman in the United States to be appointed to the school board of a major city, serving in the District of Columbia until 1906. Terrell was a charter member of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, that's NAACP, in 1909, and the Colored Women's League of Washington in 1892. She helped found the National Association of Colored Women in 1896 and served as its first national president, and she was a founding member of the National Association of College Women in 1923. She was a pioneer African-American civil rights activist, educator who championed racial and gender equality throughout her life. Ladies and gentlemen, Mary Church Terrell. Our Black History moment for the day.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to follow it with jokes.
You know why? Because now it's time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show. Brought to you by Gray Insurance Group.
You know that's like the worst thing is like when you have something or you're trying to make people laugh and then somebody come up with something real emotional or like you're telling a story about someone who passed away and what they meant and it's like, here's a stupid joke for you. It's incredibly hard to follow.
It's hard to follow, but I used to like making you do it. Some birthdays in sports today would have been Dick Towers' birthday. Today is Mark Spitz's 76th birthday.
What the hell site were you on? Yeah. Dick Tower and Spitz?
Yeah.
Who's Dick Tower? Who the hell is Dick Tower?
I don't know. It just sounds good putting them together. Today's Greg Norman turned 71. Our friend, former Raven, Benny Thompson turned 63 today. Former MLB player Lenny Dykstra, 63 as well. Former Oriole Lenny Webster turned 61.
I just Googled Dick Tower, now I showed up on 7 sites. I can't do that at work.
Tom Law turns 52. Tina Thompson. Ooh, Tina Thompson. Remember Tina Thompson?
Yeah.
She can cool some soup. She turns 51 today. Lance Berkman turns 50 today. And Lexi Thompson turns 31 today.
Berkman's 50.
Yeah, I know. Olympic sprinter Justin Gatlin and former baseball player Alex Gordon share a birthday today. Joseph, who's older?
Alex Gordon.
Alex Gordon's older?
I'll go Gordo.
You go to Gordo. Gordo today turns 42. Justin Gatlin, 44. You're wrong. You're dead wrong. Also, national days. Today, you two can celebrate this because, especially Joe, you're that kind of guy. Today is National Flannel Day.
Flannel? Joe, do you have a lot of flannel? I don't think I have any except for like pajamas.
I do. They don't really fit as well as they used to anymore, though, so I got to re-up.
Can't you just send them to like one of the older ladies in the family to turn it into like a quilt or something? That's what happens in my family.
The ones I get are from like Singapore. It's some small Asian child making this thing for me. So.
You got grandmoms in Singapore? Man, come on. No, like again, in my family they'll take like t-shirts and turn it into a quilt or blanket for someone. I don't want any of those. I don't have any flannel.
Mine they'll turn it into Goodwill. Let them take care of it. Give somebody else.
Most bald people still own a comb. They just can't part with it. What was the other one I had here? I know that was it for that one. Sorry, I was on one site and I'm like, yeah, it didn't have any other.
You on the Dick Spit site again?
I got off. Hey, Joe, hit the rim shot. Come on. My wife gets annoyed if I mess with her red wine, so I've added fruit and lemonade to it. Now she's sangria than ever.
I don't get it.
Sangria? She's sangrier than ever.
Okay, sangry. Okay, angrier.
You got it. Yeah. Where are we at here? This is so stupid. We had a couple of really good ones that I wanted to read.
You can't read.
No, I got to it now. NASA's going to launch a rocket to say sorry to the aliens. It's called Apollo G. Bought a shoe from a drug dealer once. I don't know what he laced them with, but I was tripping all day. Why are libraries so tall? Because they have so many stories. My friend told me that drinking beer would make him smarter, but I don't think anything would make my Budweiser. Just found an old DVD of Jerry Maguire. My favorite part is when Renee Zellweger says, "You had me at Ahoy." Must have been a pirated copy. My wife said I should do lunges to stay in shape. That'd be a big step forward.
Me at Ahoy.
Yeah. Here we go. I bought my wife a brand new iron for Valentine's Day, but she got mad at me and refused to take it. So I put it in my golf bag. Yeah, I got to pause there for that one. It's like, hey, and hey, this was going to be my last one, but I guess I got more time if you want me to keep rolling.
Roll.
I got about a minute, Joe said. I need everyone to wish me luck. I'm going to the bank, and if all goes well, I'll be completely out of debt. I'm so excited I can barely put my ski mask on. The government just shut down a farm after receiving a tip that they were splicing human and lettuce DNA. Once on the scene, they found human romaines. Human romaines. I told my wife how big is an average fence around a yard. She's like, I don't get it. Her dad was there. He laughed. I had to explain it to her. Here we go. Some of these are just bad. How does Dolly Parton keep her swimming pool clean? Chlorine, 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 chlorine. That's a Jolene joke, guys. Anyway, while bench pressing today, my dumbbell slipped and everyone laughed. I had to get that off my chest. I took the shell off my racing snail thinking it would make him move faster. If anything, it made him a little sluggish. No. Why can't people with bladder issues print documents? They can't control P. Control P prints. Anyway, there you go.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Taco Tuesday.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings in-store and online. Save on Whirlpool and Maytag Energy Star washers and dryers, plus no sales tax. And get savings on top of savings with instant discounts plus up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages. All at the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering a new appliance in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of our convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all of the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Love is in the air.
Mwah.
And so are the savings at Bob Bell Kia. Fall for a new Kia Sportage from just $26,927. Financing for every buyer. Plus, we'll pay up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Visit BobBellKia.com.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit CFGBankArena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will start reporting to Sarasota today, marking the unofficial start of the 2026 baseball season. Technically, the only ones that need to show today are those participating in the World Baseball Classic, of which there will be 10 birds playing for 7 different teams. Gunnar Henderson headlines that group. He'll suit up for Team USA and primarily play third base, a spot on the diamond he hasn't patrolled since his rookie year with the O's. Here's Gunnar on playing in the WBC and the plan for how much he'll play.
It's going to be awesome. Super honored to be able to wear our country across our chest. But I was told we'll kind of rotate around, and then just whoever's swinging it the best at the time of whenever everything starts is who's going to start.
Some other Orioles playing in the WBC include Dean Kramer with Team Israel, Tyler O'Neill with Team Canada, and Enrique Bradfield Jr. with Team Panama. The tournament opens on March 5th and lasts through March 17th. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Look, I think Max isn't overly thrilled to be there right now. I don't know exactly what he did or didn't say to Tom Brady. I think there's a feeling around the league that he would like to be traded. And then the question becomes, is he actually traded? The Raiders prefer not to trade him. And I know that if they're even going to listen, and I'm sure they probably will wind up listening, I was told it would take a Micah Parsons type package to even consider dealing Max Crosby.
I'm glad you brought it up because it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, for me, in the past, I've learned, you
being too vocal and too involved with trying to make, I want this coach or I want this. Like, I've learned my lessons and I've learned from that. And like, that's not my job, Max. I think it'd be best, some of the best mentors in my life, Max. I know you care a lot. You're obsessive about it. You want to win no matter what. Like, but you can't control everything. So now that I be quiet, now that I'm quiet, now I got random people making big statements for me. It's news to me sometimes. I got up yesterday, I looked at my phone, or 2 days ago, I looked at my phone, and all of a sudden now I got a bunch of PR people talking about what what Max is doing and did it.
That's Max Crosby, Raiders rush end extraordinaire on the Colin Cowherd Show, talking about the trade rumors that are swirling around him and refuting them, as you would expect, because things got a little crazy at the end of the 2025 regular season for him and the Raiders, who may or may not have been trying to tank to get the number one pick in the draft, which they ultimately did, and held him out. And then he's bouncing on trampolines, trying to show that, he could have been healthy enough to play. But it looks as though, and reports were, that Max Crosby has probably played his last game in a Raiders uniform. And we've discussed it here on the program. Him coming to Baltimore is not a bad thing. Matter of fact, it would be a pretty significant addition to the defense, and in particular, addressing an area that needs to be addressed, and that's pass rush. But as you heard him say with Colin, he doesn't really know anything. He's getting PR hits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Prior to that, heard Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show saying that if the Raiders are inclined to do something, and you're talking to Tom, that was Crosby, Tom Brady, who basically runs the team, it sounds like. Schefter says that the Raiders would want a Micah Parsons level trade. And Nolan McGraw, if memory serves, that included a serviceable starter and a bunch of draft picks. So do the Ravens, first of all, have the wherewithal with a serviceable starter? Who would that be? And then the draft capital, which they seem to have in numbers. They have the 14th pick in the draft and 11 overall. Goes against what Eric DaCosta normally does in that sort of a trade realm. They need a guy. And he would fit perfectly, in my humble opinion. No, not trading Lamar to the Raiders. You trade for Max Crosby from the Raiders. That's what I would do. You figure it out. He's signed, so the contract situation, kind of speaks to itself. Sure, there's some cap maneuvering that would need to take place, like renegotiating or extending Lamar Jackson's contract here. But Max Crosby to Baltimore, I'm all about that. Now, do you make a play for a Trey Hendrickson, who you're certainly familiar with because he's played in your division? The Bengals last couple of years, didn't play much at all. 2025, as he was haggling with money with that organization. But Max Crosby to Baltimore, Nolan McGraw, I've kind of been asking for this for about a month, as it looked as though this could be a real situation. But as we know, things are always more complicated than they might seem to us layman types trying to figure out the particulars of a trade in professional sports here, especially a league that has a salary cap.
Well, you can't argue against it from the talent standpoint. Can't argue against it from the Ravens' need standpoint. The only thing that I could argue against would be what you have to give up. Now, Schefter's comments there, the first time we've heard any sort of speculation about what it could take to revisit the Micah Parsons deal from last year, a 26 first-rounder, a 27 first-rounder, and then the player Kenny Clark. And keep in mind, that was all before he got paid. The reason him leaving Dallas in the first place was the dispute over the contract drama. So they gave up all that stuff, Green Bay did, and then paid him on top of it. Now, Max is a little bit different. The money's already taken care of. You got to be able to take that on. But I think most teams would, for the right player, be willing to take it on. The bigger sticking point, if they are locked in on this trade compensation, not just giving up 2 first-rounders, that's kind of the surface.
Yeah.
But if they are fixated on a player, coming back. And maybe they're fixated, like Dallas was, on getting a defensive player to at least somewhat make up for the loss of Micah Parsons. I don't know who the Ravens could give up, would be willing to give up, who would be that Kenny Clark type that would be that attractive. I'm not sure that guy exists right now for the Ravens. So go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, off the top of my head, maybe Travis Jones, but the Ravens just made a financial commitment to him, so I would see that being off the table.
Right. Could be. But yeah, I'm thinking for now, this to me just seems like, the Raiders are putting that out there because they don't want to trade him. And why would you, right? I mean, they want to try to make this work. But the reality is that they've been trying to convince this guy for 2-3 years at this point that, hey, you're going to be the one that turns this all around. You're the centerpiece. Here's the financial commitment. Just stick around in one more year. Hey, we got the number 1 draft pick coming up. Hey, we got $90+ million. We got a gazillion dollars in cap space. It's coming. I promise it's coming. And he's been fed these lies for years and years. Then you throw in the personal side of things. We're like, hey, we're shutting you down because we're chasing that number 1 overall draft pick. At a certain point, the guy's just going to be pissed off. So publicly for now, they're not in a rush. But I think behind the scenes, they are scrambling. Yeah. And if it does get to that point, and he's going to start throwing his weight around and kicking and screaming and making things ugly, then the asking price can come down a little bit.
And I think we agree, because we've discussed this before, that Max Crosby joining the Baltimore Ravens would be an asset to Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver's defense in 2026 and beyond, because he is a guy with 10 sacks last year, missed the final 2 games of the season, but throughout his career, he has been one of the more prolific pass rushers in the NFL. 10 sacks his rookie year, 12.5 in 22, 14.5 in 23, had 7.5 in 12 games in 24, and then 10 last year in 15 games. And it looks like, for the most part, he hits the post every Sunday, Thursday, Saturday, or Monday, whenever they decide you want to play. Now, in this day and age of the NFL, he's still relatively young at 28 years old, 4th-round draft pick, Eastern Michigan. It fills the need, but the compensation ask. Let me ask you this, Nolan, and our listeners here at 410-583-1057. Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Not under the weather. That time of year, a little February stuff going on, as always. If, say, it is a Micah Parsons level deal, you pulling the trigger, or are you trying to negotiate something that would be a win-win sort of thing for both teams? Because the draft picks, 1st-round picks, if the Ravens play the way we hope they'll play, they're late 1st-rounders in that scenario. So for even the Raiders, is that a good enough haul? An insert player here, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Ravens are trying to come down off of whatever a Micah Parsons package would be. I mean, they're not going to look to add on to that. And if that's ultimately where the Raiders are and they dig their heels in and they're not willing to budge, then I got no problem with the Ravens moving on to the next option. I mean, really, this is no different than the conversation around the Orioles with pitching right now. And what we said months ago, what we said in the middle of last season, you just got to get the personnel. Whether you sign them, you draft them, you trade for them, any way that you acquire, in this case, a pass rusher, is fine with this fan base. We gravitated to Max Crosby because that was the one name that seemed to be generating, and it is generating, trade interest. I mean, I don't see or identify any other pass rusher in the league right now that say, oh, that guy's disgruntled, that guy wants out, or that's a movable contract, this guy's definitely going to be on the move. Max Crosby was the closest thing to that, but if the asking price is too high, then okay, let's pivot. Let's just spend big in free agency. Trey Hendrickson moves to the top of the list if that's the case. So I'm not locked in on Max Crosby. I'm just locked in on elite pass rush, and however you can get it, I'm for it.
Yep, and to your point, a very good point too, Nolan McGraw. That college graduation thing kind of worked out for you greatly. Yeah, fill a need. And however you fill it, which is more team-friendly, which your preference would be, but the Orioles, who we'll get to here in a second, they needed to address manager, add a slugger to the lineup, check, and add a top-of-the-rotation level pitcher, which they have yet to do. And we didn't care, me and you anyway, how they got it done. Framber Valdez, 3 years at $1 bazillion. Not our money. Ranger Suarez, 5 at $150. Not our money. Zach Allen's not moving the needle for me. All the tradable candidates that we have talked about, they've already been moved. Mackenzie Gore comes to mind, among others. I mean, could there be others that could be moved if the Orioles have a surplus of first basemen, which it appears they do, Mayo and Mountcastle, et cetera, et cetera? We'll see. But Pittsburgh, for instance, with Keller and some of these other guys, they seem to be more inclined to keep their guys now, as pitchers and catchers are literally reporting today in a lot of areas, including Baltimore. But to your point, get a pass rusher by any way, shape, or form, because 30 quarterback sacks and limited pressure, and we can get into nerd stats, win rates and pressure rates and all the fun stuff. When did quarterbacks look uncomfortable against the Ravens defense last year because of the pass rush? How many times can we think of off the top of our head that was real? Aaron Rodgers' 2 best games of the season were against Baltimore because they didn't know how to defend him. Do we rush 4? Do we try to? They could not have an answer for it. If you can win with 4, that's great. But as we look at the Ravens roster right now, they don't seem capable of achieving that level of success. 410-583-1057 is the number. It's Turn Up Tuesday. Want it loud? We'll play it. Send a request. Passport text line at 410-583-1057. The Orioles trying to bounce back from a disappointing season. At least in recent vintage, probably the worst season they've had based on expectations. Oh, we've seen worse seasons in regards to win-loss records, for sure. But the Orioles went in last year as a team that was one of the favorites to at the very least get to the playoffs and make a run in October. And they didn't even they finished last. Are they better equipped? Offensively, I think so. We'll get into all that good stuff for sure. But is the rotation stout enough? And Nolan, are we underestimating or maybe underselling the fact that the bullpen might not be up to snuff? Also, we'll talk to Rich Dubrow from BaltimoreBaseball.com coming up 11:30. Mike Elias going to meet with the media coming up at 1 o'clock. So the first time we'll hear from him. I want to know why the hell they traded Cade Stroud for a guy who hits 200 utility player. And I don't know. Maybe Mike Elias could explain all that stuff to us. There was a big brawl in the NBA last night. I happened to be watching the game because I had a betting interest on it. Charlotte and Detroit. Terps are back on the hardwood tomorrow, taking on Iowa down at the Xfinity Center. We can get into all of that and more. And the post, I guess, what do they call that? We'll put a bow on the NFL season of 25, where Seattle reigns supreme. And I say we paid tribute. They earned it. They won it. It's theirs.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Now you can gawk while we talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
It's the President's Month sale event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director at Hyundai, for a great sales experience. Celebrate with 0%, 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's, and make no payment until May 2026 on every new Hyundai. Banks are on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too will be a satisfied customer. Jones Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. They're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, so pop up and see old Kevin and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that fourth reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Starting up Tuesday. Little Billy Joel coming at you. Running hot. You want to crank the 12, we'll play it. Send a request, passport text on it for 10-583-1057. Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today Ravens Wire, joins us top of the hour. Rich Dubraw, BaltimoreBaseball.com. Talk about the start of pitchers and catchers. World Baseball Classic coming up. Orioles got a lot of guys involved in that, spring festivity. So we'll talk to Rich about all that good stuff. And where's Zach Gallen and Verlander and insert other guy here to bolster a rotation that, on paper, if healthy, could be okay with some upside in certain areas. Shane Baz, for instance. But still skeptical. Definitely not the best in their own division, much less the American League. But the offense, however, I think the upside is there. It was one of the better offensive teams second half of 22, throughout 23, first half of 24. Last year and a half, not so much, especially in situational hitting areas, like runners in scoring position, just advancing base runners, doing like this, common sense baseball thing offensively. So we'll get into all of that and more with you at 410-583-1057. Let's get out to the phones. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's under the weather today. Let's go to Ed and Towson. Ed, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you feel?
What's up?
I think that when you talk about the edge rusher, last time we made a splash, I guess I called it a splash, was when we had Manamike was playing and you had Clowney on the other side. And I mean, I'm not a big Clowney guy, but the addition of Clowney created influence on that side, which made Manamike, I guess, a better player. And that's what you have to do. Mike Green hasn't posted yet. I don't know if he's a bad pick or not. You got to give him time to figure it out. But you need a guy that's got it figured out. And Max Crosby, I don't know what the logistics are and the money. I don't get involved in that. But you need a difference maker to make him better and to have some type of rotation. Now, the kid that DeCosta is probably going to get because he likes going into the draft is this kid Falk out of, I think, Auburn or something like that, SEC guy. He's a good player. He's you know, a little heavy for me for an edge rusher, but he's posted some good numbers, and he might work. I guess the question is, Bob, are you willing to have a second-year player and a first-year player in the same rotation? And is that going to make it, you know, if it works, it works. But I think Crosby, I'd sell the freaking house to get him because he makes everything better. He makes Kyle Hamilton better. He makes all of these guys better because he creates influence. And maybe you see what Mike Green can actually do as opposed to him last year being the guy and you're a rookie, not great, but, Max Crosby, even though he comes out of Eastern Michigan, Max, a better conference than where Mike Green came from, but you can make him better by getting a guy that creates that influence. If they don't get him, they're going to get the guy from Auburn, Falk, and he might show up. He's a really good player. Can he do it the first year out? That's the key right there. So you need somebody to make Mike Green better. We'll see what happens. Y'all take care.
All right, Ed, have a good call. Had a good day. Thanks for the call. And look, assuming they draft a rookie at 14 to be a pass rusher with Mike Green, that's a tenuous situation to be in. And he brought up Jadeveon Clowney back in 23. They also brought in Kyle Van Noy. Those two together created a perfect storm. And Matabike had that monster 2023 season where he had 13 sacks, whatever it was, and got himself paid. And I'm still skeptical, Nolan, that Nnamdi Matabike, is going to be playing football for the Ravens in 26. Hope I'm wrong. I think everybody listening hopes that I'm wrong, and he'll be out there ready to kick some ass starting the season opener against whomever on whatever date. But I'm not holding my breath for that. But Travis Jones showed abilities to maybe be a poor man's Nnamdi Matabike from 23. I mean, Travis Jones had 5 sacks last year, really started to play well down the stretch, got his extension. Broderick Washington, since he got his injuries and inconsistencies, but Crosby, Hendrickson, Khalil Max out there, who obviously has a familiarity with Minter. I would be happy. It'd be like the Orioles going with a bunch of old guys in their starting rotation last year, blew up in their face. Ravens going with a bunch of young guys at pass rush would probably do the same thing in the AFC in 2026.
And to Ed's point there, when he kind of got the call rolling, saying that, look at a couple of years ago with Clowney, and then I don't know if you mentioned Van Noy or not, but...
Well, I just brought him up.
Right, well, isn't that exactly what you just described? Like, rolling the dice on a bunch of guys who don't appear to be in their prime, they're recognizable names, they're cheap, right? They're here on one-year deals, and even the highest of expectations were exceeded by that group that year. Shouldn't that be evidence enough to say that that was kind of lightning in the bottle, right? That we even made out better than we thought we could at that point. So now a couple of years later, when the cupboard's completely bare, you can't realistically look at that and say, all right, who's the next Clowney and the next Van Noy? And we're going to go 2 for 2 again, and they're both going to play like all pros. It's just not going to happen. At some point, you got to pay for what you want.
Yeah, but going with the draft too, as we said, I mean, that's Mike Green. I think there's upside.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you circle back to Oweh? That's going to be, I'm sure, a talking point because, what Minter did with him in L.A., but he's now going to want crazy money that the Ravens were unwilling to give him in the first place. Well, that would be kind of a, what do they call that? It's not a 3. Would that be a 180? That's a 180 because 360, you're back where you started, where he's got 0 sacks. I mean, you want him, you want the Chargers guy. But was that an aberration? But then again, now I'm trying to talk myself into it. He did have 10 sacks in 25. Odafe Oweh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's another questionable move, especially given the potential price tag there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that I kind of shy away from, at least for me. You did mention that he did it previously with the Ravens, but still, the way we talked about that season as it was happening was, well, this could be an outlier. And then through the first 4 or 5 weeks of 25, it looked like an outlier. So how much of it was Minter? I'll put a good bit of stock into it. But through the entire head coaching process, when we pointed at that and said, hey, this is a strong suit of Minter, look at what he did for Oweh, it wasn't necessarily saying, all right, we get Minter and bring Oweh back. It was more so to prop up Minter and say, look at what he can do, that he can get results out of somebody that was doing nothing with another team. It doesn't have to be Oweh again, but can he get results out of somebody who previously wasn't? Or, okay, you want to go cheaper route, free agency, Draymond Jones, right? I mean, we could argue maybe this past year was a career year for him, what he did with the Ravens. Not exactly what they needed. I mean, he was good. He was a good player. He wasn't great. Okay. Wasn't an elite pass rusher. But in terms of what he's going to cost, he's not going to break the bank at all. Whereas in Oweh's, they're like, this is his one shot to get that big money. He timed it right, showed up well in the playoffs. I think Oweh's a guy that gets overpaid.
Not by the Ravens, though, right?
Correct, yeah.
And we'll come back, take more of your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny is off today. Under the weather. You know, it is February, like the flu. You know, a year ago, President's Day time, I had the flu. It was so bad, I had to call an ambulance for my wife. And then 3 days later, the old Bobster got kicked in the short ones with that. So it sucks. So we're trying to fight through it. Pitchers and catchers tomorrow. Just think baseball. Baseball. I'm wearing my Orioles stuff today, Nolan. Pummel the flu away. We'll get to the Orioles. Hopefully they have a pitching staff that doesn't get pummel it in the American League East. We'll get into that and more as well here on this Turn It Up Tuesday.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan.
Save 20% on wild-caught lobster tails with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for romantic meals for two. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Head to the Green Turtle and enjoy their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials. $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Vinny and Haynie, sponsored by Valor Home. Trust your home to Valor. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The 2026 baseball season unofficially begins today as players start reporting to their respective spring training sites. As for your Orioles, today will hopefully be the start of a resurgence as the Birds look to bounce back from a down 2025. First-year skipper Craig Albernaz is tasked with resurrecting a talented but sometimes underachieving squad. Here's Albie sharing some thoughts on the excitement around his first season as a big league manager.
That's the beauty of me coming in year one, fresh eyes, and something I always say, our guys have put in a ton of work in the offseason and they've made changes. They're trying to get better, so want to see where they're at and kind of go from there. Hopefully we have competition all over the field. That's a good thing. It means our guys are competing and getting better.
In other O's news, yesterday the team officially opened a brand new player development center right next to Ed Smith Stadium. The roughly $21 million complex houses nearly 16,000 square feet of covered batting cages, as well as 10,000 square feet of covered bullpen mounds and a state-of-the-art biomechanics lab. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A mix of sun and clouds with temps growing warmer, highs around 40. I'm Joe LaCroix on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, crank it at to 12. Pick a song, we'll play it loud. Send your request, Plot Sport text line, 410-583-1057. It's the number. Bob Haney, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Be back tomorrow. Kevin Ostrager, talk Ravens, top of the hour. Talk Orioles, Rich Dubraw, 11:30. A lot going on. Super Bowl is over. Seattle Kings of the football world. Congratulations to them. I know a lot of people still lamenting the loss of Mike McDonald a couple years back, but Jesse Minter hopefully will be some sort of facsimile 2.0. I mean, winning a Super Bowl in year 2. You got Lamar as your quarterback. I don't think it's an impossible task, even though, Lamar's never been to a Super Bowl. Neither's Josh Allen. Neither's Baker Mayfield. Get the point. A lot of guys, quality dudes, have achieved great success, have fallen short of the ultimate goal. And for Lamar, Baker, Josh Allen, and with all due respect to Baker Mayfield, I think Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen in particular, it's like, come on. Josh Allen just turned 30, right? Lamar just turned 29. Wait a minute, we're watching Sam Darnold raising Lombardi trophies? The guy that, outside of Josh Rosen, was considered the stiff of that first-round draft class of 2018? You don't think they're feeling the heat? Damn right they are. Josh Allen was literally crying after they lost to Denver in the playoffs. Lamar was running hot for him after they lost to the Steelers because they understand it's another year gone, past, where goals were not reached. And this year for both guys didn't even come close to reaching the goal. The Ravens didn't even make the playoffs. And Buffalo, in a year without Lamar and Burrow and Allen, Mahomes, they didn't even advance to the championship game. And Josh Allen played like crap in the game that they lost, where Lamar was brilliant in the fourth quarter. So the pressure's on them. But I guess my point, a long-winded way, Can you win it in 2 years, Nolan, with Lamar in his prime, given the fact that he's been in his prime, he's won 2 MVPs, they've been the number 1 seed twice, and just to expect that it happens? I'm using the McDonald-Minter parallel, of course. Now, if they're not winning it in 2 years, I think we're all going to be running hot for various reasons. It's like, all right, now Lamar's in his 30s. Derrick Henry's probably done, right, at that point in time, and the roster might have a totally different look. Because windows might be, as long as 8's playing, windows are still open. But I don't know, man. That Magnus Seal's starting to creep in a little bit in 2 more years, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, what the Seahawks did, even if you were someone that was super high on Mike Macdonald, right, and thought that he was the next great head coach, and he was going to be an all-time head coach, to do what he did in 2 years with 2 different quarterbacks, that's the most impressive part of it. So when I look at what the Ravens are doing here and their chances of, immediately having success with a new head coach, it is tied to a quarterback, right? I mean, we know what Lamar is in the playoffs. We know that that's still going to be the hurdle when we get there, but just getting to that point, or even setting yourself up for the best results in the playoffs. Like the Seahawks were the 1 seed this year. Would it shock anybody if the Ravens were the 1 seed again? They've done it twice with Lamar. I wouldn't call that a shock. You might not be predicting it when week 1 starts, but they got to be on a short list of teams that you would think are capable of doing that. I think the biggest thing to me when we maybe look back on the Super Bowl this year, whether Seattle, they did win it, or let's say an alternate reality where the Patriots did win it, I think as more time goes on, we'll look back on this and say that was the year that people are kicking themselves because there was no Mahomes boogeyman, because Josh Allen was good but didn't have his best team around him. Joe Burrow was missing in action again. Lamar wasn't in the mix, for other teams out there. So that's the bigger thing for me. Like, are we going to immediately get back to Mahomes domination next year where it's a crowded AFC and it's a tall ask to come out of that? Because if that's the case, I still have the Ravens in the mix, but I don't feel as strongly.
Yeah, and the odds makers, and take it for what it's worth, have the Ravens as the 4th highest odds to win the Super, or lowest, whatever it is, to win it next year. But, last year they were the betting favorites, 2025 that is, to win the Super Bowl. All right, let's get out to the phones. Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's happening? Turn it up Tuesday.
Turn it up, Bob. Good morning.
Crank it up.
Blare it.
Yeah.
But talking with Nolan, of course, the Ravens have become an organization that can obviously be playoff bound most times, right? We've had some success there. I hope Sam Darnold winning it motivates even Lamar and Josh Allen, because at this point, I don't need us to leverage the entire organization's future, draft-wise, capital-wise, etc. But I want to put my money in the basket right now, right? I want it in a basket that tells me we can win football games, go into the playoffs, get past the AFC Championship game, and go to the Super Bowl. Because simply for me, Bob, I've always been one of the most optimistic fans of this team. But right now, I don't look at us as being a high-level contender because we have not gotten past the most important parts of the playoffs. It's just letdowns, bud.
Well,
but I'm here for it.
All right, Kevin, I hear you, man. I appreciate the call. And to your point, 2023, number 1 seed, made it to the championship game. 2024, won the division, but played a playoff game on the road at Buffalo and lost. 2025 didn't even make the playoffs. So that, I guess by definition, Nolan, that means regressing. That's a regression. Matt in Maine, Charlie in D.C., you're next. And then Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today. It's Vinny and Haynie. Vinny's off today. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on The Fan.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike Macdonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an automatic
Fantasy Sports Minute.
What a 24 hours for Clint Kubiak, offensive coordinator for Seattle as they win the Super Bowl, and then named head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. And the Raiders may be able to get it going in 2027, in 2026 in that division with the Chargers, with the Broncos, and the Chiefs. Hard to imagine they're going to be very good, even if Fernando Mendoza is good. If they draft the Heisman Trophy winner, might be tough sledding for Kubiak in year one. I'm Nick Customers.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-926-5959. That's 800-926-5959.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Kevin Striker, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Talks to Ravens with him. Off season, very much in play for the Ravens. They haven't played a game in a month. New coach, new coaching staff. Still need a quarterback coach. Got free agency coming up. March 11th? So pretty much a month from now. Lamar Jackson, contract renegotiation, extension, who knows? Got to free up some money here. $74.5 million cap hit for the next 2 years for Lamar under his current pay system. He's going to get paid. He will be the highest paid player in the NFL, and rightfully so, at least till the next guy comes along. But, he needs help. Offensive line, pass rusher, we've discussed 1,000 times. Cornerback draft doesn't appear to be all that great. We'll talk about that with John Cooper from our lads coming up later in the show. Where do you go there? What's the ceiling for Nate Wiggins, Malachi Starks, last 2 first-round draft picks? Kyle Hamilton's a stud. Speaking of offensive line, what the hell happens with Tyler Linderbaum, who right now is one of the more attractive free agents out there on the open market? So a lot of that. And then the Orioles, pitchers and catchers. Offense looks pretty good on paper. If the young guys stay healthy, they'll be fine. And the veterans, Ward, Alonso, they do what they have to do what they've done. Everything will be all right, I think. The Weeders. I keep Freudian slipping it, Nolan. Rutschman gets back to where he was for the first 2.5 years of his career. All is well offensively. Do they have the pitching in the bullpen and obviously in the rotation to maintain in the American League East, which had 3 playoff teams last year and looks to be really tough again here in 2026. But let's get out to the phones. Go to Matt in Maine. Matt, what's up?
What's up, Bob? Hope you guys are, hope you guys are doing well.
We're transitioning into the baseball, of course, and we can start whining about the Orioles in another month and a half. How's that sound?
Yeah, well, I'm in coastal Maine, and it's actually not sub-zero here. It's actually getting to 32 degrees today, so it feels like spring might be coming.
A little 40-ish today down in Baltimore.
Very nice, very nice. Hope my mom's doing well down there. Couple things real quick, Orioles related, just because you just hopped off of that. I think the best thing that I'm excited about is just Albernaz, and it seems like this guy is the kind of guy that's not going to take a lot of nonsense, and I love the fact that he mentioned, guys are going to play based on production. That hard-nosed mentality, I feel like, is something that this team has missed. I'm highly disappointed, though. I didn't want Fromber personally, but I do feel if there were creative avenues to push somebody to the front of this rotation. I feel like it's like Groundhog's Day for me, Bob. I mean, I love Bradish, and what Rodgers did last year was great, but it's also not coincidental that Rodgers' last start of the year was his worst in that long stretch that he had. And it wasn't terrible, but it kind of like sent us into the offseason thinking like, man, I hope this guy – what is he actually? The thing with Bradish, though, Bob, it's like if he's at the front of it, coming off the injuries, coming off the replacement surgery, the ligament replacement, is he a 200-inning guy next year? I don't get how.
Yeah.
I just don't get how, we've got 6 first basemen, including prospects and established guys. How are we going into this week and we did not push someone to the front of this rotation? And then I want to mention one. I'll listen to what you think about that off air. I want to mention one thing about the Ravens. The Max Crosby thing for me, Bob, is the only thing I'm hung up on is Micah was 25 when he got traded, and Max will be 29 when the season starts. And I feel like that's kind of like more the MO of what the Ravens do anyway. My idea is, what about instead, because his production was pretty ridiculous once he got out of Baltimore, and Oweh kind of came out and said, all Minter did was move me out a few yards wider to give me a longer runway to get after the quarterback. How about you bring Mack and Oweh back into the fold, and you pair them with Green and draft somebody up top and see what happens with that? I'll hang up listening to you guys. Take care, Bob.
All right. Thank you, Matt in Maine. And I'm glad you're getting sub-zero temperatures there. I don't know. What do you think, Khalil Mack, Odafe Oweh, pair him up with Mike Green, Nolan McGraw, draft a guy, Khalil Mack's in the descent as a player. Not saying he's totally washed, but maybe he has a Clownier Van Noy renaissance, but that's the risk we talked about earlier. And Adape Owe might be too expensive now for the Ravens' taste here. Yep. And are you banking on 17.5 sacks over the last 2 years as opposed to what he had, 12 in his first 3 combined?
Yeah, the price is going to be the ultimate thing that moves the needle here. I don't hate the Khalil Mack idea. Really only a couple of years removed from him having that crazy 17-sack season, but even more realistic expectations. In a full season, he should give you, 7 to 8. What kind of price do you put on that? It's obviously not Max Crosby territory. I would hope that it's significantly less than what Owe is going to fetch on the open market. And if he's someone who's willing to do like a 1-year type of thing, that seems pretty low risk to me, right? But where does that fall into like what I was saying earlier? Is this just a Clowney type of addition? Maybe you got room for one of those guys, right? I was saying earlier, you can't just go bargain bin all the time. I don't even know if Khalil Mack would necessarily qualify as bargain bin based on what he gets, but short-term veteran guy, there is some risk that comes with it, right? He's coming off an incomplete season, but even still, I got room for one guy in the room like that. And if I'm putting together a short list, he might be at the top of it.
If I'm going to spend dough, because Owe, I think, will be, the price tag is up. If I'm going to at least commit real money, and I'm going under the assumption that they will get Lamar's contract done, so this is all going to be a moot point when it's said and all finished, I'm going all in on if you're not going to trade for Crosby, right, go in Hendrickson, then bring in Khalil Mack as well. You know what I mean? Hope Mike Green ascends. Again, skeptical about Matabike. Hope I'm wrong, but hope Travis Jones gets it rolling here. I think Tavius Robinson is a nice complimentary piece. And what did you think of Trenton Simpson? The way he played kind of fetch it last year, and certainly, go get the quarterback and setting the edge. I thought Trenton Simpson, not saying he was like the greatest thing since sliced bread, but he looked like an asset as opposed to a guy who was mostly inactive on Sundays, if not just, playing on special teams.
Well, he's still a project. And I guess the bigger point here is if you want to consider Mike Green also a project, trying to get the most out of him, different types of projects, but still there's work to be done there. You don't want a situation where Minter's coming in, and yes, he's a defensive wizard. He's got the brightest mind on that side of the ball. But to burden him with that out the gate, like, hey, miracle worker, get to work. You got a bunch of projects here for you and nothing concrete, nothing that's set in stone. Could he get results out of that? I would hope so. I mean, it's a big reason why he went with him in the first place. But it's got to be a mix, right? There's got to be at least somebody in that room that you can lean on as a heavy hitter, whether it's a Crosby, a Hendrickson, someone who you can confidently pencil in. This guy's double-digit sacks. Where the rest of the room goes from there, that's on us. But we need to have that cornerstone.
We have time for another call?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's go to D.C. It's Charlie. Charlie, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. You're only as good at what you got around you. As my Patriots lost because their offensive line. But the Ravens, they need to fix their front line and their defensive line. And Lamar, as great as he is in the regular season, you can't put the losses in the playoffs all on his back because you need to put players around him. As you look at Seattle, you look at the Eagles, they had players around them. And I think it falls on your GM. He needs to do a better job. And that's it. Thanks.
All right, thanks for the call. Charlie in D.C., who's a Patriots fan. Look, we can get into Lamar's playoff record. What's he, 3-6, I believe it is, or something like that. Has he played poorly in any of the games? I thought he stat-filled in the Tennessee game in 19. You know what I mean? He hit all the daily fantasy stuff. I didn't think he played all that great against Buffalo in 2020. First half against the Bills last year, great in the second half. The Kansas City game, I think that one was debatable. I don't think he was great in that one. Allegedly had a bad knee, couldn't run. But has there been a game where his poor performance has cost them a playoff game?
No, the Bills in 2020 for sure. The pick six.
Yeah.
They were right there at the score a go-ahead touchdown, and that flipped the game right there. It wasn't playing well to begin with in that game. It was pulling teeth for sure. I mean, if you want to count 2018 when he was a rookie, but the whole offense was completely.
Yeah, and he started getting the sea legs under him in the second half a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they actually had the ball down 7 on their last possession.
Didn't feel like it.
No. But at halftime, bench and put Flacco in. Blah, blah, blah. The 19 game, as I said, I thought the whole team was just like, what the hell? Remember Ingram's like, wow, I was banged up, which he was with a calf. Andrews had a bad ankle. They couldn't get it done in a 4th and 1 where they had been successful all season long. But is he really out of game, I guess, the Houston wildcard game or the divisional round game before the Kansas City AFC Championship game? He carried them to victory in that game.
Oh, like a signature?
Yeah, like that's – and the Tennessee game in 20 when they won on the road.
I mean, stats-wise, it's probably that Texans one, but I think in the moment, that Tennessee one, because of everything that was going on at the time, they knocked you out a year prior. They beat up on you in the regular season.
Yes, they did.
That was a really tight, tense game, and you were looking at a situation here like, oh my God, they didn't start fast in that game. And I think Lamar even had an early turnover where you're saying, or is this who he's going to be? We're going to do this for a whole nother offseason. And he had that crazy long touchdown run where he just turned nothing into something, and that flipped the entire game right there. That felt like if we're going to look for one signature play, that would be it. Entire game, I'll still go Texans.
Yeah, but until he has success, Nolan, in the postseason, getting them to the Super Bowl, and Josh Allen's in this category now as well. I mean, Burrow, say what you want. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to 2 championship games back-to-back years. He won at Arrowhead, as a matter of fact, to get to the Super Bowl. But would you rather do that and not make the playoffs for 3 years? Kind of where they are at this point in time?
No, because that just creates even more questions.
We'll come back, talk Ravens with Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire, Whip Around Live 15, having a World of Sports last night, and historically, a couple things. Cool with Maryland hoops. Remember the good old days when they were in the tournament and winning championships and all that fun stuff? And that Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com, talk about the Birds of Baltimore, the original Birds, pitchers and catchers. Spring training's about to start. The Orioles are 10 days away from the exhibition opener against the Yankees.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Cut your heating costs this winter with $125 in free heating oil, only from your local HVAC pros at Petro. Use propane in your home? Ask about special offers. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02 today.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
The Black Rose and Whiskey Myers bring their Southern Hospitality Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with first-year head coach Jesse Minter taking over earlier this offseason. His staff is still under construction, but the core is already in place, and expectations are the defense will be the side of the ball most impacted. That's music to the ears of Kyle Hamilton, who recently discussed the anticipated changes during an interview with NFL Network.
I think having that outlook where, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. Obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Elsewhere in the AFC North, Browns tight end David Njoku says his 9-year run with the team is coming to an end. After being the subject of trade rumors throughout 2025, he's now set to hit the open market this March, where Cleveland won't make a push to keep him. His 384 career receptions and 34 career touchdowns rank behind only Ozzie Newsome when it comes to tight ends in the Browns' history books. Now it appears they'll be transitioning fully to Harold Fannin Jr., who impressed with 731 yards and 6 touchdowns as a rookie this past season. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn up Tuesday, cranking it to 12. Little priest for you, breaking the law. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Ravens off season, well, it began about a month ago. They've already fired their coach. replaced him, John Harbaugh, now in New York. He landed on his feet nicely. Thank you very much. Jesse Minter comes in, filling out his staff. Now we're about a month away from free agency. Got to get Lamar's contract straightened out. The draft coming up here in a little more than 2 months. So there's plenty to do. And I was doing the math. Let's see. It's March, April, May, June, July, August. Ravens will be playing a game in 7 months. We're already counting down the days. But here to talk about the offseason so far. And look at that Super Bowl that just finished a couple of days ago. From USA Today, the Ravens Wires on the Window Nation guest hotline. Joins us every Tuesday. Kevin Allstriker. Kevin, how you feeling? What's going on?
What's going on, Bob? Yeah, it's a crazy time right now. You know, we're counting down the days, like you said, counting down the months. And, you know, for me, the countdown to free agency is certainly on. And, you know, it's coming up quicker than we think.
Now, I don't want to get too off topic from where I was trying to go. And keep in mind, I'm feeble-minded most of the time, Kevin. But I just heard during Nolan's update, David Njoku already said to Cleveland, see you, I'm peaced out. Free agent, he's moving on. And Fannin had a great rookie year. But with Todd Monken taking over as the OC, could this Cleveland be a potential landing spot for, say, an Isaiah Likely?
It's definitely possible. I do think that, you know, that's going to be Harold Fannin's offense in terms of the tight end spot. And, you know, for Likely, I think that the big thing for him is, as it should be, probably going to be role and going to an established offense, but an offense that doesn't have an established tight end one already. And, you know, with the contract he's probably going to get, you know, Baltimore, obviously, they signed Mark Andrews to that extension. You know, I could see him going to a team, again, like, if Travis Kelce retires, does he go to Kansas City and replace Kelce? You know, does he go to Cincinnati where, you know, they had Noah Fant last year, but they could use an upgrade there? You know, maybe New England if they want to get an upgrade from Hunter Henry. Those are the types of teams that I think Likely should be looking at. Again, I would love to have him back in Baltimore, but, you know, I think the writing was on the wall when they signed Andrews that extension. You know, you can't bring back everybody, unfortunately. So I could see Cleveland potentially, if they wanted to, you know, run a little Fannin Likely 1-2 duo right there. It'd certainly be one of the best tandems in the entire league for sure. But I think Likely's probably going to want to go to a spot where he can have kind of sole ownership of that tight end one job.
All right, Kevin, before we get back to the Ravens, talk about Seattle winning the championship convincingly 29-13 over New England, and the game wasn't even as close as the final score would indicate. How surprising was their run, Seattle's, you know, based on the fact they lost Charbonnet in the playoffs? Walker really, you would figure teams would key on him, and he's a really good running back. And Sam Darnold doing Sam Darnold things and winning the Super Bowl the way that they did, even though Jackson Smith and Jigba was kind of a non-factor, spent a lot of time on the sidelines too.
Huge thing for me is, you know, they won the Super Bowl pretty convincingly, but, you know, the fact that they were able to do it, I guess, without a couple of their key offensive weapons there, you know, particularly Smith and Jigba, I think that was huge. And, you know, there was a lot that Seattle did throughout the season. They were really dominant throughout the year, and, you know, defensively for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, I mean, they had Drake May looking like a second-year quarterback, which for them is a good thing. You know, the experience certainly was shining through for Drake May and the Patriots team. So, you know, it was a super impressive effort, and I think that it's obviously really cool from a Baltimore perspective to see what Mike Macdonald did for that team this season, year two. They made a couple of big changes this offseason too. You know, first year for Mike Macdonald. He didn't necessarily like where the offense was going, I guess, and fired his offensive coordinator, brought in Clint Kubiak. Obviously, that worked out pretty well for him. You know, they made the bold move to sign Sam Darnold, move on from Geno Smith. They said, hey, this is the guy we want, and it all paid off for him. Alongside a dominant defense, you have some big playmakers. Kenneth Walker showing up when it mattered most. You know, so many things have to go right for any team in any sport to win a championship, and for Seattle, it just felt like everything kept clicking, thing after thing after thing after thing, and it was really cool to see.
Now, for New England, is that a shaky throne that they're on in the AFC, given the fact that no Lamar, no Burrow, no Mahomes, the narrative we discussed for the better part of a month and a half here? Is New England a one-off, or is that really an ascending team? I mean, we look at Drake May, had an abysmal postseason, got sacked a ton, but he is only a second-year guy, and he was second in the most valuable player voting this year.
Yeah, I would probably say it's both. I think that there's obviously no guarantee that New England makes it back. I mean, if we go and look at another recent example like Joe Burrow and that Bengals team who, made it years ago, and everyone thought, all right, well, hey, this is a team that's going to be back there, and they have not even sniffed it since. That's something you can never guarantee, and it's why, for so many people, they make it once and then they never make it again. And so it's important to take advantage of it. There's obviously a chance that they get back next season or the year after that or the year after that. They're a talented team. You mentioned, Drake May is a young quarterback. They have a lot of cap space this offseason. Seattle does as well. So we'll see what both those teams do. But you're right. We're like, there was no Lamar, there was no Allen, there was no Burrow, Mahomes, et cetera, et cetera. There are going to be a lot of competitive teams in the AFC next season. And so there's going to be a lot of competition there. And again, there's a good chance the Patriots come out of the AFC again because of how talented they are and what they can do with some of their space. But, for me, I'm looking at that AFC field and, even if it's some of these younger up-and-coming teams or teams that are looking to bounce back next season, there's going to be a lot. So I think that teams like the Chargers and the Broncos and, you look around the AFC South with like the Jaguars and the Colts, if Daniel Jones comes back to Texas with that defense, Jacksonville, there's a lot. So I think that New England, they're one of those teams, but it's going to be no easy feat for them to make it back.
Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire, joining us here, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Kevin, last thing for you, free agency starts, March 11th, if I'm not mistaken. So we're about a month away from that. Will Lamar Jackson have a new contract in one way, shape, or form that will allow the Ravens to have financial wherewithal to play in that party that is called free agency coming up here in about 5 weeks?
I'm going to say yes. I think that they will get something done. It's a situation where obviously it is current cap number. You can't have that, but I do think that like the first time, it's going to be a big factor where that 2023 contract situation, it cost the Ravens their free agency. Luckily, they were able to get the deal done, bring Lamar back to Baltimore. But, this year, an extension would be huge, but he's not a free agent. So if it doesn't happen to the fact where an extension doesn't get done, Steve Bisciotti did make it clear that, hey, they're going to go about it and move the money around and whatnot. But, Steve Bisciotti also hinted at the fact that, he believes Lamar understands the situation and everything that goes on with the team and how, him signing a deal would help. But obviously it has to be a deal that Lamar wants to take. So there's a lot of different factors with that situation. But, they have about a month now to get everything done, like you mentioned. And I'm definitely hoping it's enough time to get that done because it would free up a lot of money for them to do what they needed in free agency, address the O-line, D-line, other sneaky needs that they have. So I'm going to say yes.
All right, Kevin, what's happening on the Ravens Wire here on this Turn It Up Tuesday, February 10th?
Yeah, just diving into previews on a lot of different, end of NFL season wrap-ups, diving into free agency, the last of the coaching hires as Jesse Minter rounds out his final staff, and a lot more as we look forward to that new era of Ravens football.
Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today. It's the Ravens Wire, as we said. Kevin, appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your Turn It Up Tuesday.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks. Have a good Tuesday.
You got it, bud. We'll come back, whip around what happened in World of Sports last night. A couple of things of note, and historically for Maryland basketball, a lot of really cool things. And then Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com, talking about the start of spring training, pitchers and catchers, and the Orioles still pursuing a starting pitcher. Are they going to get one? Is it going to be a guy that moves Bradish out of there? I don't know. Zach Gallen's not moving my needle.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike McDonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Seahawks are Super Bowl champions for the second time in franchise history. They defeated the Patriots 29-13 on Sunday night and will continue the celebrations in Seattle on Wednesday when the city hosts the championship parade. Meanwhile, the Raiders have agreed to terms with newly crowned Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak as their new head coach. With that move, all 10 head coaching vacancies around the league have now been filled. Elsewhere, Aaron Rodgers has spoken with Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy several times about the possibility of a return next season, according to NFL Network insiders. If he does return, 2026 would mark Rodgers' 22nd season in the league. And the insiders also reporting the Dolphins are expected to either trade or release quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. That decision is expected before the start of the new league year on March 11th. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the One. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Stand out in 2026 and move your career forward with a skills-based education from University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers affordable, online courses with more than 135 degrees and certificates to equip you with the skills today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technology like AI and data science, and gain enduring skills such as leadership, communication, and critical thinking. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes designed for working adults like you. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start February 11th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings of up to 40% off. Take advantage of huge savings on GE Profile and Cafe Energy Star refrigeration, plus no sales tax. Or save on GE Profile Energy Star washers and dryers with no sales tax and the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering new appliances in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local and save at Bray & Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Time for the Whip Around here on this Turn It Up Tuesday, as we've talked about a lot. First hour plus of the show, pitchers and catchers for the Orioles down in Sarasota. Brand new facilities there. The ribbon cutting was yesterday. We'll talk to Rich Dubroff about the original Birds of Baltimore from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Coming up here at 11:30, just a matter of minutes. Olympics are still going on. The Winter Games for sure. Can't keep you up to date on all of the stuff because there's a billion things happening. Check your favorite websites, I guess, for all of your medal counts. I did see that the gold medals are falling apart, and the medals in general. It's almost like the chocolate things that were wrapped in the cellophane. Look like one of those, the minty things where you get on the mountain and everything was blowing through your hair. I can't remember what they're called because I'm never a big fan of that thing. But yeah, the Winter Olympics, the medals are falling apart. So that's become kind of a problem in Italy. We're not even a week into it, like 4 days into the Olympic ceremonies. And we'll keep you up to date on the medal count. I believe men's hockey starts tomorrow. The U.S. women's team is kind of kicking some ass in a major way. So again, keep you up to date on it as we get it. And me sitting here talking about sports I've known nothing about, like curling. I mean, what are you really learning other than me saying the U.S. won, like they did yesterday as we watched it, and it took like 4 hours to do so. In the NBA last night, Oklahoma City beat the Lakers 119-110. No SGA in this game. Aaron Wiggins, University of Maryland, 4 rebounds and an assist. Jalen Williams, coming back from Miami, had 23 for the Thunder. Brooklyn beat Chicago 123-115. No Jalen Smith. Sticks dealing with the calves. Kind of kept him out last couple of games, and he had been playing really well. Starting for Billy Donovan. Claxton at 28-10 for Brooklyn, playing without Michael Porter. It was Utah 115-111 over Miami. Jameer Young, former Terp, DNP coach's decision there. But Jaren Jackson Jr., new member of the Jazz, he had 22 as they get the win. A new-look team at that. It was New Orleans, the Pelicans, 120-94 over Sacramento. Derek Queen, Baltimore's own, University of Maryland, 8 points, 5 boards, and assists. Trey Murphy had 21 there for the Pelicans in the win. And Golden State beat Memphis. The Spencer brothers on the floor at the same time. Cam for Memphis, 2 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. And Pat actually led Golden State in scoring as they edge the Memphis Grizzlies 17-3-7. 114-113 was the final score. The Spencers both went through Loyola Boys Latin and all that fun stuff. And it was Detroit 110-104 over Charlotte. Charlotte's 9-game winning streak comes to an end. Detroit now has Kevin Huerter on the team. Red Velvet, former Terp, no points, but he had 3 boards and an assist. Cade Cunningham's brilliant. He had 33, 9, and 7. But there was a brawl for it all. Nolan, real quick, did you see the fight?
I did not. No, I had to read about it.
Charlotte and Detroit. It was Jalen Duren and then Bridges and Isaiah Stewart came off the bench. It was not the Malice in the Palace level, but it was getting a little testy on the floor down in Charlotte. But the Pistons win 110-104. 4 suspensions. And Lee, the coach of Charlotte, got thrown out of the game, too. So if you're the referees last night's game, you had a rough night. But then again, you know, they don't call traveling, so you have a rough night most nights. Traveling's still in the rule book, if I'm not mistaken, in basketball. They just tend to ignore it, so that's their deal. College basketball, Big Ten last night. Indiana handles Oregon, I should say, 92-74. The Ducks 1-12 in the Big Ten. Dana Altman having a rough go at it out there in Eugene. Locally, Navy beat Bucknell 76-60 in the Patriot League. Midshipmen are 12-1. And all due respect to Maryland, all due respect to Towson and everybody else, I think Nolan, Navy might be the best men's team in the state, at least locally this year, as they're kind of rolling through things. But you know what it sets up? 12-1. They'll be first place in the Patriot League, lose in the finals of the conference tournament. We're rooting not for them to lose, of course, but then you don't get in. Just expand the field to like 400 teams, and just everybody gets in. What the hell? But there was an upset last night, if you want to call it that, in college basketball. Ninth-ranked Kansas taking on number 1 Arizona. And wouldn't you think? The Jayhawks on their home floor.
Council grabs it, and that'll do it. Kansas has knocked off unbeaten Arizona. Number 1 goes down inside Allen Fieldhouse. No Darren Peterson, no problem.
Yeah, Darren Peterson, one of the top picks expected to be in the 2026 draft. He was sick. Didn't play last night for Kansas, but they beat Arizona, number 1, and undefeated. First loss of the year for the Jayhawks, and I believe that makes Miami of Ohio the only undefeated men's team left here in 2026. And by the way, the season's flying. Maryland only has 8 games left, and that includes tomorrow against Iowa. Now ranked number 25, by the way, in the coaches poll. You can hear that game on the Fan. Tip-off at 6 o'clock. It's the whip around here on this Turn Up Tuesday. Speaking of Maryland, this day in Maryland hoops history, 1988, down at Little John. Terps beat Clemson 70-66. Derek Lewis, 16 points, 11 boards. Tony Massenberg had 14. Taya McCoy, Rudy Archer, Baltimore. Keith Gatlin, who coached Aaron Wiggins in high school, he had 10 for Bob Wade. Terps would go to the NCAA tournament that year. 1999. Down in Raleigh, 7th-ranked Maryland beat NC State 63-50. Terrence Morris had 17 points, 16 boards in that game. Unfortunately, practice the day before being a Kesey, Torrey's Achilles would be out for the year, which probably, it did open the door for Lonnie Baxter, and in the big picture probably helped, as Baxter was 2-time regional player of the year. But for that year's Maryland team, not good. Now, hopefully, being a Kesey Jr., Nolan, be a really good player for Buzz Williams, maybe as soon as next year. Right now, class of 27, but looking to reclassify. And on this day in 2002, down at Chapel Hill, 3rd-ranked Maryland blows out North Carolina 92-77, the eventual NCAA champions, pulling down some pants and spanking that ass down there at the Dean Dome. When we come back, we'll talk some Orioles with Rich Dubraw from BaltimoreBaseball.com. Talk more with Nolan McGraw. If you want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. Do the Orioles need another pitcher or two, bullpen arm, and a top-of-the-rotation-ish guy? Because we're running out of options, quite frankly. And what's your best pursuit of a pass rusher? Is it be a trade, Max Crosby, free agency, trade Hendrickson, or maybe draft one and taking your chances there?
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey there, Jason Lock-and-Forey here. I've shopped at Town Appliance myself. The experience is easy. The team really know their stuff, and the savings are real. Kick off 2026 with the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event happening right now. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including GE, Cafe, Monogram, and many more. With nationwide delivery, Town Appliance makes it easy to shop at their beautiful showroom or just go right off their website. Ask for Mayor for service you can trust. Visit that modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call them, text them, or start online at townappliance.com.
Sometimes it's the hardships in your life that give you extra empathy. After life kicks you where it hurts, you just feel for others, especially people in similar situations. It's why living with 4 family members in a 770 square foot row home in South Baltimore turned out to be a blessing, because I learned some invaluable lessons. Family's everything. Friends you can trust and that have your back are priceless. And you're only as good as your word. All lessons that continue to drive amazing plumbing, heating, and air today. I only hire techs you can trust with your family's comfort and who will 100% have your back in a home emergency like a furnace repair. Techs who will always shoot you straight on your repair options, because we're good for our word, guaranteed. And empathy means we offer easy payments, even on repairs, not just replacements, because business is always personal at
CallAmazing.com.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Rays with the hammer.
And O's.
Colton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will hold their first official workout tomorrow, signaling the start of spring training. However, a good chunk of players have been in Sarasota already. Those who are participating in the upcoming World Baseball Classic, like Gunnar Henderson and Dean Kramer, got an early jump on the spring ramp-up process. Yesterday, Mike Elias showed off a new 47,000 square foot player development complex at Ed Smith Stadium that was constructed over the past year. It features all new indoor batting cages, as well as a climate-controlled bullpen with 8 mounds and a brand new biomechanics pitching lab. And last night at Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas dethroned number 1 Arizona 82-78 and did so without their leading scorer. Freshman guard Darren Peterson was a late scratch with flu-like symptoms, but in his place, sophomore forward Flory Badunga stepped up with 23 points and 10 rebounds. This marks the Wildcats' first loss of the season, but their road ahead won't get any easier. They have a matchup against number 16 Texas Tech on Saturday. Then they'll take on number 22 BYU and number 3 Houston next week. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. The Who, talking about their generation, which is about 60 years ago. They were one of those halftime shows that everyone likes to talk about at the Super Bowl, but to me, that's in the rear view. I'm all about pitchers and catchers and March Madness right now. I may be getting Lamar's contract straightened out so they can do some things with free agency. The Ravens, that is. But joining us now on the Window Nation guest hotline from BaltimoreBaseball.com to talk about all the things that are printable for the Orioles is Mike Elias. We'll meet with the media coming up here later on this afternoon. Orioles GM. He's Rich Dubroff. Rich, how you feeling?
I'm doing great, Bob. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Before we get to, expectations for pitchers and catchers and the World Baseball Classic, eliminating a lot of Oriole guys and, everything that goes along with it and such. Explain this Blaze trade, Cade Stroud, and, the best you can, of course, which is always top of the line. Blaze Alexander, we get it. They could use a utility infielder, but I think they've gone through every one of these DFA guys in the offseason. But Cade Stroud's an interesting name, and I believe the prospect that was sent over to Arizona was someone that was kind of intriguing himself.
Right, you are, Bob. Well, I think Blaze could be a fiery kind of player.
Got it.
But no, I was surprised by it too. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing you have me on because the Who let us in, and Elias is just saying now we won't get fooled again.
Is that what it is?
No, but no, I was real intrigued by it too, and I know he's having two meetings with the press. The national, there's sort of MLB is doing a national meeting for all the managers and general managers in Florida today, and then he'll meet with us tomorrow. So we'll find out probably the real scoop on stuff tomorrow. But I was intrigued by it because I had Cade Stroud penciled in for the bullpen. His numbers were really good last year. Maybe there's some numbers that they have that indicate that he wasn't as effective as maybe we think he was. But that was intriguing. And also Wellington Aracena, the prospect that you were referring to that they got from the Mets for Gregory Soto, had really good numbers in limited appearances. So it was strange, but they really did need a utility infielder.
Yeah, well, that better work out. You better bet. If we're going on the Who thing here. But the loss of Framber Valdez, which, upset a lot of people, I guess mainly Rich because the Orioles needed a top of the rotation level pitcher, and he certainly falls into that category, and they had been linked to him pretty much since the start of the offseason. The options are pretty limited, and I don't know, I'm just speaking for Bob Haynie here, the Zach Gallen potential signing, if that even becomes a real thing, that's not moving the needle for me, and I don't think Nolan's all that excited about it either.
Well, I mean, Nolan's the one who counts.
That's correct.
But I think that, I think they will sign or trade for somebody. I see, just in the last half hour, the Athletics signed Aaron Savale to a $6 million contract. And he's not somebody who had been linked with the Orioles, but I would look for them to maybe go for Lucas Giolito or Chris Bassett. Bassett's a name that we haven't heard, but he's certainly out there, and of course Justin Verlander, besides Gallen. But I think when you're talking about these guys, you're talking about fourth and fifth starters. I don't think that any of them are better than necessarily Kyle Bradish and Trevor Rogers, and maybe not Shane Baz. So I think that you're looking in the fourth or fifth starter, and I thought that they would, get one of these guys, Suarez or Valdez. But the agent game is so strange. We don't really know what happens. Everybody thinks it's just outbid them. It doesn't necessarily work like that. It's not like buying a house. It's not like buying a house where let's add $10,000 to our offer and we'll get the house. There's so many nuances to these games that we really don't know. We don't know what the Orioles' offer was, or even if there was a solid offer. Maybe Elias will shed some light on that. But the only time he did really get specific was with Corbin Burns when he got some pushback about not having made an offer. And then suddenly we found out that he had made an offer and a pretty good one. But I'm looking at the numbers. I don't think that Framber Valdez would have done all that well in the AL East. His numbers were so good against the AL Central, and against the AL East, they were okay, but much better against the AL Central.
Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com, joining us here, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, as pitchers and catchers reporting today, and everything gets warm and fuzzy. Orioles 10 days, from their exhibition opener against the Yankees. Outside of pitchers and catchers, position players showing up in a matter of days. Of the non-roster invitees, Rich Dubroff, who's the most intriguing for you?
Albert Suarez would be the most intriguing, because I think that he has a really good chance to make the club. Suarez is has a record of accomplishment, and of course he was a non-roster invitee in 2024. He didn't make the club, but he made a good impression in the spring, and then came up early in the season and stayed and was successful. And of course, last year was a lost year because of injuries. So I think Suarez is the most intriguing. And then, I look at some of the position players. They're also intriguing. I'm going to be interested to see how Enrique Bradfield does. Bradfield won't be here that long because he'll be going off to the WBC to play for Team Panama, something that we didn't know until the roster reveal. But I think he's somebody that I'm intrigued by in seeing. I know a lot of fans are interested in seeing Big Christmas, John Kenzie Noel.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of like buying your lottery ticket.
Which I'll be doing around 2:30 this afternoon. Rich Dubroff for BaltimoreBaseball.com. Where do you stand, Rich, with Adley Rutschman? Have we seen the best of his career, or is there still that all-star one-of-one kind of guy that, the foundation piece for liftoff, where, he's not even the best player on his own team, and some will say not even the best catcher on the Orioles right now?
Well, I think he's the best catcher on the Orioles right now. His defense last year was actually excellent, which is good, but everybody is concerned about his hitting. And unless he's going to be close to the Adley Rutschman, who was the one-of-one in 22 and 23 and early 24, well, the Orioles are not going to go very far, because Samuel Basallo isn't ready to play 110 or 120 games behind the plate in the major leagues. So they need Rutschman to have a big year, or else it's going to be a very disappointing one.
Rich, last thing for you, because you've been down to these Mike Elias opening statement things in Sarasota. I remember 2 years ago, everyone real excited, just traded for Burns with Bradish and Means and Kramer and the rest. Look how great this rotation is going to be. And he comes out and says, Means and Bradish are going to start on the IL, and both wound up getting Tommy John surgery along with Tyler Wells. Well, the procedure before it was all said and done, anticipating any sort of bad injury news, or all systems go, at least health-wise, as Elias meets with the media tomorrow locally.
I would be shocked if all systems were go. I mean, it's just the way it's just the way it happens with every team. There's always going to be something. I'm intrigued to see Zach Eflin. Is he ready? Eflin, is he ready to pitch on opening day? That's important. He said he was going to start pitching a month ago, throwing a month ago. So we'll see where he stands. And then maybe there's a reason that they got Blaze Alexander that we don't know about, and that'll become apparent tomorrow. That would not be great, but you can always start thinking that way. But I'm thinking that Alexander was somebody that they really needed. But no, I have no inkling about what he's going to say tomorrow.
Well, if somebody's banged up, they're going to need a substitute. Get it? Anyway, he's Rich Dubroff for Baltimore. It's a who song. For BaltimoreBaseball.com. Rich, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy Florida, and we'll talk to you obviously throughout spring training.
Great. I am enjoying Florida, although my wife is angry that I am.
You got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Improvise and adapt. That's what we always say. All right, Rich. Thanks. Rich Dubroff out of Florida, Sarasota. We'll come back, reset the program for you. News from the Nest coming up top of the hour. Going to hear more from Kyle Hamilton, spoke with the media. Going to hear from Derrick Henry. Came out of nowhere, and some others as we talk about the Ravens as their offseason is very much underway. Buy or sell, where's the Turn It Up Tuesday money? Hopefully counting that. Then the Wizard, Walt Williams, talk about the Terps, get the big road win at Minnesota. But Iowa comes to town tomorrow night, and Iowa, they're ranked right now in the coaches poll, right on the outside, looking in the AP, and they spanked Maryland the first time they played. Can Maryland get some revenge?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike McDonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The brawl in last night's Pistons-Hornets game in the NBA was amazing. And look, you don't want to see these brawls happen on a night-in, night-out basis. But in a league right now where you have about a third of the teams openly tanking, the Utah Jazz are openly tanking games and still managed to win a game against Miami on Monday night. Isn't it refreshing to see two teams give a damn about the regular season? I loved it last night from Detroit and from Charlotte. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Paying too much for your personal home and auto insurance? Most people are and don't even know it. Gray Insurance Group cuts costs on your personal home and auto insurance by searching top carriers to find the lowest rates. Better coverage, real savings month after month. Why wait and throw money away? Call Paul now at 410-879-6383. Gray Insurance Group handles everything. Most clients save hundreds every year before their next renewal. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest coming up here, top of the hour. Going to hear Kyle Hamilton talking about his new coach, maybe a new scheme. Also talk about Adam Schefter's thoughts on Max Crosby. Possible trade target for the Ravens, even though they haven't specifically been linked to him, and Rod Woodson and others. As we talk about the Ravens, hence the news from the Nest segment. Buy or sell. Hopefully we're talking some money on that one. And then the Wizard Walt Williams, Maryland legend, Maryland Radio Network, longtime NBA standout. Talk college and pro hoops with him as we sit here on this February 10th. Nolan, what's going on? Anything going on in your world? Usually exciting. You heard Rich Dubroff say the whole segment's about you anyway.
Well, I appreciate that from Rich. Yes. I mean, it's very nice of him. But, we know the real story here. I'm just here, right? I'm here. I contribute. I'll give you what I can, but this is not about me.
Now, out of curiosity, are you on video right now as you're talking?
Not right now, no.
What happened?
Well, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up here. We'll have a nice empty seat where Vinny usually sits, but we'll both be here.
Okay.
So it's 3 box, but we're here.
3 lock box, little Sammy Hagar.
We're there. I'm trying to pick up the pieces here with this NBA fight. You tipped me off to it. I just read the headline. I was like, whatever, little scuffle. Guys get into it every year, no big deal. Had to watch the video. My God. If you haven't seen it and you're listening out there, take some time and watch it.
It was a throwdown.
This is legit. This is not just a little scuffle and a short fine coming 2 players' way. We got a full-on brawl here.
Yeah, and Isaiah Stewart came off the bench, which is against the rules, and went after Miles Bridges. Remember, Isaiah Stewart's the guy that was going to kill LeBron James on the floor a couple of years ago. So Isaiah Stewart basically said after the game, paraphrasing because I can't use his exact quote, that's what I'm here for. Kind of a couple of bleeps in between. And J.B. Bickerstaff, coach of the Pistons, threw the blame on the Hornets for starting the melee in the first place.
Well, of course, Pistons involved, everyone's going to immediately have their brain go to the obvious, but nowhere close to that. I mean, we'll never see that again. Anything like that. Malice at the Palace.
And go back even further to the bad boys who like to instigate fights with Isaiah and Bill Laimbeer and all those guys.
And I'm reading here some of the quotes. Duran, it's just this funny quote after they called it a overly competitive game. Is there such a thing? You guys are professional athletes.
Yeah, he went, pro wrestling, like headbutt that started the thing, and then Bridges was going crazy. And Bridges wasn't even originally part of the first incident. It was Duran in the center for Charlotte's name I can't pronounce. They got into it, hard foul. Bridges got in, and that's when Stewart came off the bench. So it was crazy. It was as Nolan said, go to YouTube. If you grab your popcorn. I mean, it didn't last for 20 minutes, but it definitely escalated like Ron Burgundy drinking his Miller High Life going, boy, that escalated quickly, because that's exactly what happened.
Well, most of them, I mean, scuffles or whatever, they don't even get to this point. So you say, oh, it's only 20 seconds, but that might as well be a lifetime in terms of sports fighting before they get broken up, guys get separated, guys doing a lot of talking, they don't want to actually fight. They're just, hold me back type of thing. Had to look at the schedule here. These two teams meet again, second to last game of the season, April 10th. Detroit and Charlotte. So circle that one on the calendar.
And Detroit's got the top record in the East. Charlotte had won 9 in a row. They're playing themselves into respectability. But Stewart, based on the video that I saw, because I was actually watching the game live because I'd heard her in a little daily fantasy, didn't help me out at it. But he Nolan Ryan'd him. Like, he got Bridges in the headlock and did the Nolan Ryan, Robin Ventura thing. Got to give him a couple upside the old noggin there as he came off the bench. So I'm expecting suspensions, mega fines. But, hey, man, it's what did he say? A highly competitive game.
Overly competitive.
Overly competitive game.
Highly competitive. That's I guess that's standard. There's such a thing as too competitive in the NBA.
Won by the Pistons, by the way. Later on in the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to talk more about the Orioles, look at this roster a little bit. And maybe Rich Dubroff's onto something. That's why, we bring him on, because he's the expert type guy. Blaze Alexander's here for a reason. He's out of options. So he's going to have to make the team. There's only 39 on the 40. Tavares, Leote, who they signed in the offseason, he signed for $2 million. He's out of options. So we assume they're locks to make the roster. But to bring in Blaze, is this an indicator that one of the infielders might not be up to 100% health? Is that the bad news? Old Elias is going to be dropping on us tomorrow?
It's unfortunate, but that seems most realistic. Like, I was just trying to figure out any sort of way that we could justify this trade when it went down. And mostly because, all right, how do you view Alexander? That was the big question mark. Like, we need a utility guy. Sure. I needed that the entire time. I was in favor of bringing back Ramon Arias. Jeremiah Jackson looked like a decent enough utility type of guy that could do infield and outfield. But even still, to give up what you gave up to get this guy, the fact that there isn't flexibility with him on the roster, to me says that they view him as more than just a utility guy. You have to. You can't prioritize and essentially handcuff yourself that way and give up as much as they did for a guy that's only going to play once or twice a week. There had to be something more there. So injury could be likely. The other one, even more wild, that I went to is that they view this guy, because he is controllable, as a guy that could play every day eventually, and that they would trade another infielder for a bigger package. That was super crazy conspiracy land. But now that you mention it, the injury one, more unfortunate, far less exciting, probably the more realistic outcome.
We'll come back. News from the Nest. Talk more Orioles in the 12 o'clock hour. Buy or sell, 12:15. The Wizard Walt Williams. NFL lunch at 1. John Cooper. Start talking about the NFL draft. Yeah, we're here, everybody. Draft talk. John Cooper, our lads. Who stood out the Senior Bowl? And if you're the 14th pick in the draft, Eric DeCosta. Based on team needs, who are the guys that could be appropriate at that spot?
The new number,
Sports Radio,
is 105.7.
The Fan.
Please make a note of it.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an art support store. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Go to goodfeet.com to make your appointment today.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at boilingbay.com. That's boilingbay.com.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings in-store and online. Save on Whirlpool and Maytag Energy Star washers and dryers, plus no sales tax. And get savings on top of savings. with instant discounts plus up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages. All at the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering a new appliance in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of our convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Jim Jennings Transmissions and Glen Burnie Transmissions have joined together to make sure that no matter where you are in the Baltimore area, you can choose the best when it comes to your car's transmission. Whether it's a new, used, rebuilt, or remanufactured transmission for hundreds less than the dealer, look no further. Call Jim Jennings Transmissions at 410-686-6700 or jjt-online.com. Jim Jennings Transmissions and Glen Burnie Transmissions, the best team in Baltimore.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Maroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with first-year head coach Jesse Minter taking over earlier this offseason. His staff is still under construction, but the core is already in place, and expectations are the defense will be the side of the ball most impacted. That's music to the ears of Kyle Hamilton, who recently discussed the anticipated changes during an interview with NFL Network.
I think having that outlook where, you know, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. I mean, obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, you know, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Elsewhere in the AFC North, Browns tight end David Njoku says his 9-year run with the team is coming to an end. After being the subject of trade rumors throughout 2025, he's now set to hit the open market this March, where Cleveland won't make a push to keep him. His 384 career receptions and 34 career touchdowns rank behind only Ozzie Newsome when it comes to tight ends in the Browns' history books. Now it appears they'll be transitioning fully to Harold Fannin Jr., who impressed with 731 yards and 6 touchdowns as a rookie this past season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. When the Caps score in the last minute of any regulation period, you get a free 6-piece McNuggets with a minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app the next day. Only at participating McDonald's. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Window Nation. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
News from the Nest here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny is off today. If you want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. Ravens have a new head coach. It's Jesse Minter. He was introduced a couple of weeks ago. As a matter of fact, he is putting together his coaching staff as best he can. But one of his former players with the Chargers, Cam Hart, was on the Schultz Report podcast and was asked what the Ravens are getting with Jesse Minter as the brand new head coach of the team.
Coach Minter is a terrific coach. I honestly believe he's one of the smartest coaches I've ever played for. He's a football maniac, a relationships dude, and I think that goes a long way. Just the relationships that he built, the camaraderie that our defense had, I attribute that to him. So they're getting a great head coach. He's going to come in there day one. He's going to be one of the guys, be in the locker room, cracking jokes, making sure he understands each and every one of his players. So, yeah.
So, Hart was 2024 draft pick. So, I guess he caught the tail end, perhaps, of Kyle Hamilton. Now, Mickens was there, the new DB coach, when Kyle Hamilton was there. But you get the connections, the old Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of separation. There's a separation there, but Cam Hart, just talking about it, coming in here almost, Nolan, referring to him as a savant-level guy when it comes to scheming and maximizing potentials and, putting players in a position to succeed, which we didn't really see a lot of, unfortunately, the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot of the same things, right, from former players especially, like the media reactions when the hire was made. Mostly those people, ourselves included, you're going off of what other people you trust are saying or people in the know. Sometimes those are players. But when you hear it directly from the players, to me, that carries a little more weight. That's something that I'll put a little more stock into. So, whether it's, a younger player like Hart, or even I'd love to hear from Odafe Owe. Like, what was it? We heard the coaching side of it. We've heard everyone's theories about it, but you're the guy that was in both places and you're the guy that experienced the change. I'd be curious to see if he could identify like clear differences. Oh, they were doing this, or because I think all he said about it publicly is just like vague opportunity, that kind of stuff, just football talk. But there had to be something there. It wasn't just happenstance. It wasn't just dumb luck that he had the stats he did after he left here.
Now, in regards to Cam Hart again, and against the savant thing we were talking about a couple of seconds ago, Cam Hart was asked on the Schultz Report podcast when he realized that Minter was, in fact, a defensive genius.
Well, almost immediately. He took the time to I guess study each player and where they're from and the things that we're into interest wise, and then having Coach O'Leary there as well was good for the relationship because Coach O'Leary gave him kind of insight of who I was. Yeah, and then it was good. It was good almost immediately.
So again, identifying with the players early and earning respect. It sounded like from Cam Hart, and you mentioned it, Owe, talking about how he just schematically moved him out a little bit and allowed him to do things. You got to earn that respect, and that's what he did. And he earned respect in Michigan too. His first go round as the DC there, they got blown out. They didn't get blown out. They gave up a ton of points to TCU in that playoff loss. And that was with Hutchinson and Jabo and all these guys. And he was like studying for the next season before they were even off the plane, going back to Ann Arbor. And we all saw what happened the next year. They won the national championship. Statistically, I think Chargers took a step back a little bit this year, Nolan, but not a significant step back because they did have some injuries. But intrigued for sure, especially the play calling duties and how he's going to use Anthony Weaver as a sounding board and vice versa, because Anthony Weaver and Minter didn't overlap here in Baltimore. Weaver was a player out of Notre Dame, was a player way before Minter was even in this realm. And then Minter leaves, and then Weaver comes in. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic for me, because it didn't seem as though Zach Orr had, with the exception of Dean Pease coming in the second half of 24, did he really have that reliable, relatable guy to maybe navigate him through rough waters? And we all thought that Chuck Pagano was going to be that guy this year, and that never happened. I mean, when's the last time we even mentioned Pagano's name outside of maybe the first week of the season? Hey, it's time for Pagano to pull a Dean Pease. That never happened. And if anything, the secondary was one of the weak links of that defense in 2025.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they've set this up, at least on paper, that they're not going to put themselves in a similar situation as the last couple of years. I mean, this is almost the exact opposite of what you had with Zach Orr, at least for year one. I mean, sure, Jussie Minter, younger, not as experienced in the grand scheme of things, head coaching wise, but if you're looking at just a defensive resume, he's as accomplished as anyone, regarded as bright of a mind as anyone on the defense. And then when you throw in an Anthony Weaver, which I was surprised landed in that role to begin with, between all the head coaching interest he got in the first place and the fact that he's choosing to take a DC job where he's not calling the plays. But hey, it's good for the Ravens. You know, that's an abundance of resources. That's more experience than you need. So they're going from rolling the dice with Zach Orr and then doubling down on it to bring him back in 25 to what I perceive to be more of a sure thing.
News from the Nest, Bob Haynie, Noel McGraw here on this Turning Up Tuesday. Lastly, here's Rod Woodson, Hall of Famer, part of the Ravens radio crew on the Ravens Vault. Now, Marlon Humphrey did overlap with Minter and Anthony Weaver, as they were both coaches, because Marlon's been around for a few seasons. But we all assume that Marlon Humphrey, I don't want to say he's toast as a high-level player. Might be toast in Baltimore, but Rod Woodson, still game left in old Marlon here?
You know, this year they went back to the old school way of playing on the low hip, which I'm not a fan of. We got quite a few deep balls thrown against us because of that. I still think he can play. You know, I think if he plays on the outfield shoulder like he did in previous years, he plays his best football. Is he as fast as he was when he first came into the league? No, but everybody progresses in that manner. You know, I think the combination of him with Wiggins, whatever other corner that's going to be out there as a player in the nickel package, or if you're playing the three safeties, it was very productive for the Ravens. Asking him to play on the low hip put him in a bad spot, especially when you don't have the same foot speed that you had 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, that's Rod Woodson, who was as good as any cornerback that's ever played the game, and then reinvented himself after the knee injury, became a safety, won a Super Bowl for the Ravens back in 2000. But Marlon Humphrey, still some game there. I mean, the contract situation might make it impossible to bring him back. And, you know, low hip this, high hip that, hi-hat drum. I see a lack of foot speed, maybe a descending player. I don't know, Nolan. Marlon Humphrey, we love him. Good for the quote. But is he good for Jussie Minter's defense? Is the huge question here.
No, I mean, the only way he's going to come back is if he takes just a massive pay reduction and probably agrees to stay for just 1 or 2 years, which, to be fair to him, I think he can pretty easily get something much better than that on the open free agent market. I mean, the name recognition still carries a lot of weight there. He is just 1 year removed from his second All-Pro performance. So it's not like it's ancient history where you go back to 19 where he was dominant. There's a bunch of teams out there that would be willing to pay for that. Just doesn't make sense for the Ravens. And it starts financially. I mean, that's the biggest part of it, is that even if he played well this year, if he was an All-Pro again, then it'd be a real debate to be had over his contract. But if he played well, we could maybe convince ourselves that you need to keep this guy around, just because looking at the rest of the secondary, I mean, Rod even mentioned it there. It's Wiggins and that's it. I mean, all right, TJ Tampa's still there, but not really. I mean, he is yet to prove himself. Sure. So in terms of reliable bodies out there, you really don't have a lot. But between performance, financials, this is just an easy move on for Marlon Humphrey.
Marlon Humphrey will be entering his 10th year in the National Football League and turns 30 in July. So talk about a young, grizzled veteran. 30 years old. He's your age. Nolan McGraw, he's got 10 years going into his 10th year in the National Football League. Will it be in Baltimore? We're all kind of skeptical that will be the case, but we'll see what Eric DaCosta has in store for us this offseason. When we come back, let's count some dough. Turn it up Tuesday style, talk about sports subjects of the day. And the Wizard, Walt Williams, he'll be joining us, talk about the Terps. They're on the hardwood tomorrow against Iowa, coming off that win at Minnesota. Also talk some NBA and all the fun stuff going on in the National Basketball Association as we're about a week away from the All-Star break.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike McDonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
All right. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Vinny's off today. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Got the Wizard Walt Williams joining us here. Couple of minutes. Get back into some Orioles talk as well. NFL lunch at 1 o'clock. John Cooper, Our Lads. Talk NFL draft, which is coming up. Yeah, still a couple of months-ish away. Former Oriole right-hander has found a new home, which we'll get into. But Nolan, before we get to the many sports subjects, let's count that cake. A little buy or sell.
All right, stocks today. S&P 500 is up 8. Dow Jones up 280. Under Armour down 59 cents. And what's our last one? DraftKings stock is up 27 cents. Not bad. Not bad at all. As far as the sports topics, we'll start in the NFL. The Falcons taking the first step to sorting out their quarterback situation. Multiple reports indicating that Kirk Cousins is going to be released prior to the start of the new league year coming up in a few months. Now, they did rework his contract, trying to get some much needed financial relief here. And this is a much welcome move because it had been considered pretty much dead weight money this entire time. Probably unfair to compare it to the Deshaun Watson situation, even though they were both pretty massive contracts for guys that didn't play a whole ton. But to Cousins' credit, he did play. They needed him to play a decent bit once Michael Penix got injured, which leads us to him. What's the status of Michael Penix to begin with? He's cheaper because he's on a rookie contract, but got a new coach in town, new members of the front office, Matt Ryan, a quarterback himself. So opinions, the jury's still out on him. Buy or sell. Even after the Cousins departure, Penix still won't be the week 1 starter for Atlanta.
Oh, man. I will sell that, but I think there will be competition for that number 1 spot, and that's the prudent thing to do. Look, Penix is a guy that's a little bit on the older side, even though he was just drafted in the first round a couple of years ago, had the knee injury at Indiana, then went to Washington, had the great success there, and has shown flashes of brilliance. And Cousins actually was playing halfway decent. I mean, Atlanta was pushing for the division championship down the stretch, but I think Penix will be the starting quarterback on week 1, barring injury. But with a new GM, new coach, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. He'll be the starting quarterback week 5 and definitely opening day 2027.
How about the Seattle Seahawks, your Super Bowl 60 winners? Just feels right that they got it done on the shoulders of their defense, right? I mean, you look back at their franchise history, the 2013 Super Bowl, of course, led by the Legion of Boom. That was all defense there. But which defense was better? 25 or 2013? Both finished the regular season ranked first in points, but the Legion of Boom also first in yards. In the big game itself, well, what Mike McDonald's group did on Sunday night, very impressive. You could look at some late scoring by New England, but for 3 shutout quarters, they were dominating. The Legion of Boom, however, held the Broncos to 8 points in that Super Bowl, and that was a really good Broncos offense at the time. Compared to what the Pats were this year, it's not even close, and that's even with an MVP candidate at quarterback. So buy or sell, Bob. This year's Seahawks defense was great, but still can't touch the Legion of Boom.
I'm gonna buy that. Soft buy. Now, if they can duplicate for a couple of years like Legion of Boom did, then maybe we could put them in that pantheon, if you will. Who's the Hall of Famer on the Legion of Boom? Sherman's going to be eligible next year. Was Bobby Wagner on that team?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Earl Thomas.
Yeah, who I think was eligible this year, didn't get in. Are there Hall of Famers on this year's Seattle defense? I think a lot of these guys are way too early in their career to make that assessment. But the Denver offense, Peyton Manning threw like 50 touchdowns that year or something crazy. And they totally housed them from the jump. So I'm going to buy that they can't touch them, but that's a still to be determined scenario because Legion of Boom went to the Super Bowl next year, lost that dramatic game. Then they made the playoffs the year after that, and then they just kind of fell off a little bit there.
How about a little NBA here? Bob over there still trying to figure out the Anthony Davis trade.
Correct.
We're almost a week later, still scratching our heads. But you were really scratching it at the time of the trade going down. And since then, reports have popped up that Anthony Davis is going to be shut down for the remainder of the season. Now, don't know what to believe here because these are multiple reports from credible people. But the GM of the team, Will Dawkins, publicly saying the opposite. Now, Davis, he'll play at some point. I guess the real question is he actually going to be healthy enough to play even if he wanted to? If there was a slight benefit to this trade, it would be the fact that they got him on the cheap in terms of the trade itself, and he still has that full year remaining on his deal. Buy or sell, Davis will get traded for a fourth time in his career next season.
You know what? I'm going to buy it. Unfortunately, like the zinger, he's now become the big man that gets traded because, like Anthony Davis, I'm not saying he's as good as Anthony Davis. He gets hurt a lot. This trade didn't make sense then. Still doesn't make sense to me now. I can't see Anthony Davis riding out the rest of his career with the Wizards, hoping for a franchise that hasn't had a 50-win season in 47 years to all of a sudden get it together. They got a good young core of players, but man, they're still a couple years away at least. I don't see him being the guy that gets them to that next level. And sure as hell don't see Trae Young doing it either, who you're not a big fan of.
No, I mean, it's just hard to get a read on this situation because, one, you have the conflicting stuff there where reports are saying, oh, he's not playing again this year. The GM's saying, no, not so fast. With the Trae Young thing, we got reports at the time that Washington was already ready to jump the gun, double down, and pay him beyond next year. Nothing's come of that yet. Still hasn't played yet for them. I don't know what to believe. But I can tell you on the surface, I'm not buying into all the garbage about Trae Young or Davis, for that matter, being these ideal veterans to bring into a very young locker room. More so Trae Young. I guess I have nothing bad to say about Davis, but I mean, what's he teaching if he's on the bench or he's not there? I mean, it's not hands-on stuff. So, talented player. Even Trae Young is talented, but I don't know if these strike me as your typical, leadership type veteran moves.
Yeah, I don't see anyone predicting the Wizards to win the Eastern Conference next season because of these trades.
No, and I mean, is the East even going to be as weak next year as it is this year? I mean, Boston will be at full force again.
Mm-hmm.
And even this year, if you want to call it weaker because they don't have Tatum, they're still up there.
And he might be back by the playoffs.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the window's pretty slim here, which I'm going off track here, but doesn't that make you kind of question what the 76ers were doing? Like, it looked like they were finally clicking. Embiid's playing well. Then you trade McCann and don't bring anyone in.
Yeah, that was
McCain, excuse me.
That was a weird deal.
Yeah, I mean, like, this should be your year. If you're the 76ers, like, this is the year to strike for our last-ditch effort.
I mean, you think Paul George is going to... I mean, you got two guys in Embiid and George whose load management issues are well documented, and then they get hurt on top of it. Maybe Kelly Oubre can take them to glory here when it's all said and done. We'll talk about these subjects and more with the Wizard Walt Williams. You know, he played in the NBA, hit a couple of threes and dunked a couple of times, made a bet with Kobe Bryant during the game. I mean, he's been there, done that. Maryland legend. Talk about both the Terps and the National Basketball Association as the All-Star game's coming up. NFL lunch coming up 1 o'clock. Going to hear more from NFL people. Talk more about the Orioles as well. Pitchers and catchers. Mike Elias going to meet national media. Then meet with a local tomorrow. And then John Cooper, OurLads.com. Start talking about the draft. That's right. Get your notebooks ready. Draft coverage starting soon.
You have 6 senses. Hello? Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see Inside Access on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 10th. Brighten your winter with sweet, juicy citrus, perfect for snacking or salads. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Team USA is always ready to take their best shot. And now you can take yours with the Maryland Lottery. Go for the gold with the Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion. Just enter Keno tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd. you'll have a chance to win a trip or two to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. Take your best shot with the Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion. Please play responsibly.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry, Baltimore's go-to spot for cash and gold. Turn what you don't wear into cash today with a fast, free, no-obligation evaluation.
It's the President's Month sale event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer, the sales director at Hyundai, for a great sales experience. Celebrate with 0%, 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's, and make no payment until May 2026 on every new Hyundai. Banks are on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too will be a satisfied customer. Jones Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. They're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, so pop up and see old Kevin and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will hold their first official workout tomorrow, signaling the start of spring training. However, a good chunk of players have been in Sarasota already. Those who are participating in the upcoming World Baseball Classic, like Gunnar Henderson and Dean Kramer, got an early jump on the spring ramp-up process. Yesterday, Mike Elias showed off a new 47,000-square-foot player development complex at Ed Smith Stadium that was constructed over the past year. It features all new indoor batting cages, as well as a climate-controlled bullpen with 8 mounds and a brand new biomechanics pitching lab. And last night at Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas dethroned number 1 Arizona 82-78 and did so without their leading scorer. Freshman guard Darren Peterson was a late scratch with flu-like symptoms, but in his place, sophomore forward Flory Badunga stepped up with 23 points and 10 rebounds. This marks the Wildcats' first loss of the season, but their road ahead won't get any easier. They have a matchup against number 16 Texas Tech on Saturday. Then they'll take on number 22 BYU and number 3 Houston next week. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday, cranking it up to 12. Pick a song, we'll play it loud. Send a request, plus for text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. Joining us now to talk some round ball. College and pro. Maryland legend. Part of the Maryland Radio Network. Played in the NBA for a decade plus. He's our buddy and yours. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show the Wizard Walt Williams. Walt, what's happening?
How you doing, brother?
Doing all right, man. And Maryland gets a road win at Minnesota, and the Gophers just came off the upset over Michigan State. But Diggy Court made some big plays down the stretch, and we had Buzz one yesterday talking about the effort level and all that good stuff. What was different about Maryland, aside from the outcome, of course, about them against Minnesota than, say, against, Illinois, and then definitely against Michigan State and then Ohio State? What was different about the team? They just had a different vibe to them, it seemed.
Hey, the records. You look at those teams compared. You're talking about Minnesota, Washington, Rutgers, Northwestern. Those teams are at the bottom half of the Big Ten. So you battle it out against those teams. The Terps are down in that bottom half as well. So, but when you're talking about Illinois and Michigan State and teams like that, that's the upper echelon of the division this year. And so it's going to be a tougher matchup when you talk about that. And so, but having said that, Diggy had he took advantage of guys. They weren't able to stay in front of him. If he's hitting shots from the outside, then and he has a matchup where he can take advantage of them, it's going to bode well for the Terps. And so it was just a combination of the two. He caught fire, especially at the end of that half, end of the first half. He hit a big three and then got a three-point play going into the halftime to cut the lead to 1. And, then in the last 15 minutes or so, it just caught fire, man. Scored about 20 points in that last 15 minutes of the second half. And so just made some big plays. When a guy like him can get hot, it's going to be tough to deal with when you're talking about the teams that's at the bottom half of the division.
Walt, your freshman year, you came in with Gerard Mustaf. You were playing for Bob Wade, and it was a long season for the Terps. Had the great win against NC State in the ACC tournament, who was the number 1 seed at that time. But for a guy like Darius Adams, like yourself and Gerard, coming in, highly regarded high school player, 5-star, McDonald's All-American, what does a guy like him learn? Same with Andre Mills, who's a redshirt freshman, guys that hopefully are going to be around next year and for a couple years after that. What do guys like them know or learn coming into this where, you're used to succeeding and kicking ass and maybe winning a lot more than you lose to, the exact opposite happening to you on an every night basis here?
Hey, the biggest thing you learn is remembering the feeling of getting your butt kicked, going into the following season. So I know for me, that fueled me more than anything. I came from a high school environment where I might have lost 5 or 6 games over a 3-year time frame. And so it was a drastic difference going to college and being in that environment and the record you just mentioned. And so, man, it was just tough going through that freshman year. And but it fueled me in my sophomore year. It made me more resilient as ever. That off season, just working hard and just getting ready for the upcoming season and making sure that, hey, those teams that gave you those beatings in the year before, you mark those days off. You mark those things on the calendar and you get ready for redemption. And so that fueled me more than anything. So that was number one. But then number two, just gaining experience. You talk about a guy like Mills and Adams. Adams was coming straight from high school, but Mills was a red shirt. So neither one of these guys were in the fire. So they learning as they go right now, and they're performing pretty well for the first time getting into this type of action and this higher level of basketball. So I think these dudes are gaining valuable experience, and what it does is just slows the game down for you as you get more mature in the game. So hopefully the experience that they're gaining right now will slow the game down for them in the following year. And then when you combine that with the recruiting class that's coming in, hopefully we'll have much more success than we had this year.
How would you assess the job that Buzz has done so far? I mean, coming in the late stages like he did.
It's tough to assess it. I wasn't like everyone that's just said this is a throwaway a year, what have you. I thought they had the makeup of a team that could be solid, that middle of the pack type of team. But when you lose a guy like Pharrell Payne, with the challenges that you had already, I mean, that just to me, that's just. Now we're in that circle or that realm of, this season we can't really judge because just don't have enough talent here. And so what you look at now is just making sure, these kids, they don't play hard for Buzz and make sure they're giving a great effort out here. And hopefully you're establishing that type of environment here, the understanding that that's the minimum. We're going to play hard. You're going to, any team that come in here and face us, they're going to feel our presence. And so just establishing that right now, and then, like I said, hopefully next year when you have the talent, you maintain that type of mentality and you see a drastic difference in records.
The Wizard Walt Williams joining us here, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Wizards taking on Cleveland tomorrow, but they made the trade. 2 trades, Walt, since we last. Well, we talked before after the Trae Young deal, but Anthony Davis. Explain that one to us. I'm trying to. I mean, I'm not as smart as I used to be. I burned a lot of brain cells over the years, but help me figure out why this is a win for Washington here.
Okay, so you look at the addition of Trae Young and Anthony, man, and you think to yourself that these guys, when they're healthy, are top-notch players in this league, right? So it's twofold. You pull those guys over here. You have some. You have a great nucleus. You have some leadership here, and veteran guys who've been in the fire. But also they are both hurt, so they're probably not going to play this season, which means that the Wizards are going to be in that lottery conversation. And so now, I believe if it's lower than 8, they get to keep their pick. So now you're talking about being able to get a pick out of this draft, which is a draft that is loaded, and then you come back next year with these young guys who are gaining experience this year, and you come back with a Trae Young, who I think that in a pick and roll action, he's one of the best point guards in the league, and being able to create for himself, but also for his teammates. I think that these young guys will benefit. They're going to benefit a lot from his maturity and his floor vision in terms of when they get into that pick and roll action. And then you have a big guy in Anthony. I just think that he's had his problems with staying healthy, but I don't think you need him to be as healthy. You don't have to rely on him as much because I think you still have some depth here in the interior position with Sarr being able to take a load off and be able to carry the weight a little bit. He can't do it on his own, but I think he can weather the storm when if Anthony gets injured. And so from that point, I think that they are sustainable. I think that it's sustainable for them to be consistent throughout all next year with that nucleus, and then you have a lot of depth and young guys as well. So I think it all comes together full circle. I think it's a brilliant move, in my opinion, to bring in 2 guys who can have some serious impact, but won't mess up what you can the environment that you're in now, and so you can get a lottery pick out of it, and then come back at it retooled for next year. So I think the Wizards are set up to be to make a drastic difference next year and be a playoff caliber team. Not only just making it, but that 4 or 5 position. I mean, I'm seeing them as high as that, depending on how healthy these guys can be. If they can be, like 3/4 of the season type of healthy, in between that half and 3/4 of the season, I think that the Wizards got a bright future.
Last time the Wizards / Bullets won 50 games, me and Walt were kids. Walt was a real young kid. I was 14. It was like Jim Carvelis and Mike Reardon calling the games on Channel 20. Nolan wasn't even born yet. I don't even think his parents were born yet. He's the Wizard, Walt Williams. Walt, always great to talk to you. Enjoy the rest of your Turn It Up Tuesday. And when we catch up next week, we'll talk about Derek Queen's rookie season, which so far has been so good right now.
Absolutely. He's balling.
You got that right. All right, Walt. Talk to you next week, man.
All right, brother.
There he is, the Wizard, Walt Williams. Come back, reset for you coming up next. Well, after we reset, NFL lunch, talk more about the Orioles. As Mike Elias coming up, 15 minutes, meet with the national media. And then John Cooper at 1:30 from Our Lads. Talk about the always fun, always exciting NFL draft.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike McDonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kansas Jayhawk star freshman Darren Peterson about to become one of the biggest stories in sports. The likely number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft missed another game on Monday night, this time with flu-like symptoms, and Kansas still beat undefeated number 1 ranked Arizona. Is Peterson going to be able to be on the court for a lot of these games moving forward? If he is, Kansas can win the national championship. His availability going to be interesting. I'm Nick Costos.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
NFL lunch coming up here in a matter of minutes. Stick around for that. More football. Get it? More Orioles talk coming up, too. John Cooper, OurLads.com. Talking about the NFL draft. Fernando Mendoza seems to be safe bet for number 1 with the Raiders, but is he the best player in the class? And what prospects help themselves at the Senior Bowl, the Combine coming up in about a week or so. So we got more stuff coming in regards to that. And how many Maryland players could be drafted this year? But baseball news, Nolan. If you were pining for a Tomo Sagana reunion, you're going to have to put it to bed because Tomo Sagano has found a new home.
Yeah, going to the Rockies, which I don't know how to feel about for him. I mean, how to feel about it for the Orioles, it makes no difference. I don't think anyone was really banging the table saying, bring this guy back.
Nah.
I'm even thinking, even if he was like a depth piece here, outside of the starting 5, I don't even know if that would really work for him because he doesn't really seem to have much versatility, like being able to be a bullpen piece and an occasional spot starter. That's might be what I would be looking at if I was getting more of a depth piece. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't talked about at all this offseason, which almost made me wonder if he even would think about going back to Japan, retiring from baseball altogether. Because when he came over here, he made it sound like this is it. Like, not that 25 was it, but this is his last venture in baseball. Like, he's finally making the leap to the majors. He's not going to go back to Japan and play there. So whether he sinks or swims here, that's it for his career. I thought he was fine enough to warrant some interest. I mean, his first half was, quite frankly, amazing.
He had a stretch there for about 6 weeks where he was really good.
So to see a team take this long to want to give him a 1-year flyer, a little interesting. And then it's the Rockies of all teams. Now, immediately, your brain thinks of, well, home run ball in Colorado, jumping off the charts. Tomo Sagano led the AL in home runs allowed last year. Top 3 in all of baseball.
33, I believe it was.
So, yeah, I think there's only two guys in the National League that gave up more. So we'll see. New venue, if that's going to have any impact. He could lead the entire majors.
Yeah, didn't get a lot of Ks. Doesn't walk a lot of guys. But with the low walk rate and the low K rate, what does it mean? Wood's on the ball a lot. And as Nolan mentioned, he gave up a ton of homers. Seemed like it. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. the home run numbers really started to increase as the season went on. But he was effective for a while. You can make a case for maybe a month period. He was their best starting pitcher. But to your point, hasn't been linked to the Orioles in regards to a reunion. I mean, it's like Gary Sanchez. Like, no, been there, done that. But we'll wish him the best. I mean, he makes an honest living based on his numbers here with the Orioles and the track record that's proven in Colorado. Doesn't seem like that's going to go well for him, but you never know. He's crafty enough, improvise and adapt. He keeps once that ball gets up, man, he starts getting pounded. And if he can get the split finger or whatever the crazy pitch he has, if he can keep it down in the zone, he can get ground balls. But if that ball gets in the air at the Coors Field or whatever the hell they call it now, it's not going to go well.
Right. 30 starts for him last year. Only 9 of them did he go without giving up a home run. So that's very, very telling for him. Not as in tune with the Rockies situation as we are here at the Orioles, but we're assuming it's another year of rebuilding. That's just perpetually where they are. So you're looking for, starting pitchers for a rebuild type team. Maybe he does make sense in that regard, because say what you want about him with the struggles last year, but he's a guy that seemed prideful and almost in that Dean Kramer like, well, I gave up a ton of home runs, but I'm still good. I want to go back out there and keep eating innings for you. So for a team like the Rockies that really doesn't care about winning and losing, if he can just eat innings for them, I think that'd be huge. Finished with 157 for the Orioles last year, and that was with some missed time. So actually, now that I think about it, could be good for Colorado.
Yeah, and wasn't he a fringe all-star performer for the Orioles in the first half of the season?
That's how solid he was.
Yeah. But, hey, look, Catfish Hunter used to give up a ton of homers, but they were mostly solo homers. You got to minimize the damage for sure. But Tomo Sagano looks like he's going to agree to a deal with the Colorado Rockies, and we will wish him the best of luck. The Orioles, however, still looking for another starting pitcher, we think. Mike Elias, as Rich Dubroff told us an hour or so ago, he's going to meet with the national media today, and that's the deal. It's like the whole GM president crew, and then he'll meet with the local media tomorrow as pitchers and catchers reporting to Sarasota. And spring training 2026 is upon us. Orioles exhibition opener coming up in 10 days against the New York Yankees. We'll come back, talk some more football. Stick around for that. Going to hear Adam Schefter talking about Max Crosby's trade rumors. Is it real or is it fake? And then we're going to talk more Oriole baseball. If you want to get in, you can at 583-1057. And then John Cooper, OurLads.com, talking about the NFL draft. Yeah, we're at that point in the season, everybody.
Subscribe to the Fans YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Winter weather won't stop Petro from keeping you warm. With reliable delivery and 24/7 service in any weather. Go to petro.com to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S., whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads. Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comedian Stavros Halkias brings the Dreamboat Tour to the Lyric Baltimore on April 25th for 2 shows, 7 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. A Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at lyricbaltimore.com. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with first-year head coach Jesse Minter taking over earlier this offseason. His staff is still under construction, but the core is already in place, and expectations are the defense will be the side of the ball most impacted. That's music to the ears of Kyle Hamilton, who recently discussed the anticipated changes during an interview with NFL Network.
I think having that outlook where, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. Obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Elsewhere in the AFC North, Browns tight end David Njoku says his 9-year run with the team is coming to an end. After being the subject of trade rumors throughout 2025, he's now set to hit the open market this March, where Cleveland won't make a push to keep him. His 384 career receptions and 34 career touchdowns rank behind only Ozzie Newsome when it comes to tight ends in the Browns' history books. Now it appears they'll be transitioning fully to Harold Fannin Jr., who impressed with 731 yards and 6 touchdowns as a rookie this past season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Ruth's Chris Steakhouse with Vinny and Haynie on Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Top pages of football, NFL lunch style here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny is off today. A little under the weather. He should be back tomorrow, of course. A lot of talk yesterday about Will Campbell, the rookie tackle, getting kind of worked a little bit there in the Super Bowl. Got little arms. Well, Mike Vrabel said today he will stay at left tackle, even though Vinny was saying it yesterday. A couple of callers brought it up. Saw some national media as well outside of Baltimore saying that should be a position change for him. But Nolan McGraw, Mike Vrabel, strongly worded that Will Campbell will, in fact, be their left tackle for next year at the very least here.
Sounds like it was somewhat tied to injury as well.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't talk immediately after the game, but has since spoken, said he didn't talk because he didn't want to say anything incriminating or stupid. Said he was too emotional after the loss and he would have put his foot in his mouth. But did say that he was playing with at least a partially torn ligament in his knee during the regular season.
Right.
I mean, I know he missed... it was on IR for a stretch there.
Yeah,
but
he was out
still.
for an extended period of time for sure.
I mean, I thought the early stages of the season, the way people were talking about him, that he was kind of living up to the draft status. And then once we got to the playoffs, all of a sudden, everyone talking about Will Campbell, it was like, this guy's a complete liability. So why else should I believe that's anything but the injury, at least for now? I mean, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't, probably just still too soon to make that big of a position change for him.
4th pick in the draft. Sprained his MCL, grade 3 against the Bengals in week 12. Was placed on the IR, came off the injured list ahead of week 18 against Miami, last game of the season. So there you go.
Right. I mean, I think, look, the adjustment for a rookie left tackle of all positions, very steep learning curve. You know, they invested a top 5 pick in him. They're not moving off of left tackle just so soon just for that. I mean, you're not going to turn him into a number 4 overall guard in year 2. That's just not good value there.
And Drake May, stating the obvious, playing with a significant shoulder injury in the back half of the season. Didn't say surgery, be just rest and relaxation will get him back to where he needs to be in the next few months here.
I mean, unless I was under the impression that it just came from the AFC Championship game. But maybe it was lingering, and that's what really set it over the top. I mean, just on the surface, the guy finished second in MVP voting. It couldn't have impacted him that much in the regular season or early in the playoffs. But once he got landed on weird in the snowy game there against the Broncos, then it was, I mean, we spent the whole week in between the championship and before they left for Santa Clara saying, well, what's this guy's status? And then they downplayed it. Like, oh, he's a full participant. It's no big deal. Turns out it was sort of a big deal.
Yeah,
I mean, only when you lose. Isn't that how it goes? Right?
Yep. Got hurt in the championship game, as you said, against Denver. Does not expect to require surgery in this offseason. So the Patriots, literally and figuratively, licking their wounds as they got spanked by the Seattle Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. But switching back to the Ravens, kind of related stuff. If you missed this earlier in the program, he played it. Adam Schefter, NFL Insider, was on the Pat McAfee show talking about the Max Crosby trade rumors.
Look, I think Max isn't overly thrilled to be there right now. I don't know exactly what he did or didn't say to Tom Brady. I think there's a feeling around the league that he would like to be traded. And then the question becomes, is he actually traded? The Raiders prefer not to trade him. Now, it depends how dug in and how headstrong Max is here in this particular situation. They just signed him to a contract extension a year ago. Mark Davis always has loved Max Crosby. They've got a new head coach coming in Clint Kubiak. They're going to have the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Fernando Mendoza is going to be a Raider. They have $90 million in cap space. But I think that there may be a window to sit him down and say, look, you can be a big part of this turnaround here. And I know that if they're even going to listen, and I'm sure they probably will wind up listening, I was told it would take a Micah Parsons type package.
And that was what? Kenny Clark and 2 first-round draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas for Micah Parsons in Green Bay. And then Parsons was really brilliant until he suffered the knee injury late in the season for the Packers. It doesn't sound like an Eric DeCosta move to definitely trade 2 first-round draft picks, maybe even trade 1. But we've said it 1,000 times, and I'm steadfast. If you could figure out a way to swing a trade with the Raiders for Max Crosby, where the price tag maybe dips just a little bit? Because, first of all, do the Ravens even have a Kenny Clark level guy they could trade in a package of picks and players for Crosby? I don't know. But I think we've had callers call in, Ed. Crosby fits the bill. Trade for him. Sign Khalil Mack. Get Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver. Get Mike Green where he needs to be. Hope Travis Jones becomes BK 2.0. I've already figured it out, though. We're good. Get her done.
It's that simple.
Get her done.
I like your idea. I mean, I think the biggest thing for me with this whole Max Crosby thing, and I'm very much right there with you in the camp of let's go trade for him. You know, I mean, what do you have to lose? You've been talking about looking for one more piece to put this team over the top for years at this point. And then when you look at pretty much every Super Bowl champion, whether they're regarded as a great defense or not. I mean, Seahawks this year, a little bit different than recent history, where they're very much regarded as a defensive first team. But pretty much all of your Super Bowl champions in recent history have had at least, at bare minimum, one elite pass rusher on their defense that can get it done in the biggest moment. They're not a volume, they are the volume sack guy, but they also deliver in the biggest moments. They go out there, they give you 15 sacks in the regular season, but they also deliver those sacks in the fourth quarter. They deliver those sacks to push a team that's in the fringe of field goal range, out of field goal range. They make them count. They knock the ball out. It's strip sack stuff. These are not empty numbers when we talk about these elite guys. So that's what I'm looking for. That's what's required when I look around the league in order to win a Super Bowl. That's what I need to go get. Now, if it's not Max Crosby, if the trade compensation is just too rich for you, which if it does have to be Micah Parsons-esque, I could understand that being out of the Ravens' question. That doesn't say, all right, go back to the bargain bin. You know, next thing down. You don't want to trade for somebody, still spend the money. Go get Trey Hendrickson. You know, there's ways to acquire these types of guys. And even at the in-season deadline, right? That's not always a time where a Max Crosby type player is available, but there's big names to be had. There were certainly bigger names to be had than a Draymond Jones at this in-season deadline. So there's a time to be aggressive. You're much more in tune with how your team looks at that moment than you do in March or even the middle of the summer. I think at the end of the day, DaCosta here, in my opinion, just a little too apprehensive to make one of those big swings, because he's even said it publicly that if you miss on that kind of a trade swing, it really can handicap you for years to come.
Sure.
He's not wrong, but I think he's a little scared to make that type of move because he doesn't want to. I mean, at that point, how do you get out of it? You know, I guess I understand the thought process that you swing big and it works. You're a genius. It work. Now it's not as simple as, okay, reset next year. We're in the same boat. We're still looking for pass rush. Now you're financially handcuffed and you're in the same boat.
Yeah, he made 2 in-season trades, significant ones that helped the Ravens immensely. Marcus Peters, 2019, and then Roquan Smith back in 22. But other than, you know, trading a Marquise Brown a few years ago on draft night, he's never really, you know, did an off-season trade of this magnitude, not that I recall.
Big buying is how I would put it. Because even, I mean, the Marcus Peters trade, of course, they had to pay him after the trade, but that was regarded as a steal of a trade. You know, what, Kenny Young and a 5th-round pick for what he provided? Mm-hmm. He ended up being an all-pro that year. Even Roquan, you didn't have to give up a first-rounder. Still had to pay him, but you didn't have to give up a first round to get an all-pro type of talent. So he hasn't been in a situation where he's had to really come to the table with a lot of assets to get something done.
You have 11 picks, 14 overall. I mean, it's not an impossible task. And again, circle back to Trey Hendrickson. You're going to have to spend some money, which then goes back to Lamar Jackson and renegotiating his deal or extending him and freeing up some cap space. Because outside of that, to me, in the draft, and we'll talk about it with John Cooper in a few minutes, you got to keep Linderbaum now, I would think, and bring in a high-level pass rusher, and then maybe address your O-line, guard position, future tackle, and then cornerback maybe. And it's not a big cornerback draft, I don't believe. And they got to do something. I mean, are you solid with Teddy Buchanan running shotgun with Roquan Smith, coming back from a bad injury himself? Buchanan, who made the all-rookie team.
It's a lot of question marks here.
Yeah.
And look, a long way to go, right? And the cap situation is going to change drastically because it just has to. But it's starting to shape up to me like there's going to be a hole in this team, and a glaring one at that. Every team has holes, of course, but like there's going to be a pretty clear talking point next September going into the season where we're saying whether it's O-line, like, hey, you paid for Linderbaum, but that means that your guards went neglected again.
Yeah.
There's going to be a clear-cut weakness here. They're just not in a position where they can fill all those needs.
We'll come back, take a phone call or two, and then John Cooper will be joining us from our labs, talk about the draft, preview that one a little bit with him. April 23rd, first round. It's up in Pittsburgh. Ravens have the 14th pick, at least for now.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike McDonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings of up to 40% off. Take advantage of huge savings on GE Profile and Cafe Energy Star refrigeration, plus no sales tax. Or save on GE Profile Energy Star washers and dryers with no sales tax and the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering new appliances in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local and save at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-926-5959. That's 800-926-5959.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Look, everybody's got an opinion. How you live, who you're with, what you should be doing. I'm not here for that. I think sometimes you just need something simple. Something that feels good. No overthinking, no explaining. That's Lions Den. No judging, no weird vibe. Just real stuff that works on your terms. You don't owe anybody an explanation. You owe yourself a good Valentine's Day. Seriously. Lions Den. Feel something good. Visit their stores in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. It's a great place. Please check it out.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Ravens officially announced that Anthony Weaver is the defensive coordinator for Jesse Minter. So that's, we've known for a week that was the deal, but it's officially official. Now, I guess we'll hear from the Ravens next during the combine. And then hopefully once they redo Lamar's deal, we'll have a big old fancy press conference for that as the offseason has started. We'll talk about the draft with John Cooper from Our Lads coming up in a couple of minutes. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. It's Vinny and Haynie. Vinny's out today. Let's get out to the phones. Go to Kai in Reisterstown. Kai, what's up?
Hey, Bob. Hey, what's up, Nolan? Hey, look, you guys get me all fired up, man, about this Khalil Mack and Max Crosby, man. They would look great in purple, but we know it's not going to happen. Ed, he's not that guy, man. He's not that guy. And I think Nolan, he kind of alluded to it, man. This guy is scared, man. He's scared, and he don't want to mess his name up. But he's going to have to make a move soon, some kind of way. But y'all was talking about that tight end situation. That tight end from Cleveland, oh, man. What's his name? Njoku?
Oh, Fannon's the new guy, and Njoku's the one that's out the door, yeah.
Yeah, Njoku will look good in purple if Likely not here. I mean, I want Likely, but if we can't get Likely, Njoku, he can be that guy. So I'm anxious to see what happened with that. And also, Bob Haynie, what do you think of Spence coming back with fighting Tim Tszyu?
I think Errol Spence at any level of what he used to be will destroy Tim Tszyu within 5 rounds. I would think.
So you call it a tune-up fight? You would think that's a tune-up fight for Earl?
I mean, Tim Tszyu, what has he done lately to make you think that he'll try hard and all that, but he's, Fonduro knocked him out. The guy who just lost last Saturday, his name escapes me, knocked him out like the 3rd round. I mean, I think Errol Spence, but he hadn't fought in 3 years. So there might be a little rust going on as well. But all things being equal, Kai, I think Tim Tszyu gets worked by Spence and maybe gets Crawford back in the ring. Who really knows? Do you see Nick Ball in the Figueroa fight Saturday? That was a good old tussle.
Figueroa, man. That was a good fight. That was a great fight. And also, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about Shakur fight, man. I mean, Shakur looked like he's back. I mean, he stayed in the pocket. He kept that jab going. I mean, he didn't run like everybody. It was
a mismatch. Yeah. I mean, he's like Mayweather, but maybe even more difficult to hit.
Skillful.
If you know what I mean.
Right.
But, I mean, I was kind of a skeptic at first, Kai, with the Shakur Stevenson, but he made Lopez look like an amateur. And I'm trying to think of a guy that would give him a good fight. Tank Davis motivated and without the legal problems would be a fight I would love to see. But, I mean, we got a better chance of getting struck by lightning and walking out of the lottery with our $1 billion check than that one happening.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think Lopez. I like Lopez, but he got to get his dad out of there, man. His dad just is not the right coach for him. Sometimes your family, man, can hurt you in certain ways, and when you boxing and being that.
Yeah, I think
guy in that ring behind you. But I'll talk to you guys later, man.
All right, Kai. Thanks for the call. I remember Danny Garcia's dad used to pop off a little bit and get him rolling. But Bill Haney is working out well for Devin Haney, and sometimes it does work. Let's go to Trey and Joppa. Trey, what's up?
Bob, Nolan, what's happening?
What's going on, man?
Just kind of Eric DeCosta. Not a comment, but just kind of what I'm looking at, how I'm feeling about him. Game changers and game managers, we use that term for quarterbacks mostly, but you have game-changing players. You might have team changers and team managers. I put him in the team management category. And, just would love to see more swings in the draft, maybe drafting up, taking a chance. You can't – status quo is fine. I would say, the first round hasn't been terrible to us under Eric.
Right.
But, where the diamond in the rough's at? And I'm not talking about a Tavius Robinson that's just a starter. I'm talking about the impact player that is a 4th-round pick or lower. That's an impact player, Pro Bowler. You got to be able to find one of them every now and then. I ain't saying you don't find them every year. You don't. But, I mean, I would love to see him try to find more of those. Free agency, I think it's systematic, man, when it comes to the Ravens. It's a systematic problem in the sense of, it goes back to Ozzie, really. We've never been big spenders in free agency. It's not just the Eric thing. So I think it's just been groomed in him. And Nolan, you kind of touched on it, saying, think he's scared. Kai, too. That's not good enough, though.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not a good enough answer to me. You know what I mean? You can't always live on that hill or be okay with that as a GM to me. To be a GM, you kind of a riverboat gambler type of guy. You know, and the way I see it, I mean, you always taking risk. You're weighing risk versus reward, of course, and you do have to be responsible. You can't just be out here, you know, thinking every good player I'm assigned is going to fit in with the culture. Is going to be a good fit. Is he too old? That goes into the algorithm for sure. But with Eric, I think it's time to switch up the philosophy. Whether it's what we look for in players, maybe I need to draft up a couple times. You know, if you feel confident about it, Eric, put your name on it.
Yep.
You feel confident that this guy, if I trade up into the top 10, I can live with it. Guess what? For the praise that we give him, for what we say he is, stand on that. And guess what? I respect you for it. You know, I'm sure a lot of people will if, you know, because draft is a hit or miss. It's been can't miss products that have missed and guys that were slept on a little bit. Lamar Jackson, just to name one,
sure,
that turned out to be great players. So, but just put your name on it a little bit more, in my opinion, and just, you know, stick your neck out for it. That's all I got, fellas.
All right, Trey, thank you. I think Matabike was, what, a third-round pick? Second and third-round pick?
Yeah, I was just looking at the history here. Travis Jones, a third-round pick as well.
Yeah.
Like, if you're looking for a fourth-rounder or later that's been the biggest impact in his tenure, it might be Isaiah Likely.
Judon, previous, you know, Ozzy's regime.
Right, yeah. If we're talking DaCosta here, I think it could be Likely. I mean, we're talking Jordan Stout at punter, but he's not in contention to go earlier than fourth round.
Yeah.
So that you kind of take that out. That's about it.
But if there's, to Trey's point, and, you know, what you were saying, I think a lot of Ravens fans would agree. Hey, look, if you have 14, you've got 11 picks. I mean, you do have draft capital to work with. There's a guy at 8 or 10, a pass rusher or whatever. You know, the next left tackle for the team. Why not? I mean, because status quo, you went basically with an offensive line last year that regressed dramatically. You lost Patrick McCary. Got it. But Voorhees was the steal a couple years ago. Falele was a Pro Bowl alternate in 2024. Rosengard was the guy that was ascending at the end of the year. And even Ronnie and Linderbaum, they went in reverse in 2025. So to me, that would say I really, really, really need to address the offensive line. And the pass rush just never gained any traction whatsoever. I mean, were you really expecting Kyle Van Noy to get 13 sacks? Come on.
No.
Kind of the philosophy, like Elias with the rotation last year.
Yeah. I think they're so locked in. And I say there because it's this whole organizational philosophy that they've had from Ozzie. And then, you know, DaCosta being the handpicked guy for years and years to take over for Ozzie whenever that day came. This is just what they believe in. And they're flat out admit it. They boast about it, that's our philosophy, is to build the team through the draft. And at its core, that's not really an issue. I mean, especially if you're in a position where you draft well enough to then pay a normal amount of your rising stars to stick around, then yeah, drafting becomes even more important after that. We can understand that. But to be so adverse to any kind of risk and just having your philosophy be, let's take as many swings as possible to give ourselves as many chances, that's good enough to get you relevancy. As Trey was saying, the status quo, that's enough to have you perennially in the playoffs, always in the mix, always viewed as a contender. But are you ever going to be that team that breaks through?
Yeah,
or you're always going to come up short in the same ways?
Level up. I mean, Hamilton's about to go in, his 5th year? Lamar's going into his 10th season, so your standouts on each side of the ball. Derrick Henry's on the backside of his prime. I mean, I'm not saying windows are completely closing, but with some of the core guys on this roster, yeah, let's swing big and try to win in 2026, because after not even making the playoffs in 25, just being relevant, no, you got to get back to being Super Bowl contenders. John Cooper, speaking of the draft, our lads coming up next. Funhouse, Nolan McGraw. Inside Access takes over at 2 o'clock. And then it's Hot Stove League Baseball with Ryan Ripken as pitchers and catchers reporting today. Mike Elias will meet with the local media tomorrow. I think he's talking to everybody but the local media today.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Want to know why betting the Winter Olympics on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle in the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast? Speed skating decided by inches. Hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off, and so much more. FanDuel is your place to bet the Winter Olympics. And go now. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will hold their first official workout tomorrow, signaling the start of spring training. However, a good chunk of players have been in Sarasota already. Those who are participating in the upcoming World Baseball Classic, like Gunnar Henderson and Dean Kramer, got an early jump on the spring ramp-up process. Yesterday, Mike Elias showed off a new 47,000 square foot player development complex at Ed Smith Stadium that was constructed over the past year. It features all new indoor batting cages, as well as a climate-controlled bullpen with 8 mounds and a brand new biomechanics pitching lab. And last night at Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas dethroned #1 Arizona 82-78 and did so without their leading scorer. Freshman guard Darren Peterson was a late scratch with flu-like symptoms, but in his place, sophomore forward Flory Badunga stepped up with 23 points and 10 rebounds. This marks the Wildcats' first loss of the season, but their road ahead won't get any easier. They have a matchup against number 16 Texas Tech on Saturday. Then they'll take on number 22 BYU and number 3 Houston next week. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's off today. NFL Draft first round, April 23rd. Got the Combine coming up. All the fun stuff that goes along with that. Ravens have the 14th pick in the first round of the draft. Highest pick since they took Kyle Hamilton, 2022. Here to talk about some of the top prospects that can help Baltimore in this quarterback class and everything that goes along with that as well. From ourlads.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show John Cooper. John, good afternoon. How you feeling today?
Hey, doing good.
Now, doing good. Fernando Mendoza. Let's be honest, a guy a lot of people never heard of a year ago at this time. Now here he is coming in as the projected #1 pick in the draft. The brilliant things he did winning the Heisman, taking Indiana to heights they had never sniffed before, winning a national championship. What do you like about Mendoza? Because we're obviously at that stage. What are the concerns? And is he the #1 pick in the draft by definition?
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's that's going to be one of those that I'll be very surprised if he's not the top pick. I mean, the thing that I like about him is the intangibles. I mean, he's a great leader, and he's got that mental capacity to just be. He does a lot of things well physically. Don't get me wrong, but the intangibles in terms of his leadership, the type of teammate he is. That's the kind of guy you want on your team. So I think more than anything else, besides he was a top 10 quarterback before he became the #1, guy, consensus #1 pick in the draft right now, is because of that. But as far as the type of passer he is, he's got very good upper and lower body mechanics, good footwork, good shoulder rotation, good zip on his pass. He's got good velocity, very good pocket presence, and that should improve. Sometimes he senses some phantom rushmen, but that's the only negative that I can see. He'll get out of there maybe sooner than he needs to, but we really like him.
Now, John, is there another quarterback first round draft worthy, much less going to the Jets or the Cardinals, teams that Cleveland, teams that could be in need of a quarterback? Is this a year that maybe they should concentrate on filling other needs than at the quarterback position? Yeah,
I think so. I think later in the first round you could see Ty Simpson go. And I think the reason for that is he's got tremendous upside. There's some things that he I would have loved to have seen him stay in school, but I think he saw an opportunity with it not being a great quarterback class to come out. And I think he's the next best quarterback. And there's a drop-off there between him and Mendoza for sure. But he does a lot of things well. He's got good footwork, good feel, good awareness of what's going on around him as far as pocket presence. He can create with his feet. His mechanics get rushed at times, and he'll force passes high over the middle. And he'll take some hits occasionally as well. So he's got some work to do. But he's got good coaching, and with good coaching, I think he's going to be a solid player.
John, I remember there was a time maybe a couple of years ago where Garrett Nussmeier looked to be a guy that could be a first-round draft pick at LSU. Maybe things didn't go according to plan, but had a really good Senior Bowl. What has he done to rehabilitate his image, at least in regards to being someone that could be drafted maybe day 2 and could be someone that could help lead an NFL team to some level of success here?
Yeah, I think he's a day 2 pick. The guys that we go back and forth on him. There was a time where we felt exactly what you said. Was a top guy, and then he really fell off, last season, and showed a lot of inconsistency. But the talent is there. I think he's got a chance to be a solid quarterback in the NFL. But somebody's going to have to work with him. Somebody's going to have to deal with that inconsistency. And sometimes those guys become very good backups rather than starters, and later in their careers, like a Sam Darnold, become really good quarterbacks. So I wouldn't. I wouldn't bet that he's not going to be a player at this point.
John Cooper, OurLads.com, talking about the draft prospects for 2026 first round. Starts on April 23rd in Pittsburgh. Ravens have the 14th pick, and John, throughout the season, now into the month plus of the offseason. Well, the Ravens need offensive linemen. They need pass rushers, maybe a cornerback, and all the fun stuff. If a player at that particular spot, 14, O-line, pass rusher, maybe an interior lineman, whatever, is sitting there. If you're at the Costa, what would be the deepest position to choose from at 14 for a plug-and-play immediate help guy?
Well, I think, the edge rushers are pretty solid in this draft. I think there's going to be somebody there that, they would like to have. A Cassius Howell, for example, that not a lot of people think is that maybe that high, but we do. We like him a lot. And I think he potentially could be there at 14. Keldrick Falk from Auburn, is more of a defensive end in a 4-3. I'm not sure. I don't know what the Ravens are doing on defense, if they're changing what they're doing, but he could be a fit. Howell would be more of your 3-4 outside linebacker. He would more, be the guy that could, play in that on first downs, and he could even drop in coverage, but he's going to be your pass rusher. And doing what the Ravens have done in the past, he's the guy that would fit, very well in that system. And there's other guys too. TJ Parker, he's going to be there. We don't think he's quite that high, maybe even not a first-round pick. The guard from Ohio State, or from Penn State, Ella Vega, he's a guy that would, if they're looking for an interior, and I know they need help there, he's a guy that is a first-round pick. I'm not sure he's that high, but he's definitely the type of player they could look at. And there's corners out there, too. Mansour Delane, he'll probably be there. Jermad McCoy from Tennessee, he'll probably be there if they're looking at corner.
John, I know you answer this question every year. Hey, who's the can't-miss guy? Is there a can't-miss player, regardless of position, as you've seen it so far for the class of 2026?
Well, a player that we felt is a can't-miss guy is Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the safety. But I think there's others, too. Reuben Bain Jr. is a guy we really like. Jeremiah Love, the running back, other than Mendoza. We think those are some of your top 5 guys on our list, but Caleb Downs is a do-it-all safety. He's got the quickness, agility. He reminds me a little bit of Kyle Hamilton. He might even be a little more athletic. He's not as big by any stretch of the imagination, but he's just as effective in the box, in the slot, or as a deep safety. And he's going to be one of those guys that you can move around and do a lot of things with him. But he's also a very good man cover. His man cover skills as well. So this is a guy I'll be most surprised if he's not an impact player in the NFL.
John Cooper, what's happening at OurLads.com here on this February 10th?
Well, we're busy right now trying to stack our database. We're down to about 1,100, just a little under 1,100 players left that we're working with, and we're gonna get that down to around 850 that we put in our guide. And we always miss on a few. It's frustrating that there's a few guys that we cut out that get drafted every year, maybe 2 or 3. But so that's what we're focused on right now. We're putting some things up on the website. We just put pre-free agency team needs up, and we've got a top 32 up, and we're and did our first mock draft a week ago. So we're working on, getting ready for the draft.
John, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm sure we'll talk to you multiple times over the next 2.5 months here.
Great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you having me.
You got it. John Cooper, everybody. Will come back, reset for you. Mike Elias meeting with the media. He explained the Blaze trade. I'll see if you agree with this assessment. Got Nolan's real quick fun house that Inside Access takes over too.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
The Ravens still don't have a wide receiver or special teams coach. How big of a deal is that? And what lessons can Jesse Minter learn from Mike McDonald?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Kansas Jayhawks upset the undefeated Arizona Wildcats last night. The Jayhawks won 82-78. Allen Fieldhouse was rocking. Kansas was without star Darren Peterson, who missed his 11th game of the season. I would have liked to see the projected number 1 pick play, but the Jayhawks didn't miss a beat. Kansas has a huge matchup coming up Saturday against number 5 Iowa State in Ames. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
Taxes could be your biggest expense in retirement. Do something about it. Listen to the Savvy Investor radio show and podcast, weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman. And on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right. Mike Elias did a video Zoom thingy with the local and national media explaining the Blaze Alexander trade. Said he will help at every single infield position. By the way, there's only 4 of them. And he can help in the outfield as well. This is the direct quote from Elias. I think Blaze is going to be a really big part of our team.
Well, he better be. For what you gave up. What does that mean, though? This is
okay.
I was excited for Orioles baseball.
Come on now, don't go there, Nolan.
No, well, hold on. I'm joking around here, but I'm saying all it took was I haven't even heard Elias's voice yet. I'm just reading these off printed word on a screen, and I'm already pissed off. So, you didn't even get to the starting pitching thing.
I'll let you do that because I know you're going to run hot. But if Blaze Alexander started at third base for the Orioles on opening day, we got a problem because that means Jordan Westburg isn't.
Right.
For whatever reason.
Unless he got traded for Scooble. But that's not happening either.
I would actually be you could have Holiday too. Well, he's a free agent, Scooble. I don't know. Come on, don't make me start thinking this late in the show. But I hear what you're saying. But if Blaze is going to be a big part, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing because Arizona didn't really think he was, see you later. We'll take Cade Stroud, a guy that, in the bullpen, they're highly regarded. They like. But what about the starting pitching quotes from old Lispy Elias there?
I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but they're done. They're done. It's the same. It might be word for word the same thing he said the last 2 years. It might even be the same calendar day if we go back and look at the details of when Elias was speaking before spring training. I mean, seriously, check the timestamps on these tweets. Make sure they're actually from 2026 because it's. Oh my God! It's saying we like our guys. It's all that typical stuff. We could make another trade, we could make another signing, but we like the way the group looks on paper. That's the gist of it. Yeah. And what? I don't even know what to say. I really don't, because you yourselves, the Orioles, that is, and Elias in particular, chose to use terms like liftoff a couple of years ago. Chose to present themselves as big spenders and big suitors for any big fish in the pond. And then we get to the end of free agency, and here we are. It's the same result. You're lying. You're flat out lying to us at this point. And why we keep believing in it, I don't know. Me personally, I don't know why I keep believing in it. The teams at spring training, its pitchers and catchers, we're all happy, I guess.
Yeah, and, the offense still has high potential for sure, even if Blaze is a big part of it. And who knows, he might be the multifaceted, super terrific guy. Kobe Mayo could move to the outfield, too, get some swings there. Okay, and what about Heston Kjerstad? I'd rather see Kobe Mayo involved in a trade. Mm-hmm. Because Ryan Mountcastle, they gave me a contract with an option for next year, so who knows what's going on there. But we won't have Justin Verlander in the rotation either, as he's going back to Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, I say the rich get richer, but we're talking about Verlander here. $13 million one-year deal, heading back home. Loaded rotation without him. So he, if he's what he was in the second half last year. That just puts him a little extra sweetener on top. For the Orioles, we know that they were somewhat linked to him, but I don't know how serious that was. And he's off the table now. So I think at the very least, if they were going to get Verlander, that was not going to be a move that anyone here was going to celebrate with great enthusiasm.
I was plan X.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But it could have been a move. And like you're saying, reading these quotes from Elias, I don't even know if there's going to be another move in general. So if you're telling me the options are Verlander or nothing, then please give me Verlander.
Well, he did say in the quote, and we'll have it for you tomorrow, that he thinks it's still a strong rotation, but there is a possibility they could swing for another pitcher, no pun intended. Tomo Sugano got 5.1 for 1 year from Colorado, by the way.
And he got 10 here, so pretty significant decrease for him. Hard to argue against it. I mean, he just...
You look at Detroit, Skubal's getting 38, right? Or 32, excuse me. Valdez getting 38, and now Verlander's getting...
13.
What's that, $83 million tied up in 3 pitchers? And I think Jack Flatts isn't exactly working for free either, Flaherty.
No, he's got a sizable contract.
Yeah.
So, they're putting money there. We'll see if it pays off for him. Still have to hear the full-length Zoom with Mike Elias, and I want to hear all the questions that were asked. But one that jumps to my mind that I would be thrilled to ask him if given the opportunity is, do you genuinely believe that what happened injury-wise the last 2 years was dumb luck? And it's not rooted in anything scientific, analytic, any word you can think of, that it was just, injuries happen. Who cares? Because there's no other way to look at all your moves that you're making, or your lack of moves, that is, and think that you believe anything else. I think he genuinely thinks that what happened the last 2 years is not going to happen again.
Well, he'll meet with the local media tomorrow down in Sarasota. That's going to do it for us. Inside Access. They're coming up here in a matter of minutes. For Nolan McGraw, I'm Bob Haney. Don't forget Hot Stove League at 6 o'clock as well. For Nolan, Bob, hey, man, be safe. Stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning. For now, I work with you. Okay. Class dismissed.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Weekdays 6 till 6. Get it on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Western One Sports. OG Anunoby missing the last 2 games with right toe soreness after he played 48 minutes in the double OT win against the Nuggets. Reeks of load management. He's questionable to play tonight against the Pacers, but if he suits up, I'm expecting a big game from the guy who's been the best player on the Knicks in the last month. The Pacers are amongst the worst in the NBA at giving up points and rebounds this year to the opposing 4 position. Let's go over on OG's points plus rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all of the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by the store nearest you.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle, and my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens have entered a new era with first-year head coach Jesse Minter taking over earlier this offseason. His staff is still under construction, but the core is already in place, and expectations are the defense will be the side of the ball most impacted. That's music to the ears of Kyle Hamilton, who recently discussed the anticipated changes during an interview with NFL Network.
I think having that outlook where, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. Obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Elsewhere in the AFC North, Browns tight end David Njoku says his 9-year run with the team is coming to an end. After being the subject of trade rumors throughout 2025, he's now set to hit the open market this March, where Cleveland won't make a push to keep him. His 384 career receptions and 34 career touchdowns rank behind only Ozzie Newsome when it comes to tight ends in the Browns' history books. Now it appears they'll be transitioning fully to Harold Fannin Jr., who impressed with 731 yards and 6 touchdowns as a rookie this past season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dover Motor Speedway. NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway May 15th to the 17th. Get tickets now at dovermotorspeedway.com or call 1-800-441-RACE. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
certainly just have the respect and humility of working your way up, and now I think anybody that comes into our coaching staff, comes into our organization, it's like you put your head down and you go to work and you work every day to try to be the best, whatever that role is, whether it's the defensive assistant, the assistant defensive backs coach, the defensive backs coach, now as the head coach. If you really focus on that and try to be the best at your job, anything's possible. And so great to have that, great opportunity, and look forward to the journey.
Jesse Minter looking forward to the journey, and the Ravens got around to officially announcing Anthony Weaver's hire as defensive coordinator today, but a couple of boxes have not been checked, at least as far as we know. No wide receiver coach and no special teams coordinator announced yet for this football team.
Yeah, they were on the cusp of finalizing their staff and their coordinators at a press conference going on 2 weeks ago, but that's not the case. The special teams coordinator is a big deal. The less that falls on the plate of Jesse Minter, the better. And I got news for you. If things aren't going right with that side of the ball, it goes directly to the head coach, whether you have a strong special teams background or not. Keeping the Randy Brown obviously is a big deal, and that should help Looper's development, although I would be bringing in some real competition for Looper. That should help them re-recruit Stout. But there's a whole lot more that goes into special teams than just your specialist. And it was a problem around here lately and too inconsistent even under Harbs. With a 40-year-old head coach who's going to have his plate full with a lot of their stuff, I think you could really get yourself in trouble if that guy's not super experienced, and most of the people on this staff aren't. They also have yet to find a wide receiver coach. I would say of all their position groups on offense, that's the one that's most important. That's the one where they're going to have to do a lot of developing. I mean, and tight ends as well, but let's be real. A lot of these tight ends are running similar routes to receivers. They're glorified receivers. They're not doing a whole lot of inline stuff. And I suspect this tight end room is probably going to be one guy who's at the end, Andrews, and a bunch of young and cheap guys. So the development will be crucial, especially with a 29-year-old calling plays who's never done it before. So the longer that goes, I think the more problematic it is. And these are two hires that I've been sort of fascinated to see if they buck the overall trend of this staff. And boy, they better, but there's no reason for me to think that they will.
Yeah, starting with the special teams coordinator, and I think it was very overlooked in Super Bowl 60, but Seattle special teams were spectacular in that game.
Yeah.
That punter,
they were great down the whole season.
Yeah, that punter was out of his mind, just pinning them inside the 5 repeatedly. Their kicker, Myers, set a Super Bowl record for most field goals made. Like, special teams matter, and Seattle invested, I believe the number was $9 and change million just in special teams alone, which was among the highest in the NFL. And if you look at just the numbers, special teams wise for the Ravens, yeah, they were pretty good. 16th in kick return average, or 8th in kick return average allowed, 8th in punt return average, and 1st in net punt average. And assuming they bring back Jordan Stout, because that's not a big ask. We're talking about a punter. He was the best punter in football last year. And Loop, obviously we know his struggles from beyond 50 yards, but they also need to figure out the kickoff, because he had 8 kickoff violations. The next closest team had 5. He had 8. So he was in his own stratosphere. So that needs to get better. And then when it gets to the wide receiver of it all, we've talked a lot about that position group. And this is the offseason of change, coaching staff-wise, and it's going to undergo, obviously, at the personnel level. Rashad Bateman, we'll see what happens there. But there could be a lot of change in this receiving room, because when it's Tez Walker, Zay Flowers, and LeJontay Wester potentially, not counting Bateman as the 3 guys under contract, there's a lot of work to do.
Well, you just follow that up. I think it's fair to say that we assume Bateman won't be here. So it's Zay Flowers and a bunch of question marks. They're probably going to draft a guy at some point. So that's another development guy. So you need a wide receiver coach that is going to be the right guy to help with the development of the young guys, because the only known you have right now is Zay Flowers.
Look, the running back we kind of know what's going on there. The offensive line, it is what it is. With Lamar, he's going to be able to buy extra time and do certain things. Even the quarterback coach, while I think it's a bizarre hire, you know what? Declan Doyle's going to be involved in a lot of that. And Lamar's, already won an MVP with two different guys and should have won 2 MVPs with one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But if Declan Doyle's got to babysit the tight end and wide receiver situations, then again, I think you're setting up a house of cards that will fail. So I want the wide receiver coach to be somebody who has a proven pedigree of young receivers getting better quickly under him, like that, and not in the UFL, not in the Southland Conference, not at the Naval Academy. Like no, in the NFL.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of youth at that position. We know that this organization loves having their one old head in the room, and that was DeAndre Hopkins, and I think we all expect them to bring in a veteran this offseason. But you can say the same about the tight end room, guys. I mean, maybe they bring back Charlie Kohler, but Andrews is making $13 million a year, so it's not like you're going to go out and spend big for a backup tight end. I think there's going to be a lot of youth in that room as well.
Well, the good news is they have all those draft picks, and they never trade any of them. So
at least 4 comp picks.
Yes, at least one of those picks will probably be a young tight end. So they'll restock the room that way.
Yeah, experience does matter. Expertise matters. And having some checks and balances and some guys who have been around long enough to say, hey, man, I'm not sure about that, or to jump in, to have enough experience in their job, and maybe even guys who've done jobs above their job on the pecking order at some point in their career, if they've had a long NFL coaching career, to kind of save some people from themselves. So, again, to this point, I'd say there's a prevailing trend here, which is they're shunning all of that. They are running so far counter to that it's going to be, no matter what these 2 hires are, it's going to be an extremely young, extremely cheap, and extremely inexperienced staff. But boy, they better be able to hit the ground running.
They're certainly doing it a different way. And yeah, because expectations are going to be there. And we talked a lot about Mike McDonald yesterday. Only 6 coaches the last 40 years and won a Super Bowl within their first 2 seasons as a head coach. Only 2 rookie head coaches have won the Super Bowl. But even knowing that, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Minter to hit the ground running and bounce back from last year, because we heard Steve Bisciotti, we heard Eric DeCosta at the end of season press conference. They put a lot of blame on John Harbaugh and his coaching staff.
Big Tuesday show gets started guest-wise. 4 o'clock, we'll take a look at the Red Sox and some Major League Baseball. Rob Bradford covers the Red Sox for WEI. He also has the Odyssey podcast, Baseball Isn't Boring. We'll talk Ravens and Orioles and much more with Baltimore Banner sports columnist Kyle Goon at 4:30. And Keith Law, who had some interesting things to say about the Orioles. I did his top 20 Orioles prospects. He's from The Athletic. He joins at 5.
Yeah, and Mike Elias, like I told you for months, had plenty of complete hogwash and baloney to say as they completed another offseason that seems carish and completely lackluster to me. But then again, it's entirely on brand, and somebody's been telling you for months, take what you get. Baz is your number 1. Eflin is Eflin. They got one broken down closer. And, they got a thumping first baseman, which you've had here before. And that's that. Nothing to see here. The bullpen's great. And the starting pitching is great. And just believe it, because Mike Elias told you so. He's only been gaslighting you for the better part of 3 or 4 years. So we'll play some of those clips along the way, too, because, boy, it was a real humdinger in Sarasota. But again, it's what I told you was coming.
Coming up next, Rick Minter, Jesse Minter's dad, will be part of the Ravens coaching staff. He joined Vinny and Haynie last week. What did he have to say? You'll hear it next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather. classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Sometimes it's the hardships in your life that give you extra empathy. After life kicks you where it hurts, you just feel for others, especially people in similar situations. It's why living with 4 family members in a 770 square foot row home in South Baltimore turned out to be a blessing, because I learned some invaluable lessons. Family's everything. Friends you can trust and that have your back are priceless. And you're only as good as your word. All lessons that continue to drive amazing plumbing, heating, and air today. I only hire techs you can trust with your family's comfort, and who will 100% have your back in a home emergency like a furnace repair. Techs who will always shoot you straight on your repair options, because we're good for our word, guaranteed. And empathy means we offer easy payments, even on repairs, not just replacements, because business is always personal at
CALLAMAZING.com. It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings in-store and online. Save on Whirlpool and Maytag Energy Star washers and dryers, plus no sales tax. And get savings on top of savings with instant discounts plus up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages. All at the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering a new appliance in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of our convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery that you definitely need to know about. It's called Lux, as in deluxe or luxury. Or, hey, are you feeling luxy today? So what exactly makes this Lux scratch-off so luxurious? It has a top prize of $5 million instantly. Yep, you heard that right. You could win $5 million just by playing a scratch-off. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. Please play responsibly.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Nothing has been announced officially, but it seems fait accompli that Rick Minter, Jesse Minter's dad, will be joining the Ravens staff in a senior assistant kind of role. Well, he joined Vinny and Haynie last week and talked about what the hiring of Jesse Minter, this whole experience, has been like for him and his family.
Well, first of all, as a father, and that's most important for me, is elation, joy, pride, obviously all the things you could think of with your son reaching his next milestone, his goals, if you will, something he set out to do, just as we all do in coaching. You want your own show. You want to be in charge. You want to exemplify your own philosophies. And he's reached that opportunity. Now it's up to him to take it and run with it and see where it takes him. But also as a co-worker, and I've been working with Jesse for the last 5 years, Vanderbilt, Michigan, and now L.A. Chargers. So I've been working alongside this young man. So not just as a dad, but as a coworker. And I've seen certainly the tremendous growth and evolution in his game, his way to analyze an opponent, break it down. All the great accolades he's achieved running defenses have been fun to watch. I mean, I was a defensive guy. I helped raise him as a defensive guy. The first half of his career probably very heavily influenced. And then, of course, the last half, much more the the Harbaugh way and the Raven way and the Michigan and the L.A. Charger way. So I've seen him grow and evolve as a coach and as a person. Certainly I watch him every day as a father and a dad and a husband. So he's a tremendous young man. I look forward to being a part of it, to follow him.
So that's Rick Minter, Jesse's dad, and he implied, and he's going to be a senior defensive analyst of some sort, just like he was with the L.A. Chargers last year. He'll be 72 in October. Spent most of his career in coaching at the college level, which is, I guess, on brand with a lot of the staff that they're hiring.
Look, this is an amazing thing for their family. I mean, this is a coach's son reaching the pinnacle of the sport and doing it coming out of a coaching family tree that's literally a father, Jack, and two sons who coached in the NFL. We talk about some of these teams not being great at hiring coaches and how some of these teams are doing this every 2 or 3 years, but not many people reach the pinnacle of their profession, and not many of them do it in their 40s. So, look, Jesse Minter was going to get a head coaching job this year. He was absolutely going to get a head coaching job if the Ravens opened up. And even if the Ravens didn't open up, if this was a year in which 9 other jobs were going to open up, and that ended up being the case, he was absolutely going to get one of these jobs. It's now incumbent on the whole organization to try to build an infrastructure around him that puts him in the best positions to succeed. We'll see whether or not that happens.
It is wild to think about, though, with Rick Minter. Like, this is a lifer. Going back to Henderson State. Woo. He was a GA in 1977. He's been involved in football every single year. And like you said, Ken, the majority of it in college. He had a stint in Philadelphia as the linebackers coach. But remember, John Harbaugh, Rex Ryan, Mike Tomlin were on his staff, I believe, in Cincinnati. And now his son taking over for John Harbaugh in the same division where Mike Tomlin coached for 19 years. Crazy.
Well, speaking of that, let's go to another cut from Rick Minter, talking about that a little bit. Relationships playing a big role in Jesse's first opportunity in Baltimore.
But remember, I had John Harbaugh, as I had many guys on my staff at Cincinnati over 10 years. I had a lot of good guys. I really hired well, I thought, just like Coach Holtz did at Notre Dame. I hired John Harbaugh, Jerry Rossberg, Mike Tomlin, Rex Ryan, Don Martindale. All those guys worked for me at Cincinnati. And so it was those relationships that came into play years later in 2017 when I had gone to work with Jesse at Indiana State, now at Georgia State. All of a sudden, we're all without jobs and looking. And I did pick up the phone and call John, who's a dear friend, and I said, listen, you need to do what you can to get Jesse to the NFL. And it's so ironic, twist of fate, Jesse replaces John in Baltimore. But if you could just hear the conversation I had with John 9 years ago, I said, John, let me tell you this, Jesse is exactly like you. I mean, it's kind of prophetic, but it says, John, he is a great person. People attract to him. He got a great personality. He's very magnetic. People like to be around him. He's bright. He's articulate. He's a good-looking person, handles himself well, quick learner, quick study. Was I describing John or was I describing Jesse, right? It was all about the same. They brought him up for an interview and offered him a job. Once he gets in the door, he's on his own. He worked under Dean for 1 year there. It was kind of his little right hand. And then where the scheme was born was when Wink got promoted to D coordinators. You guys know all these stories. And Mike got moved to linebacker. Jesse got moved into the secondary. Chris Hewitt also played for me at Cincinnati. So there's a tremendous influence between Cincinnati, the Ravens, and Michigan, and all these other Minter-Harbaugh connections now.
We joke about the Orioles pitching incubator, hitting incubator. Sounds like Rick Minter had a coaching incubator at Cincinnati.
Well, look, he's got that, and then you've got Jack Harbaugh, Miami of Ohio, cradle of coaches.
Yeah.
Like, it's that area, you can't tell the story of the NFL without the cradle of coaches in the University of Cincinnati, and then you think about Cincinnati and Paul Brown, and you think of all of the coaching family trees that trace back to that geography, whether through college or through pro. It's pretty astounding.
It's amazing when you think John and Tomlin are going to the Hall of Fame one day. They were both on his staff. Rex Ryan was in the league for several years, was a head coach in multiple spots. Jerry Rosberg was in the league for several years, like an all-star staff in Cincinnati.
It's crazy. More from Rick Minter. Let's go back to Cut 16. Beltway Ben talks about Jesse Minter's start to coaching.
Yeah, that was actually his first opportunity. Keep in mind, when Jesse graduated high school, we were a divorced family. I had been at Ball State, went to Notre Dame, et cetera, but we divorced. So Jesse was raised right there in Indiana, Muncie, Yorktown. In fact, they just hired the running back, Eddie Faulkner, who played football at Muncie Central. Jesse played out at Yorktown High School, 5 miles away. And when he graduated high school, kind of a D3, D2 type athlete, certainly got his athletic abilities from his mom, not me, but no, she's much better the athlete than myself, trust me. And but he had two options. It says, Dad, do I want to go play D3 football, or do I want to come to UC, where I was at that time, University of Cincinnati, and put him on a coaching plan? You know how that's like when you have coaches' kids around all the time. So I laid out two options, certainly not to influence him either way. Say, come to UC and I'll put you on a coaching track, or go be a kid, go be a college player and have fun and do all that. Your mom and I'll take care of you, and then we'll hook up later. And so he chose part B, which was to come to UC. And so I roomed him with football players. He was a manager on the field, just setting up drills and dummies and all those kinds of things. His first year, that was year one, was to be a field manager, to see the game from that level.
Wild stuff, man.
Yeah, it's an incredible story. I mean, the overlaps, and yeah, it's pretty mind-boggling.
It is, and Rick seems like a great guy.
Yep.
Jesse seems like a great guy. Unbelievable.
Let's hear one more from Rick Minter, shall we? He talks about getting to coach with Jesse at the beginning of Jesse's coaching career.
But it was his first job, and he'll tell you that, he wanted to do all these things on his own the best he can. He didn't want a hand down from his dad. And so he tried hard to get on with other programs, and as it turned out, we hired him at Notre Dame in May of 06, my second year there under Charlie Weiss. So that was another special moment because he moved in with me. We lived out in Granger, Vinny, as you well know.
That's where I lived.
And so we had some moments that a lot of father-sons don't get. As my two boys left home after high school, they came toward me, where normally in divorces or in any family, when your kids go off to college, you kind of lose them. But my boys migrated toward me. Both of them attended Cincinnati to start with. And so that was fun, just for him not to live together, work together. He was a wide receiver in college. And so I'm teaching him how to initially play and coach on defense, how to analyze film, how to break down opponents and that type of thing. So that was his very first job, was being an intern. And then lo and behold, after the 06 season, Charlie Weiss terminates both of us for his own reasons. But and then he ended up getting a job. I called Brian Kelly down at UC that it replaced D'Antonio. And I said, do you happen to have a grad assistant job open down there? Is Jesse just getting started? And that's what he did. Brian fortunately hired him. And I moved back there for a sabbatical out of coaching for a year, stayed around the program. I went my way to Marshall. He stayed at UC for 2 years before getting his first full-time job over at Indiana State.
Crazy. It could have been over before it really got started when Charlie Weiss fired the both of them, but then he hooks on somewhere else, and then it begins.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously his dad played a pivotal role in opening some doors and getting him opportunities that not everybody was going to get. But then it's, he clearly made the most of it. And not everybody does. And look, it was good that relatively early in his career, though, he also split off and did his own thing, because you don't want it to be a father-son team. And at some point, it's got to be your operation, you know what I mean, and not somebody else's. So obviously there's been a healthy amount of times where their careers dovetailed. But Jesse was able to go out and win on his own and start building his own coaching network, which you can trace back on this staff to Indiana State, and make the most of every opportunity he got.
Coming up next, we get to baseball, and as of right now, it looks like Jeremiah Jackson's got a really good shot to be. Say again?
Yeah, I was just saying, we can talk about the whole broad scope of things. You know what I mean? With Elias coming out and talking.
Yeah, we'll get, Mike Elias. Interesting. He's said something very similar to what Jim Bowden said to us yesterday. What was that? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Coming to The Fan in 2026. NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament with Bob Haney and Jimmy Patsos. Hot Stove League with Ryan Ripken. Orioles opening day live from Pickles Pub. Baltimore baseball tonight. And our Fan Appreciation Party Faniversary. Listen at 105.7 and watch live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey there, Jason Lockenfor here. I've got a great idea for you to kick off 2026 in the best way possible. If you're looking for any sort of upgrades in the world of appliances, indoor, outdoor, big or small, now is the perfect time. Town Appliance, my guys, Mayor and Mayor, their President's Day shopping event is going on right now. You don't have to wait any longer to save on select appliances during one of Town Appliance's premier sales events of the season. They've got over 40 years of expertise selling appliances. They deliver nationwide, and Town Appliance has a price match guarantee. Yes, Town Appliance will match any price from any authorized dealer. Just go see my guys, Mayor and Mayor on Reisterstown Road. If you're in our listening area, you won't regret it. Check out that sleek, chic, modern showroom. It's got anything you could possibly need in the appliance world. We came away with a new washer, a new range, a new microwave. It didn't take long, maybe 35 minutes with Mayor and Mayor. The right specs, the right brands, the right prices, everything to fit our needs. All those appliances are kicking butt for us, and the install, the delivery, all was a breeze. Let Mayor and Mayor do it for you. This is service you can trust. Don't miss out. Check out that showroom on Reisterstown Road. Give them a call. Call them in the store. Call in the store, ask for their number. They'll give it to you. You can text them or start shopping at the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event right now at townappliance.com.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Want to know why betting the Winter Olympics on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle in the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast? Speed skating decided by inches. Hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off, and so much more. FanDuel is your place to bet the Winter Olympics. And go now. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, thanks for listening. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Orioles pitchers and catchers will hold their first official workout tomorrow, signaling the start of spring training. However, a good chunk of players have been in Sarasota already. Those who are participating in the upcoming World Baseball Classic, like Gunnar Henderson and Dean Kramer, got an early jump on the spring ramp-up process. Yesterday, Mike Elias showed off a new 47,000-square-foot player development complex at Ed Smith Stadium that was constructed over the past year. It features all new indoor batting cages, as well as a climate-controlled bullpen with 8 mounds and a brand new biomechanics pitching lab. And last night at Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas dethroned number 1 Arizona 82-78 and did so without their leading scorer. Freshman guard Darren Peterson was a late scratch with flu-like symptoms, but in his place, sophomore forward Flory Badunga stepped up with 23 points and 10 rebounds. This marks the Wildcats' first loss of the season, but their road ahead won't get any easier. They have a matchup against number 16 Texas Tech on Saturday. Then they'll take on number 22 BYU and number 3 Houston next week. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs near 40 this afternoon. I'm Nolan McGraw on your home of the most Ravens, Terps, and Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The baby birds are growing up.
It's liftoff from here for this team.
Anderson destroys it. Holiday drills it. Hauser crushes it. Luxman squared it up toward the flag courts.
All the young dudes. Inside Access 105.7 The Fan.
I think we have a very good rotation, talented group of guys, some external additions. I mean, Eflin was a re-sign, but brought him in from free agency. Shane Baz, we made a major trade. We got Bradish back for a full season. Trevor Rogers coming off of his campaign. Dean Kramer, all of the depth, a lot of which that we saw last year. Brandon Young, Cade Povich. So I think it's a really strong group. We're staying plugged in with both the trade and free agent markets, as all teams are here as we ease into camp. So, there's still a possibility for external rotations, but I think that our rotation is very strong and very talented.
Interesting he said that, because we had Jim Bowden on yesterday, and, at the end of the interview, I was like, well, predict who of the group that's left, who are they going to say? He says, I think they're fine. He goes, I don't know.
Let you finish.
I've been telling you they're fine since they got Shane Baz. I told you, take what you got. That's it.
That's what we got. And that's Mike Elias talking about his rotation. Before we discuss, Mike Elias was asked point blank whether he was disappointed that they missed out on, do you remember his stated goal was frontline starter. They missed out on Ranger Suarez and Framber Valdez, and this is what he said.
No, I wouldn't. I think we've put together a really strong rotation as it stands right now. We'll continue to look externally if we can bolster this group in one way, shape, or form. But, Shane's an incredibly talented pitcher who's coming off surgery and had a really solid year, and the stuff is as good as it gets, and we're looking forward to having him and working with him and bringing Zach back in a place where he's much healthier than he was last season. And then all of the other guys that I named, I think we have a really good group. We're always involved and communicative if there are free agents or trade candidates available. But I think that this rotation looks good. I think the bullpen looks good. And I think we've got a really talented position player core. And this is a team that's very capable of going where we want to go, which is deep into the playoffs.
So the Shane Baz hype machine is at full speed. Craig Albernaz was asked Shane Baz's upside.
Cy Young.
This is quote, Shane Baz's upside is Cy Young Award winner. And by the way, he said...
This is, remember a year ago, they were telling you Grayson Rodriguez is an opening day starter and a game one playoff starter. He's our ace.
Yeah, and never pitched.
The same guys who brought you that.
He talks about being communicative, and I'm done falling for the okie doke, but they are, quote, in on Zach Gallen, according to Bob Nightingale.
They're not signing anybody. He's telling you they're not signing anybody.
They're definitely not signing Justin Verlander. He's signing with the Tigers today. So what do you think about what you heard from
They're frauds.
President
They've
of
always
Baseball
been
Ops?
frauds. I've always called them frauds since they started frauding. And they won't stop frauding. They sold you a bill of goods. They talked in a certain way. And we all know what they were saying and what they were connoting and what they were spewing when it was time to get people who were pissed off at them for jerking around their Birdland memberships back on board. And then they delivered none of that. And no one's a bigger Shane Baz sort of truther than me. He hasn't developed the way anybody thought he was going to develop. He pitched in this division just last year, and he was probably the third best starter on the worst team in the division. Pepio was better than him. Littell was better than him for a good stretch of the season. They're telling you they want to win the division. Anybody who knows anything about baseball would tell you it's at best the fourth best rotation in the league. We went through the exercise yesterday of just how few innings a lot of these guys have pitched. It's not a strength. It's littered with question marks. And if you really believed in Rodgers, I don't, but if they do, and you weren't going to pay anybody else, and you've got Eflin as your highest paid starter this year, making about half of what he made last year, then how is nobody getting an extension? They are frauds.
It's just more of them continuing to operate on the best case scenario. Like that's what it is.
The if guy.
Yeah. You're okay. Well, if Trevor Rogers can bottle up what he did, and Bradish, he was top 5 in Cy Young a couple years ago, and
if somebody gets hurt, it's the baseball guy.
Shane Baz, he's going to realize
he's going to win a Cy Young.
He's going to realize his potential. Zach Eflin, he said he's the most healthy that he's been. Coming off that surgery.
Oh, and the payroll is $3 million less than where we left it on the 40-man before the waivers shut down.
You can't continue doing that.
You can. No, they can and they will until they're fired, which is why little old me, nobody else paying attention, nobody else knows what they're watching, have been trying to run them out of here for 3 years.
But the messaging, Jason, was even like...
Of course it was. They were in the most dire straits they've ever been in. They threw you a bone. Modern day Chris Davis. Take it. Like it. Grayson out. Baz in. That's it.
Like he said they were going to get a frontline starter. He said...
And I told you, that's Shane Baz. Just wait.
He said that ownership is willing to spend into
They're
the red.
spending less money than last year.
Considerably was the direct
They
quote.
must not be making any money.
That was Mike Elias saying that. Like, we didn't say that. He said that.
He will deceive, lie, gaslight, however you want to count. They will say whatever they have to say, whenever they have to say it, to try to get 40,000 people there on opening day and 20,000 people there on the Saturdays and the Sundays. And whatever, they will have every giveaway possible. They will do everything short of actually build a true contending baseball roster to try to get you to go there. But it's not a contending roster. It's not particularly close. And I would say that the fact that they did what I told you they were going to do, they brought up Brandon Young and Cade Povich in this thing, tells you all you really need to know about how different this is than years before. It's not any different.
The other thing that I found interesting from Mike Elias talking was you've been bringing up for a while Kobe Mayo in right field.
Oh, sure. Do it now. Yeah, let's start that now. Not when he was in Bowie. Let's start it now.
He said he didn't rule out corner outfield being among them.
Yeah. Yeah, because nobody's giving them anything for him because they devalued him. They wasted and stunted his growth, and they can't get pennies on the dollar for what they think he's worth. So they'll just build another Frankenstein bastardized product, and the baseball gods will sort it all out.
Coming up next, it's T-Bone time.
How many days till opening day?
45.
I have 44.
Oh.
But who's counting? Who's counting? That leads right into my TMI.
Oh, you want to give away these tickets? 410-583-1057. You win 2 tickets to see Stavi, comedian, April 25th at the Lyric at 9:30 p.m. 410-583-1057. Go see Bone's favorite Stavi. It's T-Bone time. TMI with TIM. What you got?
Ken said it, 44 days away from opening day, and I was taking a look at their first chunk of their schedule because we know it was
Bone Simulator.
Chunk's a popular word on this radio
station. It was a dumpster fire of a start for the Orioles, and that ended up getting Brandon Hyde fired. But what does the start of their schedule look like? Do they have an opportunity to get off to a fast start? We'll get into it next on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and catchers report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps battle Iowa. Chris Nocky would join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Redfin's giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-been-done-before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search, presented by Rocket, and it kicked off today. The house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely. Download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern to find your new home. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. D.C. Must be age and majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Las Vegas Raiders officially announced Clint Kubiak as their new head coach on Monday. Kubiak led the Seahawks offense to a win in Super Bowl 60, and he helped give Sam Darnold new life in the NFL. Up next, Kubiak is tasked with righting the Raiders ship, and he'll look to do it with Fernando Mendoza, the expected #1 pick in the NFL draft. I'm Chris Black.
Get a jump on your spring to-dos at Lowe's. Right now, get 4 bags of Stay Green 2 cubic foot mulch for just $10. And that's not all. Grab 3 bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil for just $10 too. Kick off spring with fresh savings. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/18. Excludes Hawaii. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
Look, everybody's trying to tell you how to live, eat this, think that, do it their way. We don't buy all of it. You know what works for you. You know what helps you relax, what puts you in a better mood. And if something helps you get there, that's not a problem. That's just being human. That's Lions Den. No judging, no awkward energy, no pressure. Just people who know the gear and listen to what you want. For you, for your partner, you don't owe anybody an explanation. Visit Lions Den in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Pasadena, and Severn, or go to lionsden.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Today, cloudy high of 38. Tonight, cloudy low around 35. Tomorrow, high near 39.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom. Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's Smiles for Miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Hot takes from the guy behind the glass.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
TMI with TIM.
TMI, my friend.
Inside Access, 105.7 The Fan.
T-Bone time, TMI with TIM, and the floor is yours.
A year ago, this time, I don't think anyone saw Brandon Hyde getting 10th, but it happened.
I said June, I think.
It definitely happened. And the old adage
by
saying,
July 4th.
You can't win the division in April and May, but you sure as heck can lose it. And that's exactly what happened with the Orioles. They started 15-28. Brandon Hyde fired May 17th, and then a week later, they were 16-34.
Got that bump.
18 games below 500. So I was taking a look at the early part of the Orioles schedule to see if it could favor a faster start than that. And it is relatively soft. The first 25 games, I looked at the DraftKings over-under win total, so not going off last year's win total, but what the projections are after pretty much a full offseason at this point with pitchers and catchers in Florida. 6 games against a team with a projected win-loss total of over 500 in the Orioles' first 25 games. And that's against the Rangers. Their win-loss total, 83.5 wins, and the Royals, 81.5 wins.
Both have some pitching, though.
Those
teams have some pitching.
Their highest over win-loss total, it's more than them at 84.5 wins. So it's Twins, Rangers, Pirates, White Sox, Giants, Diamondbacks, Guardians, Royals. And then, of course, the schedule really turns up from there. You're facing a bunch of AL East foes in the Red Sox, the Yankees 7 times in a 2-week stretch. So Captain Obvious here, you got to get off to a fast start.
Yeah. And Bone Simulator says fast start.
It would certainly help so many different people. And you could probably put Craig Alvarez at the top of the list, being a rookie skipper, because the worst thing that could happen for this team is you get off to another slow start and then you're thinking, oh, geez, here we go again.
Can I make a prediction?
No fast start?
No matter how fast or slow they start, I do think Alvarez will pass Bocce Ball on the all-time O's games managed chart this year. I think he'll last that long. I think he'll last at least that long.
I think 162 games is yes.
Well, Alvarez didn't get to 162. You know,
Bocce Ball didn't. I'm saying he's going to last the entire season.
Right.
So
he'll pass. Yeah, I think. I don't know about the whole season, but I think he'll get past He'll get past.
You think Albernaz is getting fired in the middle of the season?
No, probably not. I just told you.
talking
I'm willing to say he will manage more games than Bocce Ball. I didn't say 162. You said 162. I just said more than Bocce Ball.
I think, Bone, you're saying that it's assumed he's going to get at least
saying
one full
Elias
season.
might have to come down in September and save his job.
in a jersey?
And manage his way out of this.
I think that's a very winnable stretch for the Orioles. And whatever you think of them over 162.
119 games,
better,
by the way, Ben tells me, for Bocce Ball. 119.
He'll clear that easily. But yes, I think they are going to get off to a good start with that schedule.
They better.
Okay.
You're not buying it?
I don't. I mean,
there's questions.
Why? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to believe. Like, I think they're going to win around 80 games. I mean, how they get, like, do I think they're going to come out like gangbusters? I don't. I don't think they have the bullpen. I don't think they have the defense. I don't think they have the bench. And now I don't think they have the starting pitching either to go on a tear. Now, will they win more games before they settle into the division schedule, which I think is basically what you're implying here? I mean, possibly, but they've got a lot of new pieces. I mean, Shane Baz is their opening day starter now, right? I mean, he's got to be, right?
I can't imagine he's their opening day starter.
I don't know. I mean, he was the big acquisition. If he's the thing they got that's better than what they already had. I mean, they said they were getting a frontline starter, which would imply someone who's better than what we have or someone.
Well, they said that. They didn't necessarily.
Okay, so what do you want to say? He's their number 2 starter behind Bradish?
They do have
You want to slot Rogers there based off a couple months?
No, he did.
He's starting the first series of the year? I don't know. I mean, this is their big acquisition.
If they play
so he's never pitched
He'll
here
be the
before.
third
It's
starter.
new to him.
Yeah, I think right now he's the
third starter.
You've got Bradish, who hasn't pitched a normal year in 3 years. You've got a guy who's never managed a game before. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that they get off to some tremendous start.
I think they get off to a strong start.
Well, I'll be interested to see your month-to-month bone simulations.
Yeah.
That'll come out.
It all comes out in the watch, bro.
Yeah. Coming up next.
He'll get to 120 games, Skipper.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
confident
pretty
in that.
safe. Necessary roughness coming up next. The linebacking group, they got to be much better. Is there better in them? Do they need to go out and get more? It's necessary roughness next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it, we're talking about it. 105.7 The Fan.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings of up to 40% off. Take advantage of huge savings on GE Profile and Cafe Energy Star refrigeration, plus no sales tax. Or save on GE Profile Energy Star washers and dryers with no sales tax and the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland Sales Tax Holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering new appliances in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local and save at the Bray & Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Tug of war, pigeon racing, cannon shooting. They may not be Olympic events anymore, but the Maryland Lottery Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion is. Enter Keno tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No croquet or kite flying required. Please play responsibly.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens' offseason of change is ongoing as Coach Jesse Minter is in the process of filling out the rest of his staff. Kyle Hamilton recently joined NFL Network and is excited for something new.
I think having that outlook where, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. Obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Drake May said that he will not be undergoing surgery on his shoulder this offseason. May received a pain-killing injection for his right throwing shoulder prior to Super Bowl 60 after aggravating it during the AFC Championship, but believes time off will heal the injury. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 32. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 44. I'm Tim Barbalese on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Necessary roughness.
Downright nasty.
Brought to you by Plaza Ford. Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them on Route 1 in Bel Air next to the Falston Walmart or online at plazaford.com.
It is getting ugly right now.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, it's tough anytime when a leader and a great player like Kyle goes down, but obviously it's the next man up business, in a sense, and just truth be told, played a great first half, but we didn't play good enough in the second half, and including myself, regardless of like the circumstances of things that's going on. Like, you have to play if you're out there on the field, and you have to do your job. And like, we didn't do that. So I think that's what it boils down to. We didn't do our job with the individuals that was out there on the field, play in and play out, including myself.
So that's Roquan Smith after they lost to the Steelers. Roquan Smith still made the popularity contest that is the Pro Bowl, but all pro voters got the memo finally that his play has declined, as he was way down the list as far as all pro voting was concerned. The bright spot at linebacker was, I guess, Teddy Buchanan, but then he got hurt. So what do we think of this linebacking core, and I guess just starting inside as we head into the offseason?
I think one of the primary chores for Jesse Minter is going to be getting Roquan Smith back to being a winning football player, someone who's leading the charge for them and not trailing. Like he went from a tone setter for me to a almost like a passenger or a follower, the last guy in on a tackle, a guy whose run fit lane is vacant, a guy who's trailing repeatedly over and over in coverage. And I don't think that part's getting any better. I got news for you. I don't know if there's any scheme in the world that's going to help him covering a running back or a tight end in space. But maybe there's different personnel things they can do. Maybe there's a different way to motivate him or reach him. Maybe he's not on the field 100% of the time anymore. Figuring that part of it out, I think, will be no small part of the early sort of the early responsibilities that this staff's going to have to sort through. The early some of the early bridges they're going to have to build.
Well, when you look at their cap hits, obviously Lamar's number one. Roquan's 2 with $32.7 million. Then it's Nnamdi Madubuike, which his future's up in the air at $31 million. Then it's Marlon Humphrey at $26.2 million. So 3 of your top 4 cap hits are guys that we don't know if Madubuike is going to play. And Roquan, you got to try to get him back. There's nothing you can do with his contract. And Marlon, maybe he's here. Maybe he takes a haircut, visits EDC's barbershop. But you got to figure out how to get Roquan somewhat even close to being back to what he was. Because, look, this was never a linebacker that was taking the ball away, forcing a lot of fumbles, forcing a lot of turnovers. But the tackles for loss have fallen off a cliff. NFL Next Gen Stats has this term stops, and stops are tackles made by a defender that result in a positive play for the defense measured by a negative change in expected points. He was 18th among linebackers. When you're making $20 million and you're being paid best of breed, it can't be 18th.
Just think of when he was at his best, how often he would show up and he would thump somebody around the line of scrimmage early in a game, and it would be like, this is here all day. Like, this is how it's going to be. Like, I'm not even, just take numerics out of it. Take metrics out of it. The eye test. How often is he showing up before the ball carrier gets to where the ball carrier wants to get, or before the intended receiver gets to where the intended receiver wants to get? How much is he affecting the football at all? It's almost negative. So it's almost like an inverse reaction, because he's supposed to be their tone setter and their momentum, their energy giver. And when he's not only not doing that, but then he's a part of negative plays, and he's responsible for negative plays, then I think it creates a climate there where they want to trump up their football DNA and their football culture. But I think their football culture on defense is a problem, because their best players don't make plays in the fourth quarter, and they haven't done it under 3 or 4 different coordinators now.
Your opinion, he turns 29 in April. Is there a world where he gets into better shape and he can get to some form of what he used to be, or is that ship sailed?
Simple as that. I mean, I don't know if that's what's going on here. I mean, I'm a skeptic. I'm a serious skeptic that they're going to get him back to what he was those first 8 games after the trade. I don't know that exists anymore. I think that was a moment in time. Now, do they bring in things from the outside to prop him up? I mean, if we're going to be serious about Roquan Smith, and Roquan Smith returning to anything resembling top form, the D-tackle play is going to have to be out of this world. I don't know. I don't know if that's in the cards. That's usually real expensive, or it's premium draft capital. We don't know what that tweet from Nnamdi Madubuike really meant. But I think their only chance, pushing age 30, of getting this guy back to where he was 3 years ago is by putting together one of the best defensive lines in football. Color me skeptical, given where they are versus the cap, the situation with Lamar, and just how many holes they have on this roster, that we're going to be sitting here in late August saying this is on paper a top 10 D-line. I don't think we're getting there. If we don't get there, I'm going to have concerns about Roquan Smith.
I think a year ago at this time, I was a lot more optimistic about that turnaround, Ken.
Sure.
And I think that he was humbled by the end of 2024. And I thought you were going to see a much better version of Roquan Smith. And unfortunately, it was even worse in 2025.
Oh, he was terrible. So for a couple games, he was terrible.
Is Jesse Minter going to work his magic and maybe put him in better positions to succeed? I think you brought up an interesting point, Jason, but again, I can go kind of either way.
He's an outright liability. People are picking on him. Their game plans, their early game scripts are attack him early. He's got a target on his back.
And him defending the pass is just rough to see, but does it get to a point where maybe he's not a 100% snap player? And I know that's tough considering what you're paying him, but...
Well, the other part is they better bring in some dudes because the cupboard's bare. Like, yeah. I guess Teddy Buchanan will be back at some point, but they got nothing. Jay Higgins, like the undrafted guy from Iowa, like they got nothing on this roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how creative they can get. I don't know how much they address middle linebacker as an immediate need now. I mean, we tend to think it's something we talk about more going into next year's draft, given the scope of that contract, but who knows? But he needs to be one of their best football players next year. That has to happen, and I don't think it's going to happen unless there's some major roster upgrades around him.
Yeah, when you're being paid like that and you have a cap hit like
he's
that,
supposed to be the force multiplier.
Yes.
He's supposed to. That's why you gave up all the draft capital and paid him like he gets sacks. You paid him like a guy who gets to the quarterback.
Yeah, he's got to be a force multiplier, not taken away from the defense, not having that target on his back. It's got to be much better, and I think that would go a long way in improving this defense overall.
Well, that's the thing. It's not that he was great when they first got him. He's not even average. He's below average.
He's a problem.
He's as Jason said, defenses attack him. They look for him. He can't cover. It's not good.
I wonder how much Anthony Weaver's going to be charged with this. I know it's not like the position group we primarily think of him, but he is the defensive coordinator. I think he's going to be doing a lot on the D-line. But, like, he's seen him at his best. He was around here when, he saw it before Roquan got here. He saw it when they acquired Roquan. He saw Roquan at his best, which led to that contract. I mean, he can speak to him in a way that other people probably can't. He obviously played the game at a level that most people on this staff didn't. I wonder how much of a charge that's going to be for him as a D coordinator who doesn't actually call the plays, will be resuscitating someone like him and maybe Marlon as well. I just think Marlon physically is.
Yeah.
You better put him in the slot, or you better keep him off the. You better limit his reps. But and again, we're kind of alluding to that, maybe having to be the case with Roquan as well. But I mean, the problem is, the position Roquan plays, there really isn't an understudy.
Well, it's interesting, though, and obviously, like you said, Weaver deals with the defensive line. That's his specialty. But when Weaver was here last in 2023, Roquan was playing at a very high level. I think it's a lot of just him reflecting, looking on tape from 25 and 24 and kind of comparing from what he remembered.
Well, that was the question I asked earlier. Is it in there still?
Yeah.
Like, is it available to him to still be the guy he was 3 years ago?
Well, look, this is being set up as Harbs and his guys were getting in the way. So if they can't get Roquan Smith back, that's inherently an indictment on the personnel department, because the personnel department saying the players were already good enough. It was the coaches who couldn't get Oweh to be here what Oweh was with the Chargers, and the coaches couldn't get Roquan now to be what Roquan was, and so on and so on. They're not going to really change anything in their scouting and research and analysis and data and quants. None of that's changing. So if it works, great. If not, you got to point the finger to the personnel department.
Olympics are in full swing. College basketball, NBA, perfect time to find out what Beltway Ben Hall is looking at gambling-wise. Want to bet with Beltway Ben next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and catchers report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps battle Iowa. Chris Nocky will join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. Do you have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at boilingbay.com. That's boilingbay.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Wanna Bet, the daily gambling game show that takes betting seriously, but not much else. Get our favorite plays on the totals, sides, props, exotics, and futures to jump on now. So let's get it started.
The official song of the Winter Olympics. Let's bring on Beltway Ben Hall. And Beltway Ben, you've got Olympics. You've got lots of hoops. What are you looking at as far as from a gambling perspective?
Yeah, I don't have anything in the Olympics today. I did take a swing yesterday, and it was a miss. Not a big miss.
No.
It was a parlay, and we lost. And now the U.S. women are beating Canada pretty good as dogs.
You inspired them yesterday.
I did get them going a little bit. I'm proud of that. They're beating Canada. They were plus 140, I think.
Do you plan to dip back into the Olympics waters?
And it's not even because I fully want to. It's more because the NBA has nothing with the All-Star break, and with one bet we give out at least 5 plays a day, and like I'm gonna have to give something out. I can't not. So yeah, I'll probably dive back in either to the women or the men's hockey. I don't think much else I can. I just don't.
No speed skating.
No, I don't think I have a good read on that. I'll check it out, but I don't think I'm really gonna get home on that. But here, I like a few overs in the SEC. Vanderbilt and Auburn over 161.5 tonight at -110. And I also like Arkansas LSU over 159.5 at -110. I like the Arkansas LSU. That's my favorite play of the night. In the SEC, I've been playing a lot of overs this year, and there's a select number of teams that have been a part of those. Kentucky and Alabama are the other two that I didn't name. But Vanderbilt, I like them more at home playing overs, but on the road here against an Auburn team that doesn't defend much. Pearl, things were kind of thrown at Pearl late because of course, his father stepping down in September. I'm sure he had an idea, but it does sound like it came across pretty quick. And early on in the year, they couldn't get things going right. Now they're playing much better basketball. Their offense is clicking. We just saw them score 90-plus points against Alabama the other day. I think Auburn will be able to get it going. Vanderbilt got off to a red-hot start. They've fallen back a little bit, but their offense is still there. I think that'll be an 80-80 type of game. And then Arkansas LSU, like John Calipari's teams over the last few years have not defended much, but they've played fast and they've been able to score. And that's exactly what this is this year. And you're going to LSU, and not a lot of things are going great for LSU this year, but their offense has been clicking a little bit. So I do like LSU and Arkansas to go over. A late night tip-off, UNLV matching up with San Jose State. I like the over in that game. Not the over in the game. Team total, UNLV over 81.5. Pastner takes over there. He spent time with CBS Sports and was doing college basketball stuff. But before that, he was at Georgia Tech, and his teams played fast there, and he was at Memphis, and they played fast there. Like, I would expect them to have a lot of scoring success against a San Jose State team that's just not good at all defensively, and they're not really good at all in general. They have like 5 wins on the year. So those are my college basketball plays. I'm not even going to give out the Duke play I gave out because, again, we all hate Duke. But I do think they're going to cover tonight. And we also can get into that real quick. I mean, we're just lying about we're lying about college students.
Dudes are getting punched in the face all over the place.
And there's just no video of it in 2026.
Yeah, how about that?
What a clown university. I mean, they try to pat themselves on the back for types of stuff. First off, he doubled down in another presser, and now it's coming out that it was a water bottle. I saw he was bloody in the locker room. Dude, I mean, that is just Duke never changes. Like,
no,
Duke
they don't.
Never changes. It was the same thing with Filipowski when Wake rushed the court a couple years ago. You would have thought he literally had to been taken out on a stretcher. 2 games later, or a game later, against Louisville, he's doing windmills. So, like, Duke is pathetic. But they're a solid basketball team this year, and Pitt is awful. They're also led by a Duke guy on Capel. I think Duke handles business. They're 17-point favorites for that. And then NBA, the one play that I really like, Alperen Şengün over field goals attempted. 14.5, and you can find it only at Bet365 in Maryland. That's the only place I can find field goals attempted. I mean, the guys should be shooting the basketball a ton. The Clippers just moved on from Zubats, a good big that they had defensively, one of the better centers defensively in the NBA. So I think Şengün will be shooting enough shots to get over 14.5.
Where can people find you, Beltway Ben?
At BH Journalist. You can find everything I do there. At Wanna Bet with us. We're live every single day, breaking down games, breaking down the Super Bowl, which we had some success on. And yeah, I mean, it's every single day. We have a meeting, whatever we have to do, we move times around to make it works.
I wanted to ask you a couple NBA questions before we step out. Number one, what did you think of the end of the Pistons-Hornets game and that fight?
It was one of the better things I've seen in a while. It had me excited for the NBA. People have been just discrediting the NBA for a while, and everybody's kind of pushing it down. What happened last night is why it's just such a good, like, that needs to happen more. It was so awesome to watch. Beef Stew with knee pads on the sideline with ice pads, sprinting on the court. to knock Miles Bridges out, and he missed. And Miles Bridges is a horrible human being. I wish Beef Stew would have caught him, but it was just great. And then, so that finishes, because I'm at live, you know that. I was telling Jason I want to bet. Great college basketball, and they got the Pistons and Hornets on the big screen.
They knew what was up.
They did. So we're watching, I'm like, why is this? Whatever, I don't care. 10 minutes left in the third quarter, that fight breaks out. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. It calms down. We're still talking about that fight. The screen behind me, we have the Hawks and the Timberwolves. A fight's going on in that one. Like, the NBA was on one last night. We need more of it. I do love that Beef Stew is like really trying to dive into the Pistons, the old Pistons, Bad Boys. It's fun.
Yeah.
Very fun. And there was also, it brought out the video. Remember Beef Stew was trying to kill LeBron? That's when I knew nobody goes after LeBron in the NBA. Nobody. Beef Stew, they had to legitimately have like 8 dudes holding him back. That's when I knew this guy's legit. He's not one, because there's some phonies out there that like stand in the back like, yeah, screw you. You know what I mean? There's some of those. Beef Stew is not a phony. Beef Stew is always ready to go, and I appreciate it. So the NBA is in a better spot when you let them fight. I was hoping it was close. It looked like it was going to get to the Malice in the Palace, because for a second.
Well, let's hope not.
It was only bad for some. I still watch it.
Bad for a lot of fans. I mean, there's a lot of people who did not expect.
I appreciate
they'd be spitting chiclets, just because they happen to be sitting in the 6th row.
That's unfortunate for them, but as an NBA fan, I thought it was awesome. And last night, I mean,
how for the larger viewing audience,
it was
small price
calm.
to pay.
It was calm. It was not as many people there. Some watching the NBA. I wanted to see what it was like on Sunday. I'm sure it was pretty packed, but I did not go for the Super Bowl.
Were you in Detroit when Malice in the Palace happened?
Jason? I feel like I was on a road trip with the Wings or something.
But you were working in Detroit, is what I'm saying.
I think.
Yeah.
Did the city love it?
No.
That was awesome.
I don't recall people loving it.
That was cool.
Dude, it really worked
2004.
Yeah.
No, I was gone.
Maybe it was too much, but we deserve more of that as
It
NBA
also
fans.
derailed the Pacers season.
It did. I watched the documentary a couple times, but like fights are better. It makes it sports.
There was something when I was there. It wasn't to that. I think Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace got in a real one while I was there, but it didn't escalate to Malice at the Palace.
Into the stands.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody was celebrating that in real time.
Did you enjoy last night's at least, or is that too much?
No, I liked last night.
Last night was good.
Last night was good. I was like you. I was rooting for last night to escalate a little bit, but I was hopefully it stays on the court. Like clear out I'd like to see it like Fight Club. Make a ring around these guys, right? They're stuck on the court, and then let them handle their business.
Well, Diabate was in the crowd like on 8, and he's like 7-1. He's like sprung out against all these people. But it did carry to Instagram where Miles Bridges and LaMelo were talking trash, and Beef Stew responds and sells us to an octagon 2-on-1.
Where it's really going off is box lacrosse, and you should be able to bet on number of fights in a box lacrosse game. Maybe we should look into that. They had box lacrosse the other night in Vancouver. They fought before the game started.
When's PLL? Is that coming up? Soon?
I emailed
you guys.
them. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're back?
Overtime with PLL.
Nice.
Should we talk to them about maybe starting some stuff up, getting some fights going in there?
Yeah.
I believe they want to do business with us.
But could we get some fights going in PLL? Maybe get some more viewership?
I don't think that's what Paul Rabel's looking for.
Wouldn't hurt,
I don't think
right?
that's what the commission necessarily wants.
I think fighting in sports is great. I'm also ready for baseball. Some charge them out.
Yeah.
Good. Always great.
I wanted to ask you one more NBA thing. I don't know if you were paying attention because it's Utah, but they're doing this thing where they play
bench
their guys
the starters
and then bench everybody in the fourth quarter, and they still won yesterday.
And they were
Bryce Sensabaugh had a big fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Bryce Sensabaugh didn't get the message. Yeah. It's just tanking, and I'm a Wizards fan, and I'm fine with what the Wizards are doing, but it is insane. Like the Wizards straight up before the game are like, all right, Alex Sarr bumped his toe, he's gonna sit. Like. They straight up have a dude they just traded for that's got 22 in the first 3 quarters. They sit him, and then postgame they ask Hardy about it, and he's like, no, he's never going back in.
No chance coming back in.
What? I don't know nothing's going to happen to them, I don't think. And they still beat the Heat. You're pathetic if you're the Heat, but tanking in the NBA is as strong. It happens every year, but it's as strong as we've ever seen it.
Let the people know again where they can find you, by the way.
At BH Journalist. Hopefully we get some more fights in the NBA soon. I do love that right before the All-Star break, we're really starting the pot.
Coming up next, League at Large, and Mike McDonald is a Super Bowl champion. We will hear from the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks next here on The Fan.
All-Star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle in the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast, speed skating decided by inches, hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
President's Day weekend savings all month at Bob Bell Kia. No credit or challenge credit, no problem. Our financing experts are here to help. Find a ride you'll love today. Visit bobbellkia.com or call 410-288-2500.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Look, everybody's got an opinion. How you live, who are you with, what you should be doing. I'm not here for that. I think sometimes you just need something simple, something that feels good. No overthinking, no explaining. That's Lions Den. No judging, no weird vibe. Just real stuff that works on your terms. You don't owe anybody an explanation. You owe yourself a good Valentine's Day. Seriously. Lions Den. Feel something good. Visit their stores in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. It's a great place. Please check it out.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles' 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Lamar Jackson dealt with an injury-plagued season and is looking for a bounce back in 2026 with a brand new coaching staff. Kyle Hamilton recently joined NFL Network and expressed his confidence in number 8.
It's not new to him. Obviously, like my rookie year, he was hurt and missed some games. And again, Tyler Huntley steps in, does some great things while he's gone. So, I mean, we're kind of living in the same time as then. But I think he came back won MVP the next year in 23, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully we get a little bit of that just in our future.
Orioles pitchers and catchers reported to Sarasota today and will have on-field workouts tomorrow. The first full squad workout will take place on Monday, and the Birds Grapefruit League opener is scheduled for next Friday against the Yankees. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 32. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 44. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalace on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sam doesn't care about the obstacle. Like everyone's made a narrative of this guy. They have tried to put a story and a label on who he is as a person, who he is as a quarterback. He does not care. Okay, he just is the same guy every day since he shows up. He's so steadfast. He's a great teammate. His teammates love him. All he's done since he's walked in the door has just been a tremendous player on our football team and a tremendous leader who is the same guy every day. And that's who he is. And that's how we need to talk about him moving forward.
It's Mike McDonald after the Super Bowl talking about Sam Darnold squashing narrative. Sam Darnold, the first quarterback from that 2018 first-round draft class to win a Super Bowl, not Baker Mayfield or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or even Josh Rosen. It is Sam Darnold gets the first ring.
Rosen taking, 22 picks before Lamar?
Yeah, 10 overall. And then
Rosen
gone after a year.
Yeah, I think Sam Darnold was one of the best premier beneficiaries of the amazingly steadfast defense that Mike McDonald built. And they reached a point, I'd say kind of going back to halftime of the first game where they hosted the Rams in the regular season, where it became clear that, dude, if you just stop turning the ball over, some real good stuff can happen here, including still even in this game that, the numbers would say we've already lost, but we still have time. And he cut down on the turnovers and still completed more than his share of deep passes. And they had a formula that worked expertly. I don't think Sam Darnold's a top 10 quarterback. I don't even think he's necessarily a top 12 or 14 any given year. But he can hit enough high notes, and he throws a good enough deep ball. And he certainly turned the corner from a confidence perspective. And, but he's never going to be that quarterback who's people are whining. Oh, my God, the cap number's impossible, yada, yada, yada. So that's going to give them some flexibility, although I do believe he will have pocketed between last January and April 14th of this year, he will pocket $51 million in cash.
Not bad.
That's not deferred.
Terrible.
That's not, earned but not received. That's full cash payments.
I think Sam Darnold's an awesome story. And yeah, did he put the team on his back? No. He managed the game in that Super Bowl. He didn't have that great of a game, quite frankly, but he played really well.
Mistakes.
Yeah, he played really well in the conference championship game and was a big reason why they beat the Rams, because it's not like the defense completely shut out Matthew Stafford, excuse me. But Sam Darnold going from being taken third overall with the Jets, flaming out. Everyone remembers that mic'd up clip of him seeing ghost. And he's hopping around to the Panthers, to the 49ers. He goes 14-3 with the Vikings and has a horrific playoff game and end of the year there. And they ship him out. And to win a Super Bowl in a draft class, going back to what you're saying, Ken, with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson on Hall of Fame tracks, and he was the first one to do it of that class, it's pretty crazy.
More from Mike McDonald. Talks about all the pieces coming together.
We're in the business of winning football games. And to win football games, you got to be a great team. And great teams have people from all over the place that come together. That's why football is so special. You look at that locker room and what people have gone through to get to to this point in their career on this particular team, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's really, really powerful, really awesome.
The defense in that game was kind of suffocating on Drake May to the point that he was just like, there were a couple times early, and Chris Collinsworth called him out for it. Like, he had a tight end open in the flat and just completely threw a ball away because he did, like, he was frankly seeing some ghosts. And the other thing, somebody, and I apologize, I can't remember who, put out a film study on their blitz. They blitzed 7 times, 6 times they got home, and it was almost as if he knew what they were doing. Like, he knew what they were calling.
It was a 52.8% pressure rate, and they blitzed 13.2% of the time. That was the third lowest of any defense in the postseason. But like you're saying, each time they blitzed, they got home. Yeah. And it seemed like they blitzed more than that, but they were just so effective in the few chances that they did take.
It was a masterclass. They said, look, he's a 22-year-old kid, and he's a 22-year-old kid with a left tackle and a left guard who hadn't played well in a while. And he's a 22-year-old kid with a throwing shoulder that's not 100%. So, like, and Mike McDonald capitalized on all that, and he played he managed the game expertly. He had field position the way he wanted it. He was willing to play for 3, and just keep making them punt from their own territory. And he knew eventually they'd probably get a special teams or defensive touchdown, and they did. And I don't think Drake May ever had a chance. I mean, Drake May's box score will look so much better than it should because garbage time started in the third quarter.
You threw for 200 yards in the fourth quarter?
I mean, before he set a Super Bowl record for the amount of yards in a single quarter, which is hilarious.
Before he hit the jump ball to Mac Hollins, it was as bad of a Super Bowl performance as you were ever going to find.
More from Mike McDonald speaking after the Super Bowl. Beltway Ben, let's go to cut 24. Talks about his journey with Seattle.
One of the great things about our team is that we grow together. That's something that, that's part of my life. It's been a journey, It hasn't always been, my faith hasn't always been strong. You have doubts, it's kind of a roller coaster ride. And over the last few years, it's been really strengthened, and you see what our players do and what Jonathan Rainey does every day and brings people together. It's a journey that we're in together, and it's empowering and it's inspiring to pursue that part of your life that's so important.
Mike McDonald, rock star, second year in the league, head coach, and he's already got a Super Bowl.
I mean, we always do this, right? Okay, well, then what can they repeat? And what's it going to be like next year? And you start looking these days at the betting markets, and you always find yourself saying, I mean, with most cases, like obviously the Ravens won a Super Bowl, you knew that, like when they won their second Super Bowl, that team was going to be changed drastically. Like there are some instances where it's clearly a door closing, but most of the time you find yourself leaning into the propositions of making cases why they could get back. And I mean, they draft pretty well. John Schneider had some years where he got too cute towards the end of the Pete Carroll thing, and he started reaching, and they wanted to show you how they could, shuck convention. But when he just drafts a little bit for need, which he can kind of do now because they don't have that many needs, and he drills down on, okay, we've really got to improve this offensive line, and this Gray Zabel seems to make a lot of sense. Like when he takes the layups with how they've built it now, I mean, the edge rush could get better. The offensive line, they could tweak a little bit more if they want to continue. But I feel like the innards of that team are pretty darn good, are pretty in place. It's a really tough division, and it's really tough to repeat. I get all that. But I don't think they're a one-year wonder.
I don't think so either. And they also have the 6th most cap space heading into the offseason, which you don't really see all that often with the Super Bowl winner. Now, I think them being in the tougher of the two conferences and the toughest division in football, that absolutely is going to make their chance of repeating.
Could he go get Oweh?
Yeah. That's interesting.
They got money.
Just to point out the division, I think we all thought heading into the playoffs, despite the fact they didn't have home field, we thought the Rams were the best team, but the division's so tough, like they couldn't finish. And they were on the road.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at a 2-point conversion, Kyron Williams fumbles, he's going in the end zone against San Francisco. They they had a screwy. The Rams had another special team snafu in a division game that hurt them.
Panthers regular season, they have no one to blame but themselves. They had so many opportunities to secure the 1 seed and
2-point conversion or not, it was hard to watch that game in real time and not think they had Seattle beat in Seattle in the second regular season meeting. And that turned out not to be the case. And Sam Darnold had a whole lot to do with that not being the case.
Let's hit the hot corner next. And why don't we hear from Mike Elias, shall we? Who spoke earlier today. Mike Elias and Craig Albert, as the skipper, spoke via Zoom to the media. And Mike Elias, what did he think of his starting? What does he think of his starting rotation? Well, he's going to tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and catchers report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps battle Iowa. Chris Nockey will join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman from my law firm and my friends at the law office of Michael A. Freeman. It's starting to get above freezing, so the big melt will start slowly. But the bad news is it'll get under freezing overnight, which means you could have some slick spots on the roads, which means you could get yourself in an auto accident. And if you are in the misfortune of getting yourself in an auto accident, do you want to go with a firm where I can guarantee you the name on the door is not going to be representing you at trial, or do you want to go with a firm that, like, quite frankly, you go with the law office of Michael A. Freeman, Michael, Stephen, or Rachel Freeman will be representing you at trial. So you can Google them right now. You can read their bios. You can see that they're great lawyers. You can go to maflaw.com and read their bios on the website and see the awards they've won, the accolades they've received. So I stress to you, if you or a loved one gets yourself in an auto accident, do what I would do. Go with the law office of Michael A. Freeman, convenient offices in Owings Mills and Glen Burnie for a free consultation, evaluation of your case. Give them a call, 410-363-6848. Again, that phone number, 410-363-6848. Or go to maflaw.com. You can email them from the website. I guarantee you when you do, either Michael, Stephen, or Rachel Freeman will get back to you. And when they do, please tell them Ken Wyman sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pistons beat the Hornets last night, 110-104, snapping a 9-game winning streak for the Hornets. The major news from the game came from a brawl in the third quarter, which led to 4 players being ejected. Watching 2 young teams, both playing well, straight up dislike each other, is good for the NBA. The Pistons and the Hornets won't meet again until late in the season, April 10th. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
For
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragutataya Yaminayat. Oh, I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is your time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Tonight, cloudy, low around 35. Tomorrow, high near 39.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Inside access to the Orioles. Brooks.
Another phenomenal play at third.
Cal.
Fires across. He got him. What a play by Cal.
It's the Hot Corner with Jason, Ken, and Tim. 105.7 The Fan.
I think we have a very good rotation. Talented group of guys. Some external additions. I mean, Eflin was a re-sign, but brought him in from free agency. Shane Bosga made a major trade. We got Bradish back for a full season. Trevor Rogers coming off of his campaign. Dean Kramer. All of the depth, a lot of which that we saw last year. Brendan Young, Cade Povich. So I think it's a really strong group. We're staying plugged in with both the trade and free agent markets, as all teams are here as we ease into camp. So there's still a possibility for external rotations, but I think that our rotation is very strong and very talented.
Strong rotation, though, is his stated goal this offseason was to bring in a frontline starting pitcher. As of yet, that has not happened. He was asked, Beltway Ben, about the failure to get Ranger Suarez or Framber Valdez, and this is what he said.
No, I wouldn't. I think we've put together a really strong rotation as it stands right now. We'll continue to look externally if we can bolster this group in one way, shape, or form. But, I mean, Shane's an incredibly talented pitcher who's coming off surgery and had a really solid year, and the stuff is as good as it gets, and we're looking forward to having him and working with him and bringing Zach back in a place where he's much healthier than he was last season, and then all of the other guys that I named. I think we have a really good group. We're always involved and communicative if there are free agents or trade candidates available, but I think that this rotation looks good. I think the bullpen looks good, and I think we've got a really talented position player core, and this is a team that's very capable of going where we want to go, which is deep into the playoffs.
So that's Mike Elias, president of baseball operations, the same guy who said their goal was to sign a frontline starting pitcher, bring in a frontline starting pitcher, but it looks like Shane Baz is going to be what they sell you as the frontline guy.
They also spent months whispering to every insider and half-assed insider and wannabe insider in baseball that they were in on, to use their term, and were actively pushing to get one of the best free agent pitchers available that was going to require a multi-year deal to get. That was the standard that they were pushing to everybody. They came horribly short. This is the same staff that wasn't good enough last year. With Bradish coming back from 32 innings pitch, where there's going to be natural, there has to be limitations, and that's got to be handled with kid gloves. And they swapped out One guy with a lot of stuff, but not much of a track record, Grayson Rodriguez, for another one, Boz.
Mm-hmm.
One is a looming injury risk. The other one's already had his Tommy John. That's it. The bullpen, which we didn't think was very good last year's one before the deadline looks a whole hell of a lot better than the one they have right now. And yes, they will slug more, but there's a whole lot more to baseball than just slugging. And this is not a particularly super athletic team. This is not a team that has excelled on the base paths. This is not a team that does little things well. This is not a team that's built to catch the baseball across the board at even a league average rate. If you look at all of it in its totality, they don't have an elite run-stealing defensive catcher. And now the starting rotation looks iffy, and we all think the bullpen could be a real problem. They said they wanted to win the AL East. There isn't anybody who knows anything about baseball who thinks they have anything better than the fourth best rotation in the league, in the division, and the fourth best roster in the division. But this is what you're going to get as long as these people are in charge.
I still stand by that the bullpen's my biggest concern on this team. And even if you operate best case scenario, I still don't know how good the bullpen is. Now, look, is there a world where this starting rotation, the upside of it, they all realize that it could be a good starting rotation? It could. I could outline that. I could also outline things going sideways with all of these guys. And that's where you have to operate as if not everything's going to go right. And you have to operate as if multiple of those guys are not going to be healthy this year. Injuries happen in the starting rotation. We saw it last year with this team. You can't operate best case scenario.
Let's say it all goes pretty right. And they win 87, 88 games. And they're a wild card. Which, well, we know that's true. That's not even progress. That's back to the future, right? That's where they were a couple years
100
ago.
games.
And then we get to October. And which one of these guys has ever done it?
Oh, they're going to make a big deadline deal, Jason, because they do that all the time.
Right. No, we're not playing that game. So, which one of these guys is the one who's going to put people on their back and be the playoff horse? Get out of here. If the playoff baseball is a whole different animal, and they're not built for it, and they refuse to spend the money or allocate the resources in a way that even pretends to be built for it.
I think Bradish could be that guy, but we just don't
Bradish,
know.
170 innings in? Like, how are they going to manage Bradish? What makes you think Bradish will be healthy at the end of the year? He's had 2 straight compromised seasons.
He at least didn't deal with injuries prior to the Tommy John.
They delayed the whole thing.
I know.
Like 6 months longer than they had to.
I know.
What drives me crazy is they continue to not fortify. And, yes, if everything goes right, they're good. But go get somebody else also. Because then if everything goes right, you're better. And if something goes wrong, you've got fortification.
He started saying in May it's not good enough. And all they've done from a pitching standpoint is Batista's hurt, so we went and got Helsley. And we swapped out Grayson for Boz. I mean, that's
and we brought Kittredge back.
Well, he was already here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even really and as Bone would point out, he's a year older.
That's how that works.
That's true.
So
they got great. Boz is healthy.
How is this
Grayson.
even this is all a circus. This is kabuki theater. This is the theater of the absurd. It's ridiculous. They're gaslighting you.
Coming up next, we will talk more baseball, Orioles, and the rest of the division. Rob Bradford covers the Red Sox for WEI. He's got an Odyssey podcast. Baseball isn't boring. And he joins us next here on The Fan.
Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalese, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Redfin is giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-before-done scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search, presented by Rocket, and it's kicked off today. The house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely. Download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern to find your new home. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. D.C. Must be age and majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
Save 30% on chicken wings with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for weeknight dinners or meal prepping. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings in-store and online. Save on Whirlpool and Maytag Energy Star washers and dryers, plus no sales tax. And get savings on top of savings with instant discounts plus up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages. All at the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering a new appliance in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of our convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Save 20% on wild-caught lobster tails with Prime through February 10th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for romantic meals for two. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Godsmack and Stone Temple Pilots bring the Rise of Rock World Tour 2026 with special guest Dorothy to Jiffy Lube Live on May 10th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 106.5 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens' offseason of change is ongoing as Coach Jesse Minter is in the process of filling out the rest of his staff. Kyle Hamilton recently joined NFL Network and is excited for something new.
I think having that outlook where, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. Obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Drake May said that he will not be undergoing surgery on his shoulder this offseason. May received a pain-killing injection for his right throwing shoulder prior to Super Bowl 60 after aggravating it during the AFC Championship, but believes time off will heal the injury. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 32. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 44. I'm Tim Barbalace on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Four of our favorite words in the English language, pitchers and catchers report. It's happened, so it's a perfect time to bring on Rob Bradford. He covers the Red Sox for WEI, also has the Odyssey podcast, Baseball Isn't Boring. And Rob, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Let's start with the Red Sox, and that rotation looks pretty damn good. It was good last year and added Ranger Suarez and Sonny Gray.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's awesome talking with you all, and I will say this. It's like there is something about the sound of a baseball hitting a mitt, which science, I think, should study for years upon years upon years, that just makes everything feel good for a couple seconds anyway, and that's certainly the case. And like you said, I'm down in Fort Myers, and it is pretty impressive when you see the guys like Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez and Garrett Crochet and Brian Bayo and even Johan Oviedo, another guy they traded for. And then that's not even talking about a guy who was good a couple years ago in Cutter Crawford and Patrick Sandoval. And here's the thing. The Red Sox have gone all in on this strategy because they missed out on Bregman, they missed out on Alonso, and they missed out on Ketel Marte. So they go, we're going to do this pitching and defense. I will give them a lot of credit for this, though, is that they understood what teams want and what teams need, and that is starting pitching. So by having this sort of embarrassment of riches, they were able to push everyone back and then trade off of that surplus, and that's sort of how they've done things throughout this offseason. It's been a sad trombone for some people because they don't know how they're going to hit home runs. They don't know how they're going to survive without a Bregman, their plan A. But in the time being, it's kind of an interesting strategy and an interesting approach.
Sticking with the pitching, you mentioned two guys that maybe are forgotten because they were hurt last year in Cutter Crawford and Patrick Sandoval. How do they fit in?
It's a great question. Right now, it's there is an up spot for them in the starting rotation, and I think they know that. I think Patrick Sandoval said this today, where listen, I haven't pitched in a couple years. I don't really say give me a spot in rotation, and they've done these 2-year deals with guys where. You understand the first year is going to be burnt because of injuries, and then you hope that the rehab will kick in the second year. And it really hasn't worked out a lot for them. Liam Hendricks and Michael Fulmer, or even James Paxton. So you look at that, and I don't think they say, well, we're going to have Patrick Sandoval, no problem. But I do think that if they can keep him around, then he's obviously a great depth piece. When it comes to Cutter Crawford, I think that's more of we're going to put you in the bullpen, because that's where you've pitched before, even though you've shown you can be a starter. Get your feet under you a little bit, and maybe we can stretch you out. But, I think that for Cutter Crawford, he can be a very, very valuable guy in that bullpen. He's shown that he's a really, really good pitcher when healthy.
So we've come to think of the third baseman a certain way, from Devers to Bregman, who was more athletic but still a lot of slug, to then they're linked to these Paredes rumors, which would be slug over everything, no glove at all. And then you're hearing maybe they're in on Eugenio Suarez, and he ends up going back to the Reds, and then they pivot to Durbin. I'm not naive. Some of this is that he's a hell of a lot cheaper than all those other guys. Yeah. But I also can't help but think, is this another nod to the pitching? And if Mayer is just going to be hurt all the time, and maybe Christian Campbell still isn't ready, this kid can play third, he can play second. It seems to me they're building a young, athletic team with some guys who can go pick it all over the place, which would just play even more to our superpower is our starting pitching.
Yeah, I think you're right on. I think that's what they'll say. That's what they're going with. And Durbin's a really good. He was a very, very good fielder at third base last year. Marcelo Meyer, like you said, he's a young guy, but he's been hurt a lot. But when he did play, he was very good defensively. He struggled a little bit offensively. But, that's where their bread is buttered right now. They have ground ball pitchers. They always – listen, they had an elite defensive outfield, and they still do.
Yes.
And so across the board – now, I will say this, and I brought this up, which is there was a team last year that had the best ERA, I think the most defensive runs saved, and that team was the Texas Rangers, and they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So you better be careful. And the other part about this, which is a little uncomfortable to me, was that they went into the offseason and said, our priority is finding some more home runs. Well, they found less home runs.
Yeah.
Unless guys get better, which they might, but you took out Bregman, you put in Wilson Contreras, you didn't get more. If anything, you sort of played for the tie. So, but right now, you're absolutely right. That's their strategy.
We're talking with Rob Bradford. It's Inside Access here on The Fan. Okay, let's get to your perspective on the Orioles. We think they've got work to do on the rotation, though President of Baseball Operations Mike Elias said today he thinks the rotation is very strong. We find the bullpen to be weak, though he thinks that's strong as well. At least that's what he's saying. What do you think of the Orioles from afar?
Well, I think you're right on. To me, the Orioles are a team that can change the whole conversation with one acquisition. And obviously, the easy acquisition, not the easy acquisition, but the easy changing the narrative would have been getting Framber Valdez or even a Ranger Suarez.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, guys, like Zach Gallen, Lucas Giolito, even Chris Bassett, it still changes the narrative where the Orioles have done a good job of building that lineup. They've done a good job of adding to that rotation. But I'll just come back to Giolito. I saw the guy pitch last year. He's a good pitcher. He's a good pitcher, which you can plop right in the middle of that rotation and have a pretty good feel for. And I think if for the Orioles, that'll go a long, long way. So I don't think it's any newsflash, no matter what Mike Elias said. I just feel like there's maybe one starter away. And, like you said, like if you went out and get a Michael Kopech or something like that, that would make me feel a whole lot better too.
Well, how would you stack the division right now, Rob?
Wow. First of all, it's the best. Don't you guys agree? It's the best division in baseball. Has to be, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I found when I saw the over-under win totals come out, I thought that was pretty telling because the Yankees hadn't even made a move. I mean, they hadn't even re-signed Bellinger, and they were at the top of the list. And I think that everybody immediately jumped to the Blue Jays, not only because they went to the World Series, but because they did so much so early. But then they really didn't do a whole lot after that, and they did lose Bo Bichette. So I think that, if you look at the division right now, boy, man, like I would put it, Orioles and the Red Sox are two totally different types of teams, it seems right now.
Yes.
But I would kind of lump them together. I got to think that the Blue Jays are going to be able to carry over momentum as long as Cease is able to be the best version of himself. And everyone sleeps on the Yankees. And I get it. It's a time-honored tradition. But let's not forget, they got Cole coming back. They're a really, really good team. And they have been a really good team. Their biggest thing is can they get over the hump and actually be good, like when it counts the most. And once again, we have to put $1 in the jar for every time that we say don't sleep. I don't know how they're going to do it, but don't sleep on the Rays. And sure enough, you go out and get a Nick Martinez. Like, would anybody be shocked if this guy goes out and wins 15 games?
Right, but then he'll be traded,
that's
though, right?
But
But he'll also be one of the first guys traded 2 weeks before the deadline. Like, not even at the deadline.
And you know what?
He'll be traded 2 weeks, 3 weeks before.
10 games over 500 when they trade him.
Hey, well, that part I don't know. That part, that part I don't know. I guess the doomsday scenario I'm building for the Yankees is if they even have to deal with one extended, I almost said DL, IL stint for Aaron Judge. Could that be enough to shift the balance of power? If Stanton is perpetually banged up and they've got to get through, let's say, 5 weeks with no Judge, with a bad hand, with a bad muscle pull, is that enough to open it wide open?
It's a great point, and it's you're absolutely right. I always said anytime everyone say, well, you missed out on this guy, you missed out on that guy. And I would say, well, you don't run isolations for outfielders, right? But you know what? In New York, you do. It's there are certain teams and certain players which everything is built around. And also, you always have to ask the question, well, what's the fail-safe? What are you going to do if that goes down? And you're right. I mean, that everything changes, the dynamic changes. And guys, that's why I think teams undervalue that type of player. Not to say you can get Aaron Judge, but to have a guy who the other team has to worry about when they're 5 spots away in the batting order.
Yeah.
And I think that teams they want to have these lineups that are deep. Well, even the Blue Jays, which had a deep lineup that made a lot of contact and everything, you know who you had to get through? Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Yeah.
And so I just love that. I think that's why I love what Baltimore did when it comes to Alonso. So I think that is one of the things that not enough teams value. And again, you can't get Aaron Judge, but you can get, you can prioritize that sort of guy.
Rob Bradford, always great talking to you, man. We appreciate your time. Enjoy the warmth of Florida.
Oh, yeah. No, it's great. It's great, guys. And it's even better that I get a chance to talk to you guys, so I really appreciate it.
Far too kind.
We will talk soon. Rob Bradford, Baseball Isn't Boring is the Odyssey podcast, of course, covering the Red Sox for WEI.
2 for 2, Bone.
Yeah,
2 for 2 there.
Kyle Goon's going to join us at 4:30.
Good segment for me.
Keith Law at 5. But coming up next, Twip Notes. And we'll take a deeper dive into some of the Orioles' messaging today. It seemed a lot like last year. They were talking about Grayson. This year, it's Shane Boz. Twip Notes next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and Catchers Report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps Battle Iowa. Chris Nockey would join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
Cut your heating costs this winter with $125 in free heating oil. Only from your local HVAC pros at Petro. Use propane in your home? Ask about special offers. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02 today.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advance tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Do you know a Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life. This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenbaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
Hey.
who's an oversharer,
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Reigns with the hammer.
And O's.
Colton Cowser, demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
83 Harrisburg Expressway southbound at Timonium Road. Accident there is on the left side. Inner loop of the Beltway slows between Frederick Road and Security Boulevard. Heavy again from Stevenson Road to Falls Road. Heavy both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road. Outer loop's heavy from Lock Raven Boulevard off and on through Towson. 95 southbound before 395. Accidents on the right side. And 95 northbound at Eastern Avenue, there's a crash. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalay.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's smiles for miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
It's certainly something that you keep an eye on throughout the winter, and at times it can influence some of the decision making as I think every team's looking at their projected standings. This is once again a historically strong division, and the AL East, people make big moves, and there are big swings and impact players being added to the division every winter, and it's just life in this division. So I think we made several ourselves. I think we're right in the thick of things. I think this division up and down is going to be really tough, as it always is, but we enjoy it.
That is Mike Elias earlier today talking about the AL East. I liked it better when Rob Bradford was talking about the division, but everybody's taking big swings. It was a month and a half ago where they traded for Shane Boz. He said, well, we've got a month and a half to go. We got more work to do today. He said he likes what things look like, and he's talking up Shane Boz, Jason, and Craig Albernaz was asked about Shane Boz earlier.
Cy Young.
He said the upside is Cy Young winner.
Yeah.
So, and you pointed out a year ago they were talking about Grayson Rodriguez being an ace, and he never threw a pitch in anger. Now, we don't expect Shane Boz, God forbid, but like they like their hyperbole.
Yeah. It's interesting. We're pretty good at reading between the lines. Well, yeah, some of us better than others, but I read between the lines and what's really going on here. And I think some of the most telling stuff he said was when he started spewing about, it's dangerous when you sign guys this late. I mean, he's I think, telling you they're not waiting on Bassett. There's these reports today, Nightingale, they're in on Gallen. They've let every agent use them to the max. They play optics games. They play word games. They don't actually sign baseball players to multi-year deals, at least not multifaceted ones. They signed a DH. So I don't think anything's coming. I mean, even, Rob Bradford, hey, I think Bassett could help, and I think Giolito could help, and I agree. And those were guys I said I preferred to Verlander, but Verlander's gone, and a couple of those other guys will be gone in a day or two. And I don't think they have any intention of making any upgrades to this roster unless massive injuries strike during the spring. But I don't think they have any intentions of spending any money or giving up any draft prospect capital to improve their bullpen or their starting pitching.
I thought it was very interesting when we had Jim Bowden on the show around this time yesterday, and Ken didn't even finish the question asking about who do you think they're going to bring in terms of the free agent starting pitching. Good. He was like, I think they're good, and it was similar messaging that Jim gave that Mike Elias gave today, and Jim was one of many guys reporting that everyone in the industry thought that they were going to get Framber Valdez.
They're as motivated as anybody in baseball to improve their rotation. They are going to get one of these high-end guys. It's just a matter of which one.
And I think the beginning of the offseason, that they got off to a good start. They were making moves. And the Framber move, like what Rob just said to us, like it would have been... That would have been the move where, okay, it's different. Because we haven't seen Mike Elias invest in starting pitching anywhere near to the caliber of player that Framber Valdez is, and certainly the dollars and multiple years, even though it ended up being a 3-year deal.
That's the thing. The market moved to them, and they
abstained.
And again, they didn't lose out to the Giants. They didn't lose out to the Cubs. They lost out to the Tigers, who were going to war with Scooble at the same time, and somehow they could walk and chew gum at the same time. But these guys all of a sudden decided, no, we're fine with Boz.
And then they added Verlander today. Same Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really started looking outside the division, but I don't think they're a wild card team. I mean, I think there's 7 better teams than them in the American League right now. And I also, again, trust these other general managers in season. Well, I trust them all the time more than this guy. This guy sucks. I've been telling you that for years. He sucks. And this owner, he sucks. He sucks. They had a payroll higher than this under Angelos. This whole thing is a sham. It's a sham. But you wouldn't find Angelos standing in Davos with the richest 1% of the world, bitching about a salary cap, and you're sitting here with a payroll of 158. It was 160 at the end of last year, if you look at the 40-man roster payroll. The fact that they're willing to just twist the truth and just take people for such rampant fools, it really is shameful. If they were capable of shame, it would be shameful.
I still wonder, and the only people that know this is Mike Elias and, of course, ownership, but I still wonder how much of this is Mike not willing to spend.
It's all on him. He got himself a new title and more money, and he elevated 16 people in that warehouse. It's all on him, just like it's all on Eric. It's all on him. He has more power, and he's had a longer term than most of his contemporaries.
Yeah, the owner,
and he's a joke.
The owner, out of his mouth at the Alonso presser, said we have more. We have the capability.
You're telling me he couldn't bring the payroll up more than $3 million? I'm supposed to believe that?
It's lower year over year.
Coming up next, we'll talk about the Orioles. And Kyle Goon, I think, asked Mike Elias the question about no Framber, no Ranger. He's a columnist for the Baltimore Banner. He joins us next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Want to know why betting the Winter Olympics on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle in the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The Winter Games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast, speed skating decided by inches, hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff, and so much more. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH. 911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
President's Day savings are happening all month at Bob Bell Nissan. Drive home a brand new Nissan Versa for as low as $26.95. We help all buyers, and we beat CarMax by up to $2,000. Shop BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet Store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet Store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith, or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet Store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet Store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore, and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by.
Contractors, tired of insurance premiums eating into your profits? Most contractors stick with one carrier and overpay year after year. Gray Insurance Group searches the entire market to help you cut costs on your liability, workers' comp, and commercial auto insurance without sacrificing protection. Why let another month slip by when you could be saving right now? Call Joe at 410-879-6383. Stop overpaying and keep more money in your business. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and get your first month free. Just $1 down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, February 13th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows between Frederick Road and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from Stevenson Road to Falls Road. And it's heavy both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road. 95 southbound before 395, there's an accident on the right side. And northbound on 95 at Eastern Avenue, there's a crash. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
Lamar Jackson dealt with an injury-plagued season and is looking for a bounce back in 2026 with a brand new coaching staff. Kyle Hamilton recently joined NFL Network and expressed his confidence in number 8.
It's not new to him. Obviously, like my rookie year, he was hurt and missed some games. And again, Tyler Huntley steps in, does some great things while he's gone. So, I mean, we're kind of living in the same time as then, but I think he came back and won MVP the next year in 23, if I'm not mistaken. So, hopefully we get a little bit of that just in our future.
Orioles pitchers and catchers reported to Sarasota today and will have on-field workouts tomorrow. The first full squad workout will take place on Monday, and the Birds Grapefruit League opener is scheduled for next Friday against the Yankees. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 32. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 44. I'm Tim Barbalace on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Jesse Minter's building a coaching staff, and Mike Elias meeting with the media today. It's a perfect time to bring on Kyle Goon, sports columnist for the Baltimore Banner. And Kyle, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Let's start with the Orioles. I think you asked Mike Elias a question earlier today about he came out this offseason and said his goal was to bring in a frontline starter. He hasn't of yet, but he doesn't seem disappointed in what he's put together.
Yeah, I specifically, cited his words in November, exactly what you're saying, is that would you consider not bringing a top-of-the-market guy a disappointment? And he said no, and he talked about the potential. I mean, I do think the Orioles have a lot of confidence that Shane Baz, who obviously was a first-round draft pick back in the day, still has very good stuff, could be a guy that becomes like a top-type guy. I think they have a lot of faith that Trevor Rogers will still be good, very good, and Kyle Bradish can be good in a full year, a full offseason of health. But I just think that he's probably doing a little spin there. That this team sort of seemed to be at loggerheads with Framber Valdez for months, right? And it sort of felt like, okay, well, maybe if they come out of this in free agency with something, maybe they're haggling over years, maybe they're haggling over average annual value. That would be a good outcome. They don't. He's gone to Detroit. And sort of your stated goal of the offseason didn't come to fruition. So you do something great by adding Pete Alonso and getting a great attitude guy in the dugout, getting a great thump guy in the dugout. But it feels like you don't quite finish the makeover. And I feel disappointed by that, and I think a lot of fans do too.
I want to go back to something else he said earlier, because he went out of his way, and he tried to correct it later, but he wouldn't talk about World Series. He wouldn't talk about playoff. But he kept saying very early in the announcement, around when they announced the Albornoz and everything, that it's going to be a team that the industry believes can compete with anybody, and the industry would say is built to win the AL East. I haven't seen it. Like, Pacoda's out now. There isn't. Fangraphs is out. Like, the betting markets are out. There isn't anybody out there who are saying the Orioles are the favorites to win the AL East. So, I mean, like, that part of it, does that ring true for you either? Like, do you hear people saying, oh, yeah, offense, defense, bullpen, starting pitching, this is the best team in the AL East? Because I haven't heard anybody proclaim that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have a hard time. I certainly wouldn't say they're the prohibitive favorite. I had a conversation with somebody the other day, just sort of talking, and they said, well, they kind of won. They won the AL East with this kind of roster, in 2023. And I guess that's true, but you're kind of hoping for some things to go right. You're kind of hoping to keep defying sort of as you're mentioning, so the Fangraph projections and all the other things that sort of tell you that the Orioles are, a good, competent team, but not an overwhelming team. And I think real winners go for it all, right? Real winners go for it. We're going to make not just one big move. We're going to make 3 or 4 big moves. And I think we're at a point in the development of this competitive window where fans would have some grace if you erred on the side of risking too much than risking too little for, the third or fourth consecutive offseason. It's just you make the Corbin Burns move, but you don't really add anything to it. You don't get a substantive add at the trade deadline that year, and you kind of get the least out of that addition for 1 year. I kind of see this as a similar thing where you get Pete Alonso, and then you make a bunch of small gambles that, hey, Shane Baz is going to pay off, Taylor Ward is going to pay off. Maybe we get Tyler Wells to work in the bullpen, and he's effective. But it's just you're hoping. You're not trying to stack the odds in your favor in this overwhelming way. And in my opinion, that's what real winners do.
Kyle, I'm 100% with you there. And we brought up the messaging about Mike Elias wanting a frontline starter, but he also said a quote like, ownership is willing to spend in the red considerably.
So ridiculous.
Considerably.
So ridiculous.
He said that. And the payroll is less year over year. And I'm with you. I was everyone was excited at the beginning of the offseason. And Fromber, it felt like that big opportunity to really change the narrative because Mike hasn't really invested free agent money, dollars, years into a starting pitcher of that caliber. Yes, you had the Burns trade, but could this starting rotation be good? Sure. But you're operating under best case scenario. And I just feel like that has burned him in the past.
You can't tell people that there's no restrictions if you don't win those market battles.
Yep. Right.
I'm sorry. Yep. And no one on our side of the table can know for sure. Okay, was it the years? Was it the money? That's always going to be a Fromber question. Did he not want to come to Baltimore? I don't know. But you didn't win. So stop talking about the tap is open, the funding is unlimited. You didn't win the battles that everyone wanted to see you win this offseason. Get Ranger, get Fromber, and it's not over. Obviously there's a few other guys out there. I think people are kind of hoping maybe Zach Gallen finds his way here, but it's just not the same. It's just, it means a lot less if you say, we have no financial restrictions if you aren't flexing the muscle of that money.
We're talking with Kyle Goon. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Let's switch to the Ravens, and it's surprised us at how young this Jesse Minter staff is skewing. A lot of college influence. Are you surprised at all at the staff he's putting together so far?
I'm not surprised. I think, did it personally hurt my feelings when I read, 29-year-old Declan Doyle, who has been working in the industry for 10 years? Did my knees immediately ache? Did I feel sciatica in my back when I read that? Yeah, of course I did. I'm in my late 30s, and that hurt my feelings. but I'm not that surprised. I think when you look at, just the basic philosophy of hiring Jesse Minter, who's 42, and not young in this field exactly, but a lot like similar age to John Harbaugh, right? He was 44. So I think Steve Bisciotti, Eric DeCosta and all are thinking, all right, we are getting a guy for the long haul. And I think also Jesse Minter is kind of thinking the same way. Anthony Weaver obviously has experience. I think, he may be one of those short-term guys. If there's another head coaching job or if there's a play calling DC job, then maybe he's looking for that next coaching cycle. But, I think with Declan Doyle, you get a guy who's like, all right, you have a lot of promise. A lot of people think you are the next Ben Johnson. Come show us, come work it out, and maybe we can have a few years with you rather than every offseason we're looking up and people are trying to poach us. So I'm not that surprised. And, Mike Mickens is another guy. You mentioned the college influence. A young riser, as far as I can tell, somebody who people think is really going to be an effective defensive coach one day. And so I just think it's sort of how the Ravens think as an organization, what's the best coaching staff for next year? It's sort of like, what's the best coaching staff for the next 5 years?
Kyle Goon, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Coming up next, Rick Minter, Jesse Minter's dad, was on Vinny Haynie last week. Some really interesting stuff from Rick Minter, who will be part of Jesse's staff. You'll get to hear it next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and catchers report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps battle Iowa. Chris Nockey would join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Redfin's giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-been-done-before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search, presented by Rocket, and it kicked off today. The house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely. Download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern to find your new home. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. D.C. Must be age and majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After last night's loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder, LeBron James called out his Lakers teammates to the media when comparing themselves to a championship-caliber team. The Lakers are 8 games back of the first-place Thunder, and with all the talk about retirement and how this may be his final season, LeBron is seeing his final shot at a ring slip away. The Lakers will have a chance to rebound tonight against the second-place Spurs. I'm Adam Abdallah.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is brought to you by PNC Bank. Nominate a PNC Achiever today at PNCAchieversBaltimore.com.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever. Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advance tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Empower. After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound at Eastern Avenue, there's a crash. Watch for direction there. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, there's an accident reported. And 295 northbound, that's heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel, where there's a disabled vehicle being removed from the right side of the tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway slows between Frederick Road and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from Stevenson Road to Falls Road. Then it's heavy both directions still through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road. Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy from Loch Raven Boulevard off and on through Towson. 95 southbound before 395, there's an accident on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Jesse Minter's the new Ravens head coach. His dad, Rick Minter, will be a senior advisor on this staff. He joined Vinny and Haynie last week and had a lot of interesting things to say, including what this experience has been like for him and his family.
Well, first of all, as a father, and that's most important for me, is elation, joy, pride, obviously all the things you could think of with your son reaching his next milestone, his goals, if you will, something he set out to do, just as we all do in coaching. You want your own show. You want to be in charge. You want to exemplify your own philosophies. And he's reached that opportunity. Now it's up to him to take it and run with it and see where it takes him. But also as a co-worker, and I've been working with Jesse for the last 5 years, Vanderbilt, Michigan, and now L.A. Chargers. So I've been working alongside this young man. So not just as a dad, but as a co-worker. And I've seen certainly the tremendous growth and evolution in his game, his way to analyze an opponent, break it down. All the great accolades he's achieved running defenses have been fun to watch. I mean, I was a defensive guy. I helped raise him as a defensive guy. The first half of his career probably very heavily influenced. And then, of course, the last half, much more the Harbaugh way and the Raven way and the Michigan and the L.A. Charger way. So I've seen him grow and evolve as a coach and as a person. Certainly I watch him every day as a father and a dad and a husband. So he's a tremendous young man. I look forward to being a part of it, to follow him.
It's kind of cool and how much pride Rick Minter has. Sure. He's had a front row seat for this, especially the last, 5 or 6 years. From Vanderbilt to Michigan.
Your son gets into the family business and he reaches the pinnacle at age 42. It's pretty special. And look, he opened a lot of doors for him, and Jesse kicked through those doors. So he built a resume that was going to be formidable when you stacked it against the other head coaching candidates on this coaching cycle. There's no two ways about it. I do think it's a little dangerous. We talked about this on the show yesterday, to start projecting McDonald's stuff onto him. They're different people. John Schneider's not here. Like, it's a different scenario. And what McDonald's done is historic, is special. The fail rate on guys who get hired because they're play callers on either side of the ball, the fail rate's really high. And you've got to collectively as an organization raise that tide, improve, make the staff the best it can be, make the roster the best it can be. We'll see.
I was shocked seeing that stat that Mike McDonald was the first defensive play caller as a head coach. That's crazy to me. But to Rick Minter, obviously, I am not a father, but I can only imagine the source of pride that he has seeing his son. Like, his dad obviously was a head coach at Cincinnati for years, but to see your son become an NFL head coach at the age that he did and to. Like that's
I don't know about that stat too. You're telling me that Belichick wasn't calling some of the plays, and I have a hard time. Like,
I was shocked when I saw that too.
Like, I think Belichick did whatever he wanted to do, offense, defense, whenever he wanted to do it. Like, but I mean, exclusively, like, okay, I mean, maybe.
Belichick was a bit of Svengali, so he did whatever the hell he wanted, and he did. Let's play Cut 20, Beltway, Ben, because you mentioned Cincinnati. And Rick Minter talking about how relationships played a big role in Jesse's first opportunity here in Baltimore.
But remember, I had John Harbaugh, as I had many guys on my staff at Cincinnati. Over 10 years, I had a lot of good guys. I really hired well, I thought, just like Coach Holtz did at Notre Dame. I hired John Harbaugh, Jerry Rossberg, Mike Tomlin, Rex Ryan, Don Martindale. All those guys worked for me at Cincinnati. And so it was those relationships that came into play years later in 2017 when I had gone to work with Jesse at Indiana State, now at Georgia State. All of a sudden, we're all without jobs and looking. And I did pick up the phone and call John, who's a dear friend, and I said, listen, you need to do what you can to get Jesse to the NFL. And it's so ironic. Twist of fate, Jesse replaces John in Baltimore. But if you could just hear the conversation I had with John 9 years ago, I said, John, let me tell you this. Jesse is exactly like you. I mean, it's kind of prophetic, but it says, John, he is a great person. People attract to him. He got a great personality. He's very magnetic. People like to be around him. He's bright. He's articulate. He's a good-looking person, handles himself well. Quick learner, quick study. Was I describing John or was I describing Jesse, right? It was all about the same. They brought him up for an interview and offered him a job. Once he gets in the door, he's on his own. He worked under Dean for 1 year there as kind of his little right hand. And then where the scheme was born was when Wink got promoted to D coordinators. You guys know all these stories. And Mike got moved to linebacker. Jesse got moved into the secondary. Chris Hewitt also played for me at Cincinnati. So there's a tremendous influence between Cincinnati, the Ravens, and Michigan, and all these other Minter Harbaugh connections now.
We talk about the Harbaugh coaching tree. It sounds like it's the Rick Minter coaching tree.
Well, there's overlap. I mean, there's overlap, and it all goes back to Ohio. And you've got Miami of Ohio and the cradle of coaches with the Harbaugh family and Jack and John going through, and you've got the University of Cincinnati. It's pretty ridiculous. The names he's able to rattle off that he helped break into the business. It's pretty wild.
All of those guys had fantastic careers, and some of them obviously still going with John Harbaugh in New York now. But look, Rick Minter gave Jesse opportunities, but Jesse made the most of those opportunities. Just because a door opens for you doesn't mean you're going to run through it and continue to climb the ladder like Jesse did. So that's a testament to him.
There's a reason the Harbaughs like this. I mean, that story is very similar to theirs, especially John, who wasn't the athlete that Jim was.
Coming up next, we get back to baseball pitchers and catchers report. Keith Wall wrote a piece recently, top 20 Orioles prospects. We'll get his thoughts on the Orioles farm system and the Orioles overall next on The Fan.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman from my law firm and my friends, the law offices of Michael A. Friedman. It's getting the warm, melting snow happening slowly today, but of course, overnight it's going to probably freeze up again, which means slick spots on the road, which also means increasing chance of you getting in an auto accident. When you talk about ice accidents, there's often a question as to whether the accident was caused by someone's negligence or an unavoidable act of God. Multi-car accidents are really difficult. Like if you slid ice into another car and then someone slides into you, probably unavoidable since both of you had the same road condition. But a driver going too fast for conditions and strikes you, more likely to be negligence. Here's the point. If you're in one of those snow or ice accidents, before you make any statement to any insurance company, call the law offices of Michael A. Freeman. It could be the difference between getting a recovery or not. So if you are in the unfortunate circumstance of getting in an auto accident, do what I would do. Go to the law offices of Michael A. Freeman. They have convenient offices in both Owings Mills and Glen Burnie. For a free consultation, evaluation of your case, give them a call, 410-363-6848. Again, that phone number, 410-363-6848, or go to maflaw.com. You can email them from the website. When you do, either Michael, Stephen, or Rachel Freeman will get back to you. And when they do, please tell them Ken Wyman sent you.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Huge game tonight in college hoops. Nebraska, about a 1.5, 2-point home favorite against Purdue. Total 148.5. And I like Purdue to win this game. I love Purdue's senior point guard. Purdue 2 straight wins following a 3-game losing streak. I think Purdue's the better team, so give me Purdue to win tonight at Nebraska. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everybody's tired of being told what to do. I know I am. Sometimes you just want to feel something good. No judging, no weird vibe. Just real stuff that works this Valentine's Day. Feel something good at Lion's Den. They're in Catonsville, Severn, Cockeysville, and Pasadena. Or online, of course, at lionsden.com.
There's a myth that a Sprouts Farmers Market person wakes up before dawn, bangs out a couple of hours of yoga before downing a kale foam colostrum latte. The reality is that a Sprouts person is just someone who cares about fresh, healthy, and honestly priced everything from organic produce to the hottest new snack to hit the shelves. They love how easy it is to find the delicious and healthy food they and their families thrive on. And to be honest, most of them have never heard of a kale foam colostrum latte. So maybe that sounds a bit like you. Come see for yourself at Sprouts Farmers Market.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now, from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For immediate same-day heating repairs and installation, call the comfort guys today. That number, 410-367-7777, or just visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens' offseason of change is ongoing as Coach Jesse Minter is in the process of filling out the rest of his staff. Kyle Hamilton recently joined NFL Network and is excited for something new.
I think having that outlook where, we're going to retain some of the stuff that we had, but also just start fresh. I think it's good for everybody. Obviously last season didn't go the way that we wanted it to, and to kind of do the same thing over again, just like banging your head against the wall, just expecting a different result. So I think that, he's approaching it, and everybody he's hired is approaching it in a good way.
Drake May said that he will not be undergoing surgery on his shoulder this offseason. May received a pain-killing injection for his right throwing shoulder prior to Super Bowl 60 after aggravating it during the AFC Championship, but believes time off will heal the injury. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 32. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 44. I'm Tim Barbalese on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles pitchers and catchers have reported. Keith Wall from The Athletic just dropped his Orioles top 20 prospect piece on The Athletic, and he joins us now. And Keith, thank you, as always, for your time. We appreciate it. Before we get to your piece, last year we had you on, and what's one of the things that stood out when you were on a year ago, you said something to the effect of, I don't understand why Ryan Mountcastle is still here. Well, here he is a year later, and he's still here, and they gave him an extension. I'm just curious how you feel about the fact that Ryan Mountcastle's still an Oriole.
I mean, I don't get it. Guy was replacement level last year. He was actually below replacement level by Fangraphs. I'm not really clear what it is he does well. He has hit for power. He doesn't get on base. He hit for power 4 years ago, 5 years ago. That kind of doesn't really count anymore. He's blocking other players. That's the biggest indictment of, they've got a pretty good quantity and some quality in position player prospects. Most of them are playing a corner or need to play a corner, which is where Mountcastle is. It's a little bit like Ryan O'Hearn a year ago. They did end up, O'Hearn was a better player, and they traded him for something of value. So, and O'Hearn didn't even cost that much. However, he was in the way last year too. It's great. They've developed a lot of players. The farm system is on the upswing again. But man, you got to move the Mountcastles. Just move him out. I mean, to me, he is somebody I would have been considering non-tendering, not extending.
Well, Keith, let's start with the guy that's atop your list for Orioles prospects, number 8 on your top 100, and that's Samuel Basallo, who made his debut with the O's last year. But a question that we're wondering is just, is Sam going to get consistent play time, considering the fact that you went out and signed Pete Alonso, and he's going to play first base every single day? And right now, the Orioles don't have a third catcher. So what are your expectations for Samuel Basallo, and do you see difficulty getting him in the lineup every day?
Well, they could get him in the lineup if they non-tendered Ryan Mountcastle. That would certainly clear some at-bats. I mean, Basallo, to me, his bat is probably ready. And I don't think it would hurt him if he started the season in AAA. Just to put that out there. If they said he's going to start in AAA, we'll call him up in June-ish. I'm completely fine with that. He's super young. He does need work on the receiving, blocking, the sort of other, the non-throwing aspects of catching. However, if they had decided for whatever reason, obviously they gave him a contract extension, so that's all the more reason they might say, well, we're going to put him on the roster. We're paying him. You could absolutely have him on the big league roster and say, you're catching 40 to 50 games a year. Adley Rutschman hasn't been as good as he was his first 2 full seasons. Maybe giving him less time on the plate, some more starts at DH, maybe just some more days off. Maybe that makes him more productive again. I really want to believe that player is still in there, speaking of Adley. And so Basayo catches more than a backup catcher, but then otherwise gets time at DH, maybe occasionally at first base, where the Orioles swear he's pretty good over there. I've actually not seen him do it, but I mean, first base is, relatively speaking, no matter what they said in Moneyball, it's one of the easier positions to learn on the field. So I think there are lots of ways they could give Basayo at-bats and playing time, but it gets back to what you started with, right? You've got to just clear the Ryan Mountcastles off. Their affection for or obsession with him is just bewildering because now he's actively in the way of he was in the way of Kobe Mayo a year ago. Now he's in the way of Samuel Basayo. And that's just going to trickle down as they continue to bring these more talented young players up.
Well, look, they've delayed the inevitable with some of these guys, and I think Basayo would have been better at first base, but they signed a DH first baseman, so okay. Yeah. But like Kobe Mayo, now they're talking about a position switch. Like that should have happened at AA, and it should have been probably right first base or right field. Then Heston Kjerstad, I don't know what's going on there. These guys are still on the roster. Are those guys who they probably need to move on from sooner rather than later too?
I haven't given up on Kobe Mayo at all. Okay. I wish they would just give him. I mean, that's another situation though where you'd have to say, and last year would have been the perfect time for it because they weren't contending. Is just, hey, here's right field. It's yours for the rest of the season. Here's first base. It's yours for the rest of the season. I don't even care what the position is. Right. Probably not third base, but whatever it is, right? And just go hit. Stop worrying that you're going to get demoted if you go over the next 2 games, because I do think some of that affected him at the plate. This guy's hit everywhere all the way up through AAA. 90% of the time, those guys hit in the majors. Even if they don't hit quite up to expectations, they hit in the majors. Kobe Mayo, they trade Kobe Mayo. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll find a pitching option that makes sense to send him out in spring training. I bet you he goes somewhere else, gets 500 at bats, and hits well enough that Orioles fans are saying, "Where was that guy?"
We're talking with Keith Law. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Keith, I always enjoy your piece. My favorite part about this one, though, is when you get past the top 20 and then the fallen. I have a feeling you're not a huge Vance Honeycutt fan.
I am really, really not a Vance Honeycutt fan. I didn't like the pick. I did not have him ranked as a first-rounder. I saw him 5 or 6 times this past year. Can't hit. He cannot hit, and I really don't think he sees the ball. I hate to say a player is unfixable. I like to think they're all fixable. You know, in the right situation with the right help, we've seen players make massive changes, but he can't hit. You can't strike out 41% of the time in high A and be a big leaguer. I don't care if you're an 80 defender, which he is in center, top of the line. It's 70 power. He only hit 5 homers this year, and I saw one of them. And so I know it's there. I guarantee you that it's not a typo. I saw him homer once, but I mean his at bats are excruciating.
Yeah, especially against righties, it's painful.
It's painful, and he's missing stuff in the zone. That to me is if you want to pin it down to a fatal flaw, this guy is not hacking wildly at stuff outside the zone. There's hittable pitches in the zone, and he swings and he can't touch them. Fastballs, breaking balls, it doesn't matter. I don't really know where you go with that. I mean, there are Orioles people who say, well, he's going to get to the big leagues with his glove. I mean, yeah, if you make him, but do you want this guy? What could he possibly do? We do not carry players who defend and never, ever get to the plate, right? That's just not a thing anymore. And so he needs a pretty massive change. And I don't know what it is, because it's not as simple as working on picking up spin, working on just plain ball strike recognition. He doesn't see it. He swings like he doesn't see the ball at all.
Keith, let's get to another Orioles prospect that made his debut last summer, and that is Dylan Beavers. And in your blurb about him, and he just missed your top 100, you said you think he's a regular and ready to step into the job right now, more capable of playing every day than Colton Cowser.
Preach.
So a two-part question here. Just Beavers, what do you think he projects as long-term? It seems like he's probably going to be in a platoon with Tyler O'Neill this season. And the second part of the question, Colton Cowser is set to be the Orioles' everyday center fielder. Is that a concern for you?
Yeah, it is multiple concerns for me. He should play left, not center. He doesn't hit lefties. He'll be better than he was last year, right? Cowser was not really healthy last year. He hits right-handed fastballs.
Yes.
You can make a living hitting right-handed fastballs. You need a platoon partner, and you better do something on defense. And Cowser, it's for him, too. He's better off in left field. I just don't think he's capable of being an average major league center fielder.
Mm-hmm.
They have multiple really good center fielders behind him. I mean, Honeycutt is one of them. Enrique Bradfield Jr. could come up, play center, and bat ninth.
Right.
And not do a lot of damage, but do more than Honeycutt would. And then you have a much better defense all around. So, to me, getting Cowser out of center and making sure he's not playing against lefties is the best. It's the best solution for him and for the team. In Beaver's case, I think he's an everyday player. I think he's a dark horse for Rookie of the Year. He's not going to put up. I don't think he's going to hit 25 to 30 homers. And in Rookie of the Year, we use better stats now, but still, people get very caught up in kind of the flashier numbers, a big total somewhere. And I think he's going to be more quietly productive across the board. He hits 260. He gets on base at a pretty good clip. He hits you 18 to 20 homers. He plays no worse than average defense in a corner, maybe a little bit better. I kind of always thought he was a better athlete and fielder than he gets credit for. There's little stuff in the swing I don't love. I don't think he hits the ball pretty hard. Like if you look at Baseball Savant, there's a bunch of red on the page because he's making hard contact. That swing and some of the decisions are more, it's hard line drives. It's not going to be a lot of over the fence power, but that's fine. That makes he could be a 3-WAR player who's just a solid everyday guy on almost every team in baseball. That is a great outcome if that's what he is.
Before we let you go, obviously Mike Elias refuses to spend any money on starting pitching, so maybe one day he'll develop somebody from within who's a frontline starter. I mean, even Bradish, yes, they developed him, but they didn't draft him.
Bradish,
I'll give him Bradish. I'll give him
credit.
But so like De Leon, these kids, how many of them you think really break through, have the body, the build, the mind to be front-end starters? How many of them have stuff to help in the bullpen sooner rather than later? Because let's face it, we don't love their bullpen either.
No, and I think they could build a bullpen pretty quickly out of what's in the system.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Gibson, Herman, I was going to say Forat, but they traded him for Boz, who I love, by the way. I think Shane Boz is a breakout guy for this year. I think he's going to be really good. They've got a lot of those guys in AA, AAA who could come up and help as swingmen, 6 starters, or maybe short relievers at some point this year. Gibson probably the best chance to start, but I do have some delivery concerns, some platoon concerns. Would probably bet he's better served in a bullpen role. Mejia and then De Leon are the 2 guys with the big ceiling. I am a Mejia guy. Scouts I talked to who had seen both all put Mejia over De Leon. If you ask the Orioles, they have them the other way around pretty universally. You know, these guys are 19. They're 3 years away, but it's great stuff. It's good deliveries. It's exciting. Maybe his delivery's better. It's why I have him higher. Like those are the guys to get excited about and sit there with your fingers crossed that they don't get hurt because they can be real impact starters.
Keith Law, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yep, anytime. My pleasure.
Coming up next, we get back to the Ravens. Purple rain in the forecast. And does Jesse Minter have the secret sauce to fix Roquan Smith and make this linebacking core better? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and Catchers Report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps Battle Iowa. Chris Nockey will join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey there, Jason Locken. Fora here. 2026 has started. How about you make the year better? Those appliances you've been thinking about upgrading, maybe it's a new grill, maybe it's a new washing machine, maybe it's a new range, maybe it's all the above. Do it right now. Check out the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event. It's on now at their beautiful showroom on Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills or online at townappliance.com. No matter how you shop, you can save right now on select appliances during one of Town Appliance's premier saving events of the season. They have over 40 years of expertise and experience selling the best brands available, and they will deliver nationwide if you happen to be listening outside of our listening area. The price match guarantee, yeah, Town Appliance, they'll also match any price from any authorized dealer. We got a new range, a new microwave, a new washing machine, all in about, 30, 35 minutes with Mayor and Mayor. That's everything. That's finding the right specs, finding things that are going to fit in our house, finding the brands we were comfortable with at the right price, and lining up install and delivery. All that was a snap. Mayor and Mayor can do it for you guys as well. You can call them in the store. If you call the store, they'll give you their cell phone numbers if you want to reach out to them and text them. They're, again, right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. It is Town Appliance. It is the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event. It is on now, and you can start at townappliance.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Hey, it's Jeremy Kahn for Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, just call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate an outstanding student athlete to be a PNC Achiever.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Sometimes it's the hardships in your life that give you extra empathy. After life kicks you where it hurts, you just feel for others, especially people in similar situations. It's why living with 4 family members in a 770 square foot row home in South Baltimore turned out to be a blessing, because I learned some invaluable lessons. Family's everything. Friends you can trust and that have your back are priceless. And you're only as good as your word. All lessons that continue to drive amazing plumbing, heating, and air today. I only hire techs you can trust with your family's comfort and who will 100% have your back in a home emergency like a furnace repair. Techs who will always shoot you straight on your repair options, because we're good for our word, guaranteed. And empathy means we offer easy payments, even on repairs, not just replacements, because business is always personal at
CALLAMAZING.com. CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked, with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Paying too much for your personal home and auto insurance? Most people are and don't even know it. Gray Insurance Group cuts costs on your personal home and auto insurance by searching top carriers to find the lowest rates. Better coverage, real savings month after month. Why wait and throw money away? Call Paul now at 410-879-6383. Gray Insurance Group handles everything. Most clients save hundreds every year before their next renewal. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, accident reported. And 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 at Russell Street. 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Disabled vehicles being removed from the right side of the tunnel. Interloop of the Beltway slows off and on between Frederick Road and Security Boulevard. And then it's heavy again from Stevenson Road to Falls Road. Heavy both directions through Towson between 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
105.7 The Fan. Torrential rainfall expected. Inside access to the castle with Jason Lockenfora, Ken Weinman, and Tim Barbalace.
Sponsored by Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson. It's a family thing. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Yeah, it's tough anytime when a leader and a great player like Kyle goes down. But obviously it's the next man up business. In a sense, and like just truth be told, like played a great first half, but we didn't play good enough in the second half, and like including myself, like regardless of like the circumstances of things that's going on, like you have to play if you're out there on the field and you have to do your job, and like we didn't do that. So I think that's what it boils down to. We didn't do our job with the individuals that was out there on the field, play in and play out, including myself.
That was Roquan Smith after the Ravens lost to the Steelers, and Roquan Smith still made the Pro Bowl, but All-Pro voters finally got the hint. He was way down the list as far as All-Pro voting was concerned. Jesse Minter, maybe job one. Can he fix Roquan Smith?
Well, it's got to happen. They're stuck with him contractually, and they're not going to get $30 million of value out of him, but they better get 12 or 15. He needs to be one of their more impactful players on defense, and there's things you can do schematically. But I think more than anything else, they're going to find out as they review all the film, right? Because that's something that, Minter's going to have to do. He was coaching his own team last year. He's going to have to really get into the weeds on what went on here, and there's nobody on that side of the ball.
You're saying returners?
Yeah.
No?
So, because obviously,
is there Santucci?
Oh yeah,
Santucci's coming back. Yeah, they liked him,
right? But you're going to have to really, with your own eyes, go through it and see where these guys stand and what your launching off point for them is. And I think Anthony Weaver's somebody because of the success he had as a player in this league and the stature he has, and the fact that he was on this staff years ago when Roquan was at his best. Maybe that's something he can take on, and he can address Roquan in a way that maybe Jesse Minter can't from day one. But the standards got to be higher. The productivity's got to be higher. The impact and the energy, and that whole force multiplier thing. Boy, you better get back to that. And if you can't get back to that, then you better have alternatives. And I think the idea that Roquan Smith plays 99.9% of the snaps, if he's healthy, I don't know if that's the only world to live in. This guy's a master tactician. There's different ways to skin a cat, and people can get pretty creative with some of the things they do from a personnel standpoint. But I think more than anything else, what they're going to find when they do the personnel review is if we don't have elite D tackles in front of this guy, if we're not providing him in his age 29 season, now 3 years removed from being the guy that they thought they were getting, we're in trouble. If we're not beating people up in front of him and we're not creating lanes for him to run through and impact people, if those guys aren't winning and winning big in front of him, then the spine of our defense could be a real problem.
I've talked ad nauseum. They have to invest so much into the trenches. O-line, D-line. They have to, because both of those areas were just so bad for this football team last year, and a huge reason why they ended up being 8-9. And your highest paid guys, when they're performing like replacement level players, like that drastically impacts you. Roquan Smith has a cap hit of nearly $33 million for an inside linebacker. That is
insane,
significant. And $20 million in cash. And he wasn't performing anywhere close to that in 2025. And he's regressed each of the past couple of years. With pretty much a brand new staff, you have to self-scout the guys that are coming back and how can we put them in the best positions to succeed? And maybe one of those things is playing him less.
Jason, I'm going to ask you a question I asked you earlier, but the audience changes, so new people listening. He's going to be only 29 years old. Now, people age differently in football. It's a collision sport. But is it possible that the guy 3 years ago is still in there, or is that ship sailed?
I think if they build a monster defense and they can streamline his role, and they've got, whether they draft a kid at 14th overall who's 320 pounds and can move people, whether Matabike somehow comes back and plays close to a full year, I don't think he's the tugboat anymore. They got him here, and he was the tugboat that led Mike McDonald's defense to the other side. I don't think he's the tugboat anymore. I think he's on that ship somewhere that's being pulled by the tugboat. Now, maybe the tugboat's Kyle Hamilton. Maybe the tugboat is Matabike, because obviously he was better. Roquan Smith with Matabike playing at an all-pro level was a different Roquan Smith. I don't know that they're going to have like Jones has got to be better than he's been, and then somebody's got to play at least like Matabike did 2 years ago. If all that happens, and they get him off his feet a little bit more, and he's not as exposed in coverage, then maybe you get your money's worth out of him for the $20 million you're going to have to pay him. But it's going to be a tricky riddle for them to solve.
I don't think that he can get back to the level he was a couple of years ago. Do I think he can be better than last year? Yes. I think you have to get him as close as you can to 2023. I don't think he can get to that point, but as close as he can.
Coming up next, Bone mentioned O-line, D-line. Well, six-pack time. 6 biggest specific positions of need for the Ravens as we sit here right now. We'll give you our list next here on The Fan.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Ken Wyman. Are you thinking about what's next for you professionally in 2026? Whether you're looking to move up, switch fields, or finish that degree, University of Maryland Global Campus has your back. Affordable, online, and built for working adults, explore more than 135 degrees and certificates that help you build lasting skills in leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee through February 11th. Visit umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
AJ Michaels, bringing comfort and savings to Baltimore area homes since 1978.
At A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling, you get maximum value for your investment. You'll save substantial energy, get big rebates, and a 30% tax credit. That's value. Find us at ajmichaels.com. That's ajmichaels.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Love is in the air, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Nissan. Celebrate Valentine's Day all month and get into a new Nissan Sentra from $23,310. Love CarMax? Love us more, and we'll pay up to $2,000 over their offer. BobBellNissan.com or 410-288-2500.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied.
Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. Do you have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between Frederick Road and Security Boulevard, and then it's heavy again from Stevenson Road to Falls Road, and it's heavy still in both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, still have an accident there being cleared. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Lamar Jackson dealt with an injury-plagued season and is looking for a bounce back in 2026 with a brand new coaching staff. Kyle Hamilton recently joined NFL Network and expressed his confidence in number 8.
It's not new to him. Obviously, like my rookie year, he was hurt and missed some games. And again, Tyler Huntley steps in, does some great things while he's gone. So, I mean, we're kind of living in the same time as then, but I think he came back on MVP the next year in 23, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully we get a little bit of that just in our future.
Orioles pitchers and catchers reported to Sarasota today and will have on-field workouts tomorrow. The first full squad workout will take place on Monday, and the Birds Grapefruit League opener is scheduled for next Friday against the Yankees. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 40s with an overnight low of 32. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 44. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the law offices of Michael A. Friedman, serving injury victims for over 40 years. Call them today at 410-363-6848 or visit maflaw.com for a free consultation. I'm Tim Barbalace on your home for the most coverage of the Ravens, Terps, and O's. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Time for the Inside Access Six-Pack. Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Six-pack time. Six-pack sponsored by the Good Feet Store. Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. The six-pack of the 6 biggest specific positions of need for the Ravens. And Beltway Ben, please get started.
Number 6.
So I could have made the argument for wide receiver or inside linebacker. They both just missed for me. But at 6, I put tight end. And part of the reason I have tight end at 6 is a year ago at this time, you could have made the argument they had the best tight end room in the NFL. Mark Andrews coming off leading the league in touchdowns for a tight end, and Isaiah Likely coming off a monster postseason. And now it's a reduced Mark Andrews and nothing else. So I've got it at 6.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot lately about those Ben Johnson offenses in Detroit and a little bit about the Sean Payton offenses too, but I think they're hiring this Declan Doyle to get Ben Johnson's secret sauce. So then obviously think about those Detroit offenses the last 2 years under Ben Johnson and then that Chicago offense last year and what it requires and what it needs. And last week we talked about Jesse Minter and some of the things that he looks at personnel-wise on defense that maybe might not be present here. And we're going to talk more about the offensive stuff a lot on tomorrow's show. But I kind of use that to inform that list. Bless you.
Thank you.
And with that in mind, I put tight end at 6. Laporta put that Detroit offense over the top. They already had Cole Kmet and a couple other developmental tight ends they felt okay about in Chicago. They saw Colston Loveland as a speed size freak. And in the second half of the year, he was. And I get it. They're building up a young quarterback here, and you say Lamar's got everything, but I don't like. I think Mark Andrews. I think they're going to rue that contract, and I think they've got so many other needs, which is why this is only 6. But having somebody who can win downfield from the tight end position, I think, is absolutely vital to what they're going to want to do offensively. And maybe it should be higher at 6. I put it at 6.
Number 5.
I put wide receiver at 5. I like, is Zay the DJ Moore? Like, if you think of Detroit terms, I know he's built like Jamison Williams. I don't think Zay's the Jamison Williams in this offense. I feel like he's more the Amon-Ra St. Brown. That second element is vital. They need a big guy who can win downfield from the outside. It's a wasteland because this thing is over with Bateman. This is a 29-year-old who's never called plays before. If he doesn't have real pieces to work with from the giddy up, I think you're begging for problems. So I put wide receiver at 5.
At cornerback at 5, and it's an indictment of this team that they put so much into the cornerback position, and I like Nate Wiggins more than you do, Jason, but beyond Nate Wiggins, I don't know what the hell they have. TJ Tampa, I guess, fits the profile for the size of what Jesse Minter likes, but he hadn't shown on a football field. There's a lot to be desired at cornerback for this football team. I have it at 5.
Number 4.
My top 4, I have been rotating. Yeah, I settled on putting tackle at 4, and in part because at least Ronnie Stanley's up right now, and maybe they can fix what Rosengarten was a year ago. I don't love it, but I felt like there were 3 positions that I didn't like more, so I have tackle at 4.
I've got tackle at 3, but I kind of want to put it at 4 now. These 4, I just kept switching and switching and switching. I'll just go with what I have. I put edge at 4, in part because I've got DT really high, and I think it's a position, even if Madubuike can play, that they need to double down on. And if they built it that way, I think a Mike Green and some of these other guys, Atavius, like there might be. I guess what I'm saying is, if your interior D-line's good enough, I think the edge can come along. This should probably be higher than 4, but I'm banking on like Mike Green and like at least there's some clay to mold there. I also think they're going to get Owe or Khalil Mack, and it won't kill them to do it. But I got it at 4. It should probably be higher.
Yeah, I'll lean you, but I think edge needs to be higher, and I'm assuming it's going to be higher for Ken.
It's the 6-pack of specific positions of need right now. And Beltway Ben, please continue.
Number 3.
Starting caliber offensive tackle who could start his career inside. And there's some kids in this draft, the more work I do on who. Okay, even if you don't think they're better than Rosengarten right now, and you don't think they're better than Ronnie Stanley right now, they're probably better than at least one of your guards if you kick them inside. And then if you need this kid to play tackle, he can do it. And maybe they do it in free agency. Maybe they spend real money on a tackle. But I specifically think that need really should be a legit swing tackle now with upside who you know could be a starting caliber guard. That's very specific.
Guard is my 3, and you can say, well, they're just guards, but their guards were dreadful this year. I can't see a world where Voorhees and Falalele are starting a guard next year. That would be incompetent. Emory Jones might be something, but he's nothing as of yet. Last year was essentially a redshirt year for him. Their guards were terrible a year ago. It's 3.
Number 2.
2 is the interior defensive line, and that's even if Madubuike comes back. They need to load up on D linemen. They need dudes, and Jason did a great job documenting earlier. Having dudes up front helps Roquan Smith. And so you're ended up you're force multiplying a guy who used to be a force multiplier. So I have interior D-line at 2.
I put corner at 2. He needs badass corners. He needs 6'2", 205-pound corners with ball skills. I don't see that here anywhere. I don't think the Minter thing's going to work without it. I think Wiggins is a slot guy. I think you better be willing to concede that Marlin is not a starting caliber boundary corner. And then who are the depth guys? Who's emerged? Who's even played? It's always been a top 1 or top 2 position for them. As they value positions, it's always way up there. It definitely is that for Minter, and we've got empirical evidence of him outside the building showing that. Not that, look, he's turning 5th rounders into it, but they've got to have certain attributes that I don't see on this roster now. So I put corner at 2.
Number 1.
For me, it's D tackles, plural. Like Jones is a rotation piece, and that's nice. You got him at your price. But you need somebody to be your Madubuike, and then you also need real depth there. And not just real depth in a 340-pound run stuffer, but real depth in a 3-tech. Like, I don't think this thing works without real anchors inside. And I don't think they're going to have a spine of the defense without legitimate upgrades at D-tackle.
Number 1 is edge. They need to get after the quarterback. It was embarrassing watching them down the stretch this year. That New England game, Drake May with a half hour to throw every play. They need to figure out how to get off the edge and to the quarterback. And I hope Mike Green turns into something. I think he will, but he hasn't turned into it yet. They need dudes on the edge.
That's a big W for the Ginger Gorilla.
They certainly have a need at corner, but I'm going to stand on business. They need big guys. That is the biggest need on this football team, and there are many, but they need to be so much better in the trenches, and the pendulum needs to swing back to the big guys away from the secondary.
We'll come back, get the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for Hot Stove League. Ryan Ripken, he starts at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Pitchers and catchers report. We'll check in Sarasota to get an update. Also, Terps battle Iowa. Chris Nockey will join us to talk Terps hoops.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Redfin's giving away $1 million home in an epic, never-been-done-before scavenger hunt on the Redfin app. It's called Redfin's Great American Home Search, presented by Rocket, and it kicked off today. The house is hidden in Redfin and Rocket's big game commercial, so watch it closely. Download or update the Redfin app to play. Solve the clues first to win. You've got until February 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern to find your new home. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. D.C. Must be age and majority. Visit thegreatamericanhomesearch.com for official rules.
Odyssey Sports Minute.
Streaming providers want more NFL games, and Commissioner Roger Goodell wants international expansion. If both things are being floated, there's a good chance at some point they will come to fruition. NFL expansion into an international market would be a horrible idea. And if Goodell gets his way on both fronts, it's only a matter of time before we get a Super Bowl on Netflix in London. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday through Monday, President's Day, indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. For more information or to purchase advance tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real US-based humans. If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between Frederick Road and Security Boulevard. Then it's heavy again from Stevenson Road to Falls Road. And then it's heavy in both directions through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound's heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from 97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Disabled vehicles been removed from the right side at the tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's Smiles for Miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Before we get to the text today, just some awful injury news for former Oriole Anthony Santander. Blue Jays announced today, as they have pitchers and catchers reporting all over baseball, that he's going to have shoulder surgery and miss 5 to 6 months. This is after missing most of last season.
Yeah, shoulder, back. Yeah, you got to really wonder if he's ever coming back now. I mean, if he's ever an impact player again. I mean, my guess is he's, a bat off the bench, and maybe if the power's still there, maybe that could be a thing late in the season, but that's not good.
As brutal a start to his tenure in Toronto as possible. And it's a 5-year deal.
Yeah.
So he's still got 3 more years after this one.
Let's get the text of the day.
Check 1, 2, check.
Okay.
Text today comes from Paul in Baltimore, who says, how can you be so close to adding the top 2 free agent arms and turn that into being fine with adding nothing? This is a complete joke.
Unless they were never close to anything. Unless this whole thing was just another shell game that they propagated on you with help through the media to sell false expectations and false hope, only to know that unless these guys were doing 1-year prove-it deals, they weren't doing a damn thing with anybody. Because as best I can tell, they gave out a couple of pitching contracts of note. Basically 1 year to a closer and 1 year to a broken down guy they already had.
It would have been one thing if Fromber ended up getting a 6 or 7 year deal, but 3 years was like...
There is no close. There's no such thing as close. They were never close to keeping Corbin Burns. He laughed in their face about their fraud offer. They knew they weren't getting him. This is about saving face and optics and playing the media and getting you to buy their product through a long, cold winter. When we were spending more money upgrading their ballpark than they were spending upgrading their product.
Bone, what do we have on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, short show for us because Terps taking on Iowa.
10.5-point dog.
Yes.
Buzz fueled by just knowledge upon knowledge upon knowledge. Of
Nobody
Maryland
loves
program.
Maryland like him.
I mean, this should be a heck of a performance.
Doesn't have a computer, but he does have Maryland books, which is good.
Now, I think their average margin of victory against ranked teams this year is like minus 25.6. But maybe they get after the Hawkeyes tomorrow night.
Do you guys remember the tournament they played in? And it was a 30-point game every night. It feels like a long time. That was crazy. They're still getting dominated, but they lost by 30.
Gonzaga, they lost by 40, and then Michigan beat them by 40.
It was that was pathetic. But they're going to be back in that tournament next year, and they'll get some NIL money for it.
So we're done at 5 tomorrow, so 2 to 5. But Chris Nockey, who will be on the call with the legendary Johnny Holiday, Walt Williams, he'll join us at 3:30, and Tim Murray will get our best bets with him as well.
Feeling Maryland covering their Beltway, Ben?
That sounds like Jason's
10.5. That's
I don't think I'm feeling
feels
it.
like some Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I might tail Jay. I put money on Maryland once. it cashed. Nice against Penn State, and they were up 30, and I blinked my eyes, and it was a 9-point game. So Minnesota was fun, but Iowa and Minnesota are two different teams.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for us. Yes, as Bones says, we're only on until 5 tomorrow. Pregame coverage, Maryland basketball to take on Iowa starts at 5. Tip at 6. You can hear the game right here on 105.7 The Fan. But don't change that dial, because coming up next, it's Hot Stove League. Ryan Ripken be rolling in at 6 o'clock. Take you till 7 right here on 105.7 The Fan.